Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day number 2 of the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our special guests, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the U.S. Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Brian Donati and Spencer Gaynor. And Brian will be back here joining us hopefully in just a few moments. Good morning, Spencer. How are you doing today?
I am doing very well. Looking forward to an exciting final weekend day of racing here this weekend. I mean, we had a bit of a rainy one yesterday, but we're looking to, now that the track has dried out, get right back into it as soon as possible. And hopefully any racers that are still out there have dry socks, dry tires, and hopefully a drier track to enjoy the rest of the day.
Well, after trundling through the wet grass and the mud this morning, God knows I could use some dry socks and dry shoes. Real quick, Spencer, is we've got our bracket racers heading out for their pace lap. Let's take a quick look at the track that they are going to be driving, which maybe not a lot of grip as the rubber got washed off again yesterday multiple times with a lot of rain. Summit Point Raceway, 10 turns, 2 miles, lots of great flow. And again, should make for some exciting racing. There are still some places around this track, as I was taking my tours this morning, where I think the racers are going to experience issues with mud and some issues where water was really puddling up on the track surface yesterday. It's receded, but there are definitely still some problem areas, notably coming out of turn 5, going into the carousel, also coming out of the carousel over at turn 8. And in many places around this track, there's still a lot of standing water in the grass that if drivers leave the track surface, it may bring out a large number of full course cautions, much like we had yesterday.
Absolutely. Turn 5 is definitely one of the fun things about Summit Point Raceway is the fact that it really does adhere to the natural terrain of West Virginia. So you have a lot of ups and downs. Turn 5 is just after a large downward chute, so all the water does tend to pile up a bit towards the inside of turn 5, so you might see some interesting approaches into that side until that pool kind of goes away. But it's also interesting to add that extra bit of dynamics to the track itself, because it means that, I think as you said with the haiku that you know, is that water hides even in between the rocks. So
that's right.
Normally the decided line is typically the one everyone rides. It's the one that's the most laid in. It's the one that's the smoothest. So when racers have to find traction where they wouldn't otherwise look for it, they got to look for somewhere else to drive.
All right, so first up today are going to be our bracket races, the first of 2 10-lap races that they have today. We'll see them again after our lunch break about midday. We do have 15 drivers out. We'll run down the starting order here in just a moment. All of these racers yesterday finished up in what is known as the B5 bracket, as it was raining and damp yesterday. That all of our racers finished in the minute over a minute 33 yesterday. We'll go and talk a little bit about that, how that finished up. But on the pole today, we had Adam Mungo in his BMW 330 Ci and Steve Martin in that black number 50 Ford Mustang, who jumps to an early lead. Ray Rachuba also in a Ford Mustang, along with Louis Alessi in his Honda Prelude. And I do see the Prelude out there with the wing. Then we got Mike Herbert, one of our rookies this season, in that red BMW 325 IS. That is going. And then the driver who did amazing yesterday, took the overall win, Matt Littleton in the 07, the silver ML2 Motorsports BMW 325 IS. We then have Chuck Edmondson in the number 45, Paco's Parts House Nissan 350Z, who we see there entering turn 5 right now, along with Jeff Liller in the Burgundy 127 Mazda Miata, Daniel Allen in his Toyota 86, Jed Prentice in the number 68 Mazda Miata, then Zach Hollander, who we're on board with right now in his Mazda Miata. That's the On the Mark Management Mazda out of Manassas, Virginia. Jennifer Romes in her Scion FRS, then Jordan Eichelbaum in a Mazda Miata, Zach Camp in a Ford Mustang, then finally Dave Albrecht out of Catlett, Virginia in a Mazda Miata, as our drivers come across the line to complete the first lap. A lot of these racers, Spencer, didn't go out for this race yesterday, primarily, well, because it was wet, and we think a lot of them didn't have rain tires.
Yeah, absolutely. It was absolutely pouring rain yesterday. We had several instances where we could actually see the in-car cam during the rain, and it was so foggy and difficult to see. We totally understand why anyone chose not to go out today. Real quick, I want to break down exactly what bracket racing is for those who may not know. Bracket racing, or I should say normal racing as you would expect it, it's all about class, class, class. Who was around you, who was the same car as you, running the same engine. Here it is about time, time, time. You are not racing against every driver on the track. You are racing against who is in the same time bracket as you. That tends to be lap time. So if you're within the 140s, let's say, you're racing within, Greg could probably correct me, I'm going to say around a 5 to 10 second interval. And the fun fact is if you actually exceed the time range you are in, you actually move up. You can't move down.
Right.
So you can increase, and doing better is always rewarded. And all that means is you're racing against somebody else in that time. But it does mean that you're not as concerned about what the car looks like, and it's only concerned about who gets to the finish line first.
Indeed. And so those brackets, Spencer, they're broken into 2-second slots. 2 seconds.
And
there are 10 of them, starting at, like yesterday, drivers that are a minute 33 and higher, and then from a minute 31 to a minute 33, a minute 29 to a minute 31, et cetera, down the line. The top bracket is for drivers that are faster than a minute 17. Which, again, most of our drivers yesterday, they all ended up in that very last bracket for a minute 33 and above because of the damp weather.
Going through the rain.
Exactly. And what I've done is, for those of you that are watching our stream, I've put a link to the bracket racing timing that will break up the drivers into those brackets for you, and so you can go and pick that up. But in the meantime, Spencer, let me make a call to the grid for our first MARRS race of the day. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group 1. That's Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid now. Your race starting in a few moments. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. All right, so as we take a look here and we start to break this down by bracket, Spencer, we've got Ray Rachuba and Steve Martin currently running in our A5 bracket. That's for drivers a minute 23 to a minute 25. They are the two fastest cars on track. They are the two front-running cars on track. And although Martin jumped out to that early lead as they go down into turn 1, he's got about 3 to 4 car lengths right now on Steve Martin. Then we've got Adam Mungo. He is our sole racer in the B1 bracket right now in his BMW 330Ci, pardon me. So he currently has a fast lap of a mid 125, and that puts him right in that B1 bracket again for drivers 125 to 127. Then Louis Alessi running in 4th. He's in the B2 bracket. And then we've got Chuck Edmondson, Daniel Allen in the B3 bracket for a minute 29 to a minute 31. Interestingly, though, Spencer, as we were just talking about that A5 bracket, Adam Mungo, who's running 3rd, and he's about 4 seconds back from our leader, Ray Rachuba. He just broke out of that B1 bracket that he was in, and he is now sitting in the same bracket as Rachuba and Martin, which means he went from essentially being first place in a class of 1 to being 3rd in a class of 3.
Yeah, it's always fun to have people to race next to. It's also kind of fun. I know I talked about, car next to you, what it looks like doesn't matter. It's all about time. But I will admit, it is funny to watch that BMW try to chase down those Mustangs.
Yeah, indeed. And and the challenge that he's going to run into is he's coming across the start-finish line now, is that if he puts the right foot down, he may find himself, and actually probably the best thing that could happen to him, he'd break out of the A5 bracket, go up to the A4 bracket, and even if he finishes 3rd overall, he still would have won a bracket. Interesting stuff there. As we have now coming into turn 3, Spencer, this is that battle for the lead in A5 with Ray Rachuba and Steve Martin, as Martin now has closed things up. It was interesting to watch yesterday in the wet and as it was raining, because it was very clear to us that Steve Martin had gone out on dry weather tires, and he was just absolutely limping that Mustang around. But talk about determination. He was not going to bring that car in, even though the water was practically coming up to the door sills.
You do have to respect it. I mean, going out in that kind of weather with dries is, I have not done it personally. I can imagine it's akin to an ice rink out there.
Yeah. Oh,
Getting out there is a lot of if you've ever gone ice skating before for the first time, it's not that much dissimilar to a car. You slip, you slide, get back up, you just keep car roll.
Exactly, and of course, the difference is you may have 150 pounds on top of your ice skates or something like that. Here, he's got close to 4,000 pounds on top of the ice skates.
Depending on the ice skate.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, I come in at an even 3,000. So there you go, and it is definitely a challenge here as we watch them come down. And as they do, they are both staying within that A3 bracket, and they've got both of them have about a half second before they would break out. Although Rachuba just now going down, you notice both Rachuba and Martin have come off the pace that they had run previously, now running in the high 24s, low 25s. So they've got a lot of room to work with as they've kind of backed off the pace a little bit here. Maybe felt that they were pushing a little harder. That's actually making it easier for Adam Mungo to close things up on them. If we look a little bit further back in the pack, and I'm going to try and track them down for us here, Spencer, I've been watching Chuck Edmondson in his Nissan 350Z and Daniel Allen in the number 100 Toyota 86. That also, and there they are going into turn 3. That is right now the battle for the lead in the B3 bracket for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. Jordan Eichelbaum in his Mazda Miata quite a big distance back from there. Now, this is the second race weekend that Chuck has been driving the Nissan here. He had been for years racing a Honda CRX, and that Nissan had been his street car for years, and he converted it to a race car.
Yeah, I mean, it's always cool to see the amount of work that really goes into getting these machines onto the track. I mean, I know there's 100 different stories when you get to the track and you hear them all in the pack. Some people, they build it from scratch or they're just trying it out for a weekend. And it's just cool to see it all come together and see, who gets to really race in the end. Because, in the end, the track is the great equalizer. It doesn't matter if you come in with the biggest checkbook or you just put it together through stuff you found in the junkyard. And everybody can race and everybody can come out on top.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things about the bracket racing there is we've got, as we rotate the logo on our ticker there, any tire, any motor, any suspension, and basically it's a very much a run what you brung class here. Real quick, Spencer, let me make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock, second call for race group 1, Spec Racer 4 Gen 3, please head to the grid. Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. As we go back on board with Zach Hallander, and thanks for bringing that up, Spencer. And Zach right now running, where is he running currently? He is currently your leader in the B5 bracket. And that is, again, for drivers a minute 33 and above. It's both he and Dave Albrecht. Albrecht, though, about 10 seconds back right now from Zach. Should mention to all of our racers here this weekend, or that might be joining us for our Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series broadcasts, that we have the ability to produce this onboard videos. We just had a car expire here on the front straight. Big cloud of smoke. It's one of our Mustangs. And it is pulled off in the access road. A little hard to see now from our different camera locations there. You can kind of see the smoke. And we are going to get the number on that car. And I think that might be the Rachuba car, possibly, that was running with Steve Martin. We'll get a number on that in just a moment. And indeed, I think it was the number 96 Mustang. Our corner workers have responded, and they're checking on the driver right now as we've got 3 laps remaining in this race. And so, as we were saying here, well, let's see. I mean, you know what? I think that actually is not Rachuba. That is Mungo. And, actually, let me double check on that, because there are 2 things going on. I just got word that that Mungo in the BMW, who was running 3rd overall, had an off over at turn 9, coming up the hill towards the bridge, towards our camera, went off and impacted the wall, and he may still be, there he is, right at the bottom of our camera. That is Adam Mungo in the number 144 BMW out of Chantilly. And then we had Ray Rachuba, and it was his Mustang that expired over at turn 3, as we've got 2 laps remaining right now. And again, that definitely changes things as far as the overall order. It doesn't necessarily change a lot other than putting Steve Martin to the lead in the A5 bracket.
Yeah, you know, even though, like we were talking about time, you cannot go down in time. You can only go up in bracket. So it does mean that even if he does not complete the race or whatever happens, or in any situation that a usual track, you watch the racers go by while you're stuck in the grass and go, man, I'm losing a lot of space. Best case scenario in bracket races, you're just at the bottom end of your bracket, which, if you're lucky, maybe were 3rd place, or you were still in 1st if you're just going that fast.
All right, so in the B1 bracket is still Louis Alessi with Mike Herbert in the 2 red cars. Alessi, who's now running 2nd overall in his that red and black Honda Prelude, and then he's got Mike Herbert in the red BMW behind. As we go back, and there is Alessi in that Prelude, and you can see he's got quite a bit of ground before Mike Herbert in his BMW comes up. There's Herbert, almost 9 seconds in arrears. And a little different day for Matt Littleton in the silver BMW now coming out of turn 9. In the wet, he was an absolute master yesterday, but I think here in the dry, we're seeing what the limitations are of that car, which I think was originally built for endurance racing.
Yeah, absolutely. We were actually talking about this a little bit before we went on the air. You can actually see how this car we have in the bottom of our screen here was able to kind of drag it off of the side, got a little loose, and then just came to a stop. It's one of the things we were talking about previously, is about how, while the track is drier than it certainly was yesterday and is going to continue to dry out, assuming it doesn't rain again, the grass does not dry out anywhere near as fast as the asphalt. So if you ever find a car that will hit the apron of the track and winds up going off, there's a good chance that with so little friction, you will watch cars almost look like they defy the laws of physics, and they will just slide for a while until they come to their gradual stop. And it's nice to see that he was able to come to a stop before making any impact.
All right, as we now have just a single lap remaining for Steve Martin, and Spencer, looks now like Daniel Allen in that number 100 Scion FRS has gotten around Chuck Edmondson on track, and so that will move Daniel Allen to the lead in the B3 bracket for drivers running a minute 29 to a minute 31. Move Edmondson now back into 2nd, and just when he needed to do it with, for him, about a lap and a half remaining, he gets that pass done.
Yeah, I guess to really find a good spot to do it. We didn't. So it's unfortunate we couldn't quite see where the finish was. But either way, the checkered flag will be out, and we're going to watch all our bracket racers come down and collect that flag. That's
right. So Steve Martin will take the win in the A5 bracket as he finishes 1st overall, with Louis Alessi coming across the line 2nd overall, taking the win in the B1 bracket for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27, with Mike Herbert crossing the line, finishing 2nd in class, 3rd overall. Then we got Matt Littleton in the 07 machine. He's going to be your sole racer in the B2 bracket, and he finishes 4th overall. Then Daniel Allen beating Chuck Edmondson to the line, taking the win in the B3 bracket. Jennifer Romes, who now is coming across the line and taking the checkered flag, she will take the win in the B4 bracket. With Jordan Eichelbaum, your sole racer in the B3 bracket. Jeff Liller beats Jed Prentice to the line. He's going to take the win in the B4 bracket. Drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. And then we've got Zach Callender and Dave Albrecht in the B5 bracket. Real quick, as the checkered flag is out here, Spencer, let's bring up the schedule for the rest of the day today, if we can. So we just had our 10-lap sprint race for our bracket racers, their first of the day. We are then going to have 4 of our feature races for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. Then we'll break for lunch, another bracket race, and then we'll wrap things up with the 3 final Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series races. All right, so that is going to wrap up our first race. Let me make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 1, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. So, Spencer, let's take a quick break. We're going to thank some of our partners and sponsors here. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our special broadcast partner, Courage Motorsports, bringing you action here on the DC Region YouTube channel. Stay with us.
Bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Supposed to maintain the speed of the pace car after the pace car leaves. I think that's the stupidest thing. Because basically you're telling them to accelerate to the green. Yes. It's an acceleration zone. Yes. It's stupid.
Up here, you know, don't come up. But I don't know, I guess he thought that meant not him.
like they kick over for, hey, can you check on driver, get condition of vehicle? Sure, but like call in for the incident. Yeah. That.
Anyway.
Specific to race. No, they'll sell the photos to anybody. You guys too. Yeah, absolutely. I don't even know if she sells them. I mean, maybe.
It looked hard. Did you see it hit?
No, because I was looking the other way.
It looked hard, but when he started to pull up, I thought the guy's obviously okay.
Same M3 or whatever that particular version is.
That's all Paul was. And the call was fine. Everything was fine. The only thing I wanted to talk to you about was sitting out.
Race control. Yeah,
They wanted it
ED wouldn't get there before the checker. That's what I said when I had the car yesterday.
because they can't pass until the incident, and if there's no incident, it's until the next flag station.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so for road racing, the flag is to the incident.
Oh.
Spec Racer 4. Okay. Double yellow.
Four is clear, double yellow. Clean these off. It's got sunscreen.
Nine is clear, double yellow.
Like, okay, I guess car's on course.
What I typically hear him say is, it's like, all right, you're under 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And so that could be 4 seconds, or
Yeah.
it could be a minute 59.
Yeah.
Yeah. But my thought in response to that is that's 2 laps, something bad can happen.
Kind of what I was thinking too. I'm like, man,
It's like the length.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's a 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars, along with our great partners here this weekend, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg, along with Spencer Gaynor. And next up, Spencer, it's our first Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series race of the day, first feature race of the weekend. It is going to be 20 laps for our Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 racers before they start to head out for their pace lap. Let's run down the starting order. We've got on the pole today with a qualifying time of 1:20.341. He set that in yesterday's race. it's Liam Kerper in the Willing and Able Racing Machine out of Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Then we got Mac Harrison in the number 30 Spec Racer Ford out of Washington, D.C. He was yesterday's pole sitter and yesterday's race winner, and he's going to start on the outside of the front row today. Stephen Shue in the Surf Shop number 81 Spec Racer Ford out of Gibson Island, Maryland, will start third, with Matt Polk in the MSI DFAT Services Machine. That's the 09 car, also from Gibson Island, starting in fourth. Then we got Mike LaMena in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors number 8 machine. He's from Oakland, New Jersey, represents the South Jersey region, and he will start fifth, with Mike Kosuth from Westchester, Pennsylvania, in another Surf Shop machine. He represents the Philadelphia region. He's going to start sixth. Then we got Mike Anderson. Mike's out of Green Pond, New Jersey, representing the Northern New Jersey region, multi-time Formula Continental national champion, will start seventh. Kevin Silbert in another Surf Shop machine. He's out of Columbia, Maryland, and will start eighth in the number 14 car. David Lanning will start ninth today. He's out of Richmond, Virginia, and he drives the number 16 car. Kyle Herlitzky in another one of the WNA racing machines will start 10th. He's out of Coon Valley, Wisconsin. Fogelsville, Pennsylvania's Ron Rice will start 11th today in another Surf Shop machine, with David Skinner in the Dynasty Ruman Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, the 23 car, starting 12th. And then starting in row number 7, starting 13th, driving the number 31 machine out of Millersville, Maryland. It's Owen Kreminga with Dave Trossel in the Sterling Acceptance Company's number 33 Spec Racer, starting 14th. He's out of Annapolis, Maryland. And Spencer, somehow I managed to get through that apparently in less than a minute.
Very fast, efficient. Well,
That's right.
Since we have a little bit of a second, I'd love to do a little bit of a fun little information for those who may be joining us for the first time. But what exactly SRF is? SRF is the Spec Racer Ford Group. It is a closed-wheel, open cockpit race car designed for paved road courses. It's used in the SCCA Sports Car Club of America. That is us. And the SRF is known for being fast, safe, reliable, and with an emphasis on driver skill over motor size.
That's right.
Trying to get it so that anyone can have a chance to win, even if it's in just a rented car.
That's right. And this is these cars here, they have been around in one form or another since the mid-'80s. First originally with Renault engines from the old Renault Alliance and Encore, and then with Fords when Renault left the U.S. market. First with the 1.9-liter iron block motors out of the Ford Escorts, and they currently run the 1.6-liter aluminum block motors from the Ford Focus here. And as you said, Spencer, they are fast, they are fun, they are tube-frame cars. They're built like tanks, but because there's very limited adjustment and this class is very tightly controlled as to what you can do, or actually what you can't do to the cars, it makes for some incredibly close racing.
They may be built like tanks, but I gotta say they hide it all very nicely under those very, very pretty and aerodynamic frames.
That's right.
A little bit of pop quiz for you, Greg.
Sure.
This is currently on their third generation. Do you know when that began?
Yeah, absolutely. The third generation actually started in 2015.
You almost said 16.
I almost said
15.
16.
Right.
But exactly with the first national championship in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 actually held in 2017 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we had a little bit of overlap for a period of time between the Gen 2s and the Gen 3 cars. And now the Gen 2 cars with those 1.9-liter machines, they can still be run in regional races like the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. They just are not open to a national championship and running at the national level in the U.S. Majors Tour. Other big changes from these cars, they started off with H-pattern 5-speed transmissions. They now, for the most part, all run although you can still run the H-pattern if you wish, they run a SADEV 6-speed sequential transmission, primarily for longevity, that drivers were finding that they had to do maintenance on those H-pattern boxes very often. So a little bit more upfront cost for those sequential transmissions, but a lot less maintenance required. All right, pace car is on the pit lane, turning things over to Liam Kerper in the black number 51 machine with the gray number 30 right alongside. They finished 1-2 yesterday. Harrison taking the win, Kerper finishing second, and the green flag is in the air, Spencer, as Kerper jumps to an early early lead going down to turn 1. Big brake lockup going down into 1 from the outside lane. And I think that was definitely Mac Harrison as he tries to sweep around the outside of Kerper, as we've got the number 15 car going around the 52 machine, getting into him. The 15 machine, that was that the 15? Actually, I think that might have been the 5 of Mike Kosuth. And then the 52 machine, Kyle Hurlitsky, getting into him as well. And then the 67 of Ron Rice there as well. So, of course, we've got local caution over at turn 1. Neither of those cars moving, though, as the rest of the field heads down through and into the carousel. We'll try and track there as Owen Kreminga trying to make a pass on David Skinner, the 23 machine, going into turn 5. This will likely bring out a full course caution, as we said, as our leaders now should be coming out of turn 8. There they are, coming up the hill, and it is Mac Harrison, your leader in the gray number 30 machine, with Liam Kerper very close behind, and we are going to a full course caution here as we complete lap number 1. And as they come across the line, it is Matt Harrison, Liam Kerper, Stephen Shue, then right behind Mike LaMena in that multicolored number 8 machine, Mike Anderson now in 5th position, right where he finished yesterday. He started in 7th today, however. Then Kevin Silbert, Mike Kosuth, Dave Drossel, Owen Kreminga making it up into 9th, as we've got corner workers responding, and we think besides the 52 and the 67 that likely it's actually the 16 of David Lanning may likely still be there as Spencer, as they came together nose to nose.
Yeah, there's definitely, I believe that was 3 cars involved. The third car, obviously you're seeing the white, the orange, that one car, I believe it was a black car that was made the initial contact, that is obviously just off the screen. Turn 1 is obviously just a rough place to have a car turned and to make an accident, because that is one of the, at least from my experience, at least just from watching it, I'm not even a racer truly, but even just from watching it, it's a very consistent, most every car wants to go into there and around the same place. Even when you're too wide, you're packed in there, you know, like tight as bubble gum, because everyone wants to hit that exact same line. So getting turned there is really, really a rough place to be, because then suddenly everyone else, if you get turned and you don't wind up off the track, suddenly you are in the same space that everyone else wants to share.
Yeah, indeed. And when the green comes out, of course, everybody's got fairly cold tires, and there isn't a lot of rubber still laid down on the track to provide extra grip. So the track is definitely maybe a little bit more slick than, well, their race yesterday was with a damp track, so there wasn't a lot of grip either then. But you know, you have to be cautious and judicious going into turn 1 that very first time. We saw the brake lock up from Mac Harrison as he went down into turn number 1 the first time, and you know, there are a couple of things there. One, because there wasn't the grip, the additional grip, that rear wheel didn't keep rolling and spinning, but also the effect of having that smoke cloud come up in front. Drivers will react to that in different ways. Some of them may tense up and maybe put a little bit more brake pressure in. They may just slightly delay getting their foot on the throttle to go through turn 1. And I don't know if the Skinner car, if the 16, or probably the Lanning car, the 16 car, had, if there was any contact that precipitated that spin or not. It didn't look like it from the camera. It looked like it might have been a cell phone, basically. But you're always reacting to what's happening in front of you, and sometimes what you choose doesn't keep the car in balance.
Right, exactly. It's hard to, even from where we are, it's hard to say what exactly happened. But like you were saying, whenever you're racing, even just on the green flag start, there's 100 different factors going in at once when you have to make decisions. And sometimes, sometimes you go, well, that side looks like the best place to be. I'm going to move my car that way. And sometimes it's the right decision, and sometimes it just isn't. So in the end of the day, you make decisions, and then you hope for the best. Drive it in deep and hope it sticks.
Exactly. All right. So again, we are under full course caution here. Big changes. Big new pace car this weekend, Spencer. The Pontiac is gone, and we turn things over to our pace car driver Graham Taylor in the hamster mobile, in the in the Kia there. And
modern age, Greg.
Yeah, exactly. And plus, puts a big hole in the air for the Spec Racer Fords to draft
For
by.
the draft.
Exactly.
They're perfecting their lap times right now.
That's right. That's exactly what it is. Not that we didn't see somebody set like a fast lap during a full course caution yesterday.
True.
Yeah. But there you go.
That's because when they put the big car out there during when they drive them through the puddle, it's kind of like, it's like parting the Red Sea for them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so again, we are under full course caution here. These races are scheduled for 20 laps, and our racers now working lap number 3. And we have a good number of our emergency services teams that have now responded down to turn 1. Of course, they've got a lot of cars to pick up, and maybe a little bit. You were talking about the beautiful aerodynamic bodies that cover these tube-frame Spec Racer Fords. I have a feeling that some of the fiberglass that makes up those bodies are gonna
a little less pristine.
Exactly.
Kind of, I tried making a Pinewood Derby type car out of one of these models way back when. It didn't win, but it went pretty well. It was a fast one, just didn't win as much as I would have hoped. So they probably, by the end of the Pinewood Derby races, it wasn't quite as pretty. But it's about personality, Greg. That's what it really matters at the end of the day.
Indeed. All right, and getting word over getting word over the flag net here that there may have been a concern from the start bridge that perhaps one of our 2 drivers on the front row may have jumped the start slightly and got into the throttle before that green flag came out. Start procedure is pretty clear that the drivers need to maintain the pace car speed. That essentially, once the pace car pulls into the pit lane, the pole sitter becomes effectively the pace car, and needs to keep that speed until the green flag comes out.
Yeah, exactly right. And the reason those rules exist, obviously, for anyone who maybe isn't quite as aware, this is less of an effective problem, especially with the SRF cars with the non-top, and you can really see out towards the green flag. But you can't quite tell. I'll actually get a quick shot of turn 10 here. Turn 10 really is coming up a hill. So when the pace car pulls off into the pit lane, as you can see, and they come and make that your right-hand turn, they're kind of ramping up, and if you have cars that are taller or have roofs on them, you really can't see out. If you are beyond like the first or second row, you can't see out towards where the starter stand is when they come around and they start waving the green flag. So they ideally want everyone to stay bunched up, stay equal, stay fair, so that when the green flag does wave, everyone gets the same equal chance to jump on the start. So the reason that's the main reason why it exists. SRF usually has less of that problem since, open wheel, you can actually look up and see a little bit easier, but still the rule remains.
All right, so Spencer, if we could pick up where the safety car is with the field. They're taking them around the carousel right now. We've just gotten word from race control that they are going to black flag this session. We can see there our corner workers at the turn 8 corner station holding the black flag out. That is going to indicate to the racers that they are going to be coming down the pit lane. Apparently, because of the number of vehicles down at turn 1 and what it's going to take to get 3 cars removed from there, there really isn't any room to allow the pace car to bring the field through there. So the decision's been made to bring everybody onto the pit lane. So let's do this. Let's take a quick break. We're going to let our emergency services teams fix this up. We don't have a definite return time yet from the from race control. I'm going to just ballpark it and say like 9:45, about 10 minutes, but we'll try and update that. We'll come back to you and let you know exactly when we're going to go back live, of course. So please stay with us. You are watching the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. Stay with us.
seems to be a weekend for him.
Yeah. Probably should have brought a cup of coffee and sat back and enjoyed it.
The only thing I'm going to feel bad about is if I do something that winds up getting somebody hurt. That is what I will feel bad about.
That's how I felt.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about the delay as we got things cleaned up here on track. It is our Spec Racer Ford 3 Gen Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 feature race, and we've been under black flag conditions for the past number of minutes, Spencer. And we're getting ready to send the safety car back out with the field, where they will have one lap behind the safety car. They will be starting lap number 4, Spencer, of what is a 20-lap or 40-minute race. And then they'll be getting back underway, as we had an incident early on with the number 16 machine of David Lanning out of Richmond, Virginia. Fogelville, Pennsylvania's Ron Rice, and then Kyle Herlitsky out of Coon Valley, Wisconsin. That leaves us with Mac Harrison, Liam Kerper, Stephen Shu, Mike Lamina, Mike Anderson, your top 5 as we get back underway. And as we look down at turn 1, Spencer, you'll notice that not only are they holding the double yellow flags out there, there is also a debris flag there to let the drivers know that as they come around the bend, there may still be stuff that they have to contend with. The flaggers are going to hold that debris flag for 2 laps to try to drive that message home.
Yeah, hopefully they get a good eye shot on whatever might still be down there, so they know how to drive through there safely. Because in the end of the day, we are here to race, and like we even saw before we went to the black flag. We kept the pace car out. We had them go by a couple times, but we only black flag the race. The stewards' policy, typically we only want a black flag race when we know there's really no genuine way to recover whatever happened without interrupting the flow on the track. At that point, they can black flag the race. But now, thankfully, thank you to our corner workers and to our safety workers who were able to get that 3-car mess basically fixed in under like 5-10 minutes, which is very impressive. And we are back to very soon green flag racing. But like we were talking about, this was a 20-lap or 40-minute race, whichever comes first. And unfortunately, due to the amount of time spent under black flag conditions, we have we're going to be keeping an eye on the timing. We still have 16 laps to go once this pace lap is finished, but only time left to run with an average of around like 1:30 lap for just about every class, about 16 minutes left to run. So we'll probably wind up finishing somewhere on time, more likely than we'll be finishing on laps.
Exactly. All right, so the safety car now, lights are out on the Hamstermobile, bringing the field up the hill. Again, Mac Harrison will lead the drivers to the green flag. The drivers, they can't, this isn't like iRacing where you just get on the throttle right about now. You got to wait until the green flag flies. You can still make passes before you get to the start-finish line, but you can't get on the throttle until our starter holds out that green flag as Mac Harrison brings them again at pace car speed through the final corner onto the front straight. And green flag is in the air, Spencer. Green flag came out just as the racers, it was pretty early, as they were about halfway down the pit wall here. And so single file, and this is going to make it more difficult, obviously, for drivers to pass as they come down into turn number 1. Again, that debris flag, just an advisory, as Mac Harrison looks to hold off Liam Kerper as Stephen Shu, and then jumping in the 4th position, Mike Anderson gets around Mike Lamena. So move the driver started 7th up in the 4th.
Yep, coming around out of turn 2, heading up into turn 3. You're seeing already that massive, almost 10-car length distance between number 1, number 2, 3, and 4. And you already see, he must have had a really good start and a really good turn 1 to have that distance already as we head down into the chute into one of the fastest turns on Summit Point Raceway.
Well, I'm waiting to hear if there's a call coming in from turn 1, because Mike Anderson, who entered the corner in 4th position, here, Spencer, is now running in 2nd as he has gotten around Liam Kerper, and Stephen Shu is there as well. But I think Liam Kerper definitely had some issues coming through turn number 1, as again he is now locked in the 3rd, and another big change there. Stephen Shu has fallen back considerably as Kerper now comes underneath former Formula Continental champion Mike Anderson to move into 2nd position. But almost 2.5 seconds now separate our leader from the rest of the field.
Yeah, you can see that's going to be that the number 30 car, Mac Harrison, is your current leader. Behind him in the second place spot, that's the number 51 car, the other black car, that's the Liam Kerper. In third place, Mike Anderson, that's going to be the blue and yellow striped car. That's going to be your top 3 right now. And as of right now, the number 1 is pretty much uncontested, free to do what he wants. However, 2 and 3 are pretty much really close together. I'd say it's maybe 3-4 car lengths, and then back to 4, it's another 10 car lengths in. So the top 4 in a bit of a split here, a bit of a banana boat. You got the leader, and then a little bit of a dip in the middle, and then 4 is back on its own.
Yeah, indeed. And so, big changes here as we now have sitting in, I think, 4th position, Mike LaMena, who now moves up. LaMena started the race today in 5th position. He's now running in 3rd. Kevin Silbert made a heck of a jump. So Silbert, who started this race today in 8th position, on the restart had actually worked himself up to 4th, had gotten around LaMena briefly. LaMena has now passed him and has put a big advantage on him there. And so as the racers now come across the line here to complete lap number 7. It's Harrison, it's Kerper, Mike Anderson, then LaMena and Silbert. There's LaMena right there, and we'll see Silbert coming across the line here in just a few moments. Actually, no, not Silbert, Mike Kosuth in the red and yellow number 5 machine, and then Stephen Shu, who had dropped back as far as 8th. So Kevin Silbert, who had a great restart here, Spencer, now falls back into 7th.
Yeah, a really good restart. We saw, obviously, we got through turn 1 without an incident this time. So on the whole, everyone did a great job coming down to the first restart. But main story is obviously that first place position got a great run, got a great start, and has obviously done nothing but hold. And maybe a few seconds have been chipped away at that lead thus far, but so far he is uncontested. But that's one of the interesting thing about the SRF classes that we talked about before the initial crash and the black flag, is that this is a very competitive class due to the restrictions put on what can and cannot be done to these cars. So you may see a car take off, but that is almost never done because of some advantage because of car parts. That's due to skill and luck on the day. But did you see a car pulling the
Yeah, we have, and I think that might be the Trossel car, the 33 machine. Let me see if I can get a number on it now, pulling on to the pit lane. We'll get that here in just a moment. And it appears as though Mike LaMena has now worked his way clear of Mike Anderson. So we can move LaMena now up into 3rd, and a great run for him. Oh, no, I take that back. Anderson, there's Anderson right now in that blue and yellow number 9, and then LaMena. So Anderson running 3rd, LaMena 4th. Stephen Shu now finds himself in 5th position, having gotten around Kosuth and Silbert. Silbert appears to be a little bit off the pace here and is falling back, is currently running, is running a couple seconds again off the pace, and that was the 33 of Dave Trossel, who came down the pit lane. So apparently his day, he's actually brought the car back out. Came down the pit lane, had the crew look at it, and now returns, but he returns in 10th position.
Did he just come back onto the track?
I think he did.
Or no, I think he's coming out of turn 2 right now.
Yeah, there he is right there. Coming in the yellow car with the blue stripes, coming down into turn 3. But albeit a lap down.
Albeit a lap down, that is true. So one of the interesting things we're going to be keeping an eye on is definitely the lead cars. We're still going to keep an eye on that. But one of the things that's interesting about watching this distance and this gap that has grown is, since they have begun to spread out, one of two things will happen. Since cars are very even, you'll see those leads and distances either remain as one car is not really any much faster than the other. It comes down to skill and execution on the day. But if you see cars move back up, that's going to be because someone made a mistake, and then we're going to have a close race again.
All right, so itchy on the trigger finger, Spencer.
Yeah.
There we go. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Big Bore Racers, please head to the grid. Big Bore Racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few moments. Got to watch that. It's the disconnect between my brain and my index finger today.
We have all these buttons. You want to press it? Why does a button exist if not to be pushed?
If not to be pushed, exactly. Funny, we've been doing that a lot this morning.
That's what I tell my sister.
All right, it is Mac Harrison now with Liam Kerper. We're watching him come through turn 8 and up the hill. And Harrison, again, it jumped out to about a 2.5-second lead on the restart here after those issues that a lot of the drivers had on cold tires going into turn 1. Kerper has started to close that down a little bit. Last time by was about, on the previous lap was about 0.8 faster. This time, however, Mac Harrison resets fast lap, actually expands his advantage by about 1/10.
Yeah, so like I was just talking about, like either these leads we're going to maintain, and we're just going to watch them kind of play very nice in their sides of the sandbox and just keep their lead. So it looks like Liam Kerper not satisfied to stay those lengths behind. He's begun to slowly chip away at that seemingly insurmountable lead by Mac Harrison. Is now going to reel him in, and with just under 8 minutes to go, there is a good chance he catches him.
Well, and interesting, and I don't want to confuse our listeners that much more because, well, apparently I'm the one confused. Just heard from Race Control that they consider the race now halfway, which means they are eliminating that 40-minute time limit and going and doing things here based on laps. So let me switch our ticker there back to laps, and you can see 10 laps remaining.
Well,
halfway through a 20-lap race.
Well, now if they flag the race in 7 minutes, we'll know that.
I had it wrong again. Yeah, exactly. That I had it wrong again.
We'll be on our toes to see if the race ends in 7 minutes or 10 laps, whichever comes.
But I'm sure this is probably not what Mac Harrison wanted to hear, because he's now got probably 3 or 4 more circuits at Summit Point that he's going to have to make sure that he maintains that gap to Liam Kerper. The rest of the field, though, Spencer, as you mentioned, really starting to really starting to stretch out as we watch here on the front straight. The gaps between Mike Anderson currently running in 3rd, Mike LaMena running in 4th, and then off in the distance, that is Stephen Shue in the number 81 machine as he is starting to settle into a bit of a groove and running very similar lap times to Anderson ahead. So we're not really seeing those gaps, or probably the LaMena ahead, not really starting to see those gaps contract or expand for that matter.
Yep, 3 and 4 very close in times. Their best lap times for Mike Anderson, you're looking at a 124 and around 163. And then Mike LaMena right behind him, that's going to be a 124 and 124.33. So those lap times, those last digits are going to be in the hundredths of a second, so that means you're very, very tight. But I also want to talk about the gaps again. 1 and 2 are only a difference of about just shy of 2 seconds, but then from 2 to 3, it is 11 seconds and change.
Yeah.
That is a big lap. One of my biggest pet peeves, if you ever watch a racing, I'm going to ruin every racing movie for you ever.
Oh, no.
Again. If you watch a racing movie and your main character is like 10 seconds behind, they go, there's only a lap left, what are you going to do? And they overcome a 11-second lead in 3 turns. That is movie magic, because 11 seconds is a massive difference. That is a straightaway's worth of difference. It is a huge thing to overcome, but who knows? We can see what happens. But so far, Mac Harrison and Liam Kerper are the ones to keep an eye on so far.
All right, so and now this time by Mike Anderson turns in his personal best, still about a half second off of what Harrison and Kerper are running ahead. As we mentioned, Mike Anderson, first time in a car since 2007. He was your 1999, 2001, and 2003 SCCA Formula Continental National Champion. And Mike Amey from Doggone Racing, who provides the car that Anderson is racing, essentially said, this doesn't drive like a Formula Continental. Pretty clearly, the Continental's got wings, it's got side pods, it's got downforce that this car isn't going to have. And Mike actually told Mike Amey told Mike Anderson that you really have to drive this car with the throttle. It's almost like driving a front-wheel drive car. When you put your foot in the throttle, the weight transfers back, the car is much more stable. If you are coasting or if you're letting out of the throttle as the weight transfers off those rear wheels, especially with a rear engine car, it is going to have a tendency to kind of waver around a little bit. So a bit of a change, although with Anderson being off and out of a car for, a little bit less than 20 years, he's got to relearn how to drive anyhow. That said, some other champions in the field. Stephen Shu, who is running in 5th right now. He was your Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Spec Racer Ford champ back in 2016. Mike LaMena has won the South Jersey Region Championship as well. So lots of strong running here. Oddly enough, I don't know, and I need to look back and see where in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3 where we finished up previously in previous years for Mac Harrison. Of course, Harrison's been spending a lot of time running at the national level of late.
Greg, coming into our cameras right now, you're going to see not this green car that just went by. You're going to see this car here, the green and white, and behind him the yellow car. I'm not sure about the name, but that yellow car coming through 5 and into 6 was very slow. He might have gotten a little bit loose into the bottom of 5 because the green overtook him and then gapped him by about 6 car lengths at the top of 6B.
Well, and that's the Trossel car. That's the car that came down the pit lane earlier that had some, we think maybe some kind of issues, maybe mechanical, maybe handling for that matter, and he's running a lap down.
It did look like he was able to get back under the speed now that we watched him come back down the straightaway, but it looked like for a second there he was, re-cranking the ignition maybe a little bit to get that car back underway. Turn 6 is a bit of a slow one, at least turn 6A, because you just come out of 5 and you have to brake very, very hard. But it does look like he struggled to get back under speed, but he is back under speed now.
All right. And did look it up, Mac Harrison did finish second to Sam Schechter in the MARRS Championship last year. And we'll see a little bit further back. And it was actually very, very close, only about 100 points separating Schechter from Harrison at the end of the year. And they have been fighting it out at the national level this year. Last weekend at New Jersey, we've seen them at multiple Super Tours, both in Sebring. They started the year off on the Majors Tour at Miami Homestead, where they both actually came together physically. Well, not out of the car. The cars came together there as they were battling it out for position.
Greg, it seems that they did switch it back. They are calling on the radio the 1 to go next time by.
All right, well, then let's go and do it again, Spencer. We're going to change it from laps to go to time to go.
We were right.
Yeah,
we were right the first time.
Right. Yeah. I should trust myself as we're now under 1 minute remaining. Our leader is Mac Harrison, and Mac has maybe he got angry when I talk about how I didn't know if he's won any championships or not, because the last time by he was almost a full second faster than Liam Kerper. He's now opened up over 5 seconds on the number 51 machine as he's working his last circuit of the course there. You can see the gaps. There is our leader, Mac Harrison, as he works his way up. Now with about 40 car lengths on Liam Kerper, he comes through the final corner, Spencer, and onto the front straight, taking the win.
I think they're giving him the 1 to go board.
Are they giving it to him now? Oh, yeah, look at that. With 10 seconds remaining on the clock, that's what they got to do.
Just snagged his last lap. But you weren't kidding. He did take that 1 second gap damn near personally and has opened it back up to 6 seconds just to make there is no doubt that this race was his from restart to finish.
All right. So, as you said, it's not over yet. He still has to keep his head down and be consistent, as he's got Kerper now, as you said, almost 6.5 seconds behind. Then another 20 seconds to Mike Anderson, with Mike LaMena running in 4th, Stephen Shu 5th.
Yeah, real quick, while we are going to keep our eye on the leader to watch him complete his lap, unless something happens, which we hope not, no cast or curse here, but we did see coming out of 10 that yellow car that we saw that we were worried maybe having problems in 6. Another 2 cars did come around him. This was about a lap ago, so it does like that car. Did not go onto the pit lane, but did continue. He's going to try and finish out his race, but he is definitely driving under power when you are driving on the outside of 10.
Final call to the grid for race group number 2, Big Bore. Please head to the grid. Big Bore Racers is your final call to the grid. All right, Mac Harrison makes his way out of the final corner, does the weave on the front straight. and he's going to take the win. Mac Harrison, your winner in Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. Finishing in second is going to be Liam Kerper, with Mike Anderson going to finish in third. All right, that's going to wrap things up for Spec Racer 4 Gen 3. We'll be back here in just a few moments with more racing action from Summit Point.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
celebrated their victory lap.
I'd be happy to get out, shut the car off, and walk around.
It depends on how long.
In July, when a couple of our friends joined us as well. So yeah, it's not ideal, but like there's lots of
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our special guests, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship, as well as the United States Touring Car Championship. And of course, we'd like to thank our great partners with Courage Motorsports, who are helping bring you this broadcast here today on YouTube. All right, next up, Spencer, our big bore racers.
Big bore.
And as they head out for their pace lap, let me run down the starting order. Starting on pole today in that beautiful Belmont Classic Cars TA2 Chevy Camaro, it's Andrew Mistack. And we should have some onboard video, hopefully, from Andrew during today's race as well. Caius Musmar in the number 71 Reflection Dental. There he is. The 71 Reflection Dental Porsche 993 will start right next to Andrew on the front row. Marshall Lytle in his ML2 Motorsports BMW M3. It's an ITE car. Will start on the inside of row number 2 alongside our GT3U pole sitter Warren Montague in the Pella Toyota Motorsports TRD Toyota Celica. Matthew Hagan, a GT2 machine, the 00 Porsche GT4 RS, will start 5th. Scott Kane, driving the number 26 Touring 2 Porsche Cayman, will start in 6th position, with Jim Benson in the number 43 GT1 Chevy Camaro scheduled to start in 7th position. Chip Herr, driving the number 56 STU Mini Cooper S out of Lidditz, Pennsylvania, starting in 8th, with Alec Maisel, our American sedan pole sitter, driving the number 61 Armor Auto Recon Ford Mustang, starting in 9th. Melvin Miller, also driving an American sedan, the number 60 Ford Mustang out of Lincoln, Delaware, will start 10th. Starting 11th, driving the number 6 Touring 2 BMW M240i is Mike Herbert, with Justin Shepard driving the number 8. Actually, I don't think he's driving the 8 Ford Falcon today. He may be driving, I think it's the number 6. We'll get the number on that car in just a moment. He's going to start a little bit further back in the field in another one of the V8 supercars. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And then we've got Robert Benson, who's scheduled to start 15th today. Will not make the grid. Had some mechanical issues. Let's move over because we do have a split start. Second group is going to be United States Touring Car Championship with Anthony Pacelli in his Super Impreza on the pole. Patrick Tarouge in his Super BRZ second. Andrew Connor in a BMW 325 third, and Roger Maeda in his Honda Prelude fourth, as the green flag is in the air. And you can hear, Spencer, that loud roaring V8 noise as Andrew Mistack brings the field down into turn 1 for the first time.
Yeah, V8 is definitely characteristic of the big bore class. As a big bore, if you do not know, is typically referred to that because it is a class or a type of race car characterized by its large engine displacement, often featuring the powerful V8 engine.
All right, as our United States Touring Car racers come to the line now. They're going to get the green flag. Anthony Pacelli, who was your winner yesterday in USTCC, on the pole, and he's going to lead the field down in his WRX, his Subaru. The all-wheel drive probably not going to be the advantage today, Spencer, that it was in the wet yesterday, as he's got Patrick Tarouge and the Subaru BRZ there following right behind a rear-wheel drive Subaru.
Watch them come out of turn 2 into the beginning of 3.
And interestingly enough, there, as we look at the front of Pacelli's Subaru, Spencer, during yesterday's race, that front bumper came off the car, was sitting in the middle of the pavement for a good portion of their race yesterday.
Got lost. I saw posters.
Yeah, apparently it's nowhere to be found, or at least it can't be found on Pacelli's race car at the moment, because he's once again foregoing that. Maybe he likes the extra cooling that it provides to the front of the car. As our leaders now heading down into turn 1, Spencer. Caius Musmar in that open-top Porsche 911. By the way, his wife, hopefully by now, knows that he just bought the car in the last couple days. Musmar had jumped out to an early lead. Mistak now goes by him going into turn 1, and it looks like a bit of a fight behind in the battle for GT3. Battle between Marshall Lytle's BMW, the orange BMW, and Warren Montague in his Toyota Celica. And it looks like Montague now in that tube-framed silhouette-bodied race car has now been able to clear Marshall Lytle and move up to 3rd overall.
Yeah, looking at your lead cars with this front pack coming around now, obviously you see just ahead of you with the, we'll see them come around in just a second. They disappeared out of 6, they will reappear in 8. Here they are. You'll see that front car, that is Musmar with his head out in the open, and then right behind him is going to be Andrew Mistak. I think you can actually go on board with him and watch their battle as they come out of 10. We'll see, this will probably be one of the better racing tracks. Oh, looks like Mistak is making a move.
There you go, and there's the advantage of the horsepower that Mistak had. Now, interestingly enough, Spencer, during yesterday's big bore race, it looked to Brian, you and I, that Mistak that he had it kind of easy, that he wasn't working the car very hard. And that's probably because it was only making about 7/8 of the power that it should have. Apparently, he went out. They check the engine every time before that car goes on track to make sure that the plug wires are attached on all 8 cylinders. Unfortunately, he only had 7 of those cylinders actually functioning, or with spark.
A 7-cylinder engine.
Yeah, during yesterday's race. It is a race that he still won, but he was about 8 seconds off the GT2 track record on his way to that win. Marshall Lytle and his BMW in the damp conditions finished 2nd overall with the win in ITE. Caius Musmar in this Porsche, this orange open-top Porsche 911, actually had a spin down at turn 1 that had laid him up for about 20 seconds, but he still managed to finish 3rd overall, given the gap that he had built up to Warren Montague's Toyota Celica.
Yeah, he was able to pull off. I'll give Mistak credit. He made it look real good driving with only 7 cylinders. So I'm impressed with him. I'm just curious, when does he figure that out? Is it like right on the start, he pushed the throttle all the way down, and he goes, that's not as loud as it was the last time I did it?
Yeah,
he kind of figured it out
I'll
there.
bet he probably figured it out right about the time that he pulled off the grid and got behind the pace car. As Montague now taking a quick look to the inside of Caius Musmar. They're in that Toyota Celica, that tube frame car. It is, very, very light, very nimble. It's running this year in what is known as GT3U, which is the national class for what had been GT3, has to run with a little bit more weight than last year. Also, if he's running a GT3U, actually has to run with DOT-approved tires, much like the touring cars do. Whereas under the regional-only GT3, they can actually run true slicks.
Yeah, keeping an eye on this battle right behind Mistak. That's still your leader. You're looking at numbers 2, 3, and 4 in position. That's going to be Musmar, Montague, and Lytle in the tightest position. Currently, I believe, the tightest race on the track. And this is one of the interesting things about Big Bore is obviously they're going to want to be really careful, and they're going to be tight through the turns as best they can. But when they get onto the straightaway like they are right now, it's where the V8 engines can really shine and see who can pull away. We already saw Montague take a peek to the inside of Moosemar at the bottom of one last time by. I wonder if he will try it again. It looks like he might.
Yeah, and so interesting to see that GT3U car, which doesn't have nearly the power that the Porsche does, but it is far lighter than the Porsche, able to get much deeper into the braking zones, but doesn't have the torque, doesn't have the power coming out of the corners. You can see where Moosemar is able to open up and gap a little bit coming out of 2, going towards turn 3. I think where we're going to see that Toyota, where it turns the tables, is down to the bottom half of the course. If he can get by the Porsche in the bottom portion of the course and not run off track coming through the chute, then I think he has an opportunity to perhaps cement that lead. That being said, we might want to switch, because I think we have another good battle going on here in class, and I'm going to try and track down where they are, and it's actually the battle for the lead in United States touring cars between the two Subarus, between Pacelli. There he goes. Pacelli is going by the STU Mini of Chip Herr, and then we've got running in second Patrick Terrarouge in his Subaru BRZ, and it looks like Pacelli, by nature of going through some of this slower traffic, has been able to essentially gap Terrarouge's BRZ. Terrarouge, and this is the issue with mixed class racing, is sometimes you get up to other cars, slower cars, in a place that isn't opportune to pass.
Yeah, it's really interesting about Big Bore. I always, when I have to summarize Big Bore in my head, I would think about there are some cars that are like on the end of like highs and lows of racing. Big Bore is like at the extremes of both ends. You are very, very fast, but then when you come to those corners, you have to be very, very slow. So traffic in a class like this, like Big Bore, where the ends are so extreme to themselves, are the times where I feel like traffic can be the most devastating. Like we just saw, driving through traffic isn't just driving through another 4 Miatas that were just behind you at the track. It's driving through completely different models of cars that have different lines, that have different areas that they want to break in. And so you don't just have to know where you want to drive. If you want to drive your best, you also need to know where they want to drive, because last thing you want to do is be approaching 10 and have someone throw their brake earlier than you would like to, and then suddenly your entire lap is for naught.
Yeah, indeed, and that is always the challenge here, as Mistack now comes onto the front straight and completes lap number 6, or working lap number 7 of 20. I wanted to, if we can, Spencer, and I'll try to track him down for you, wanted to find on track the V8 supercar of, this is Justin Shepard. Yesterday we saw him in the Vodafone, the silver and orange-ish, I guess almost the same livery that McLaren raced on their F1 cars back when they were Vodafone McLaren. Today, running a different machine, actually running here in our Big Bore race. I believe it's liveried as the number 6 here today, if I remember correctly. And instead of running a 2003 Falcon, he's actually running one of the 2014, 2015 Pepsi Max cars, one of the FPR machines. And let me see if we can pick him out. Yeah, he's in the 166 machine, and I believe he'll be the next car coming out of turn 10, Spencer. Right now, there he is in that Pepsi Max Castrol car. That is a car that I think was campaigned in 2014 and 2015, Spencer, in the Australian V8 supercars, driven by Mark Winterbottom. Greg Murphy also, just as Chaz Mostert was breaking into the series, raced in that car as well. But pretty neat to have both that and the other Ford Falcon, the 888 Racing Ford Falcon, out this week. I want to thank Justin Shepard for bringing them out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cool to see cars with such a interesting history come onto the track. It's one of the things you don't always learn about. You just see cars going around. You just know who's first, who's second, who's third. But it's always nice to see, learn about the people who raced them before you, and have an interesting story about who gets to race after you. It's always cool. That's what I always love, learning about cars that that aren't just like fresh off the block. You get to learn about who raced before you, who raced after you. So it's not just you racing a car, it's adding to a legacy or a history of a car. And everyone wants to be a highlight in that history, and driving a car that's been on the track before gives you a chance to do that.
Wow, no. Looks like that car having a little bit, as he's hanging out, letting our top 3 by. A little trouble there on the outside of the curbing. And that was one of the places that we noted this morning, Spencer, that because of the amount of water that had come onto the track surface during yesterday's rains, the curbing at the exit of turn 8, pretty treacherous right now, nothing but mud. Maybe maybe for that Ford Falcon, if there was a little bit of a rise to the curbing so he could get 2 wheels in the air, it would work much better for him.
Yeah, absolutely. But watching those that's our top 4 going through traffic, and I just saw Miss-Spec come through turn 1. There's 2 more cars worth of traffic that 2, 3, and 4 also need to get by. We can see them coming up into turn 3 now, but you can see what was once a really, really tight race. That was, that yellow car taking peeks to the inside of Moosmar multiple times a couple laps ago has now stretched itself out a little bit. The traffic really serving as a great equalizer and to slow down the race a little bit between that pack. But that's one of the interesting things about, or at least in this current race, I'll say specifically this race situation, is the traffic has spread itself out pretty interestingly across the track. So obviously the idea is get by the traffic, maybe lose a little bit there, and then immediately bunch back up and go back to racing. But you got to wonder how much of that window exists when about half a lap ahead of you is another set of traffic. So you really got to pick your battles very, very wisely.
So, Spencer, in perhaps what may be the ultimate case of Inception, if anybody saw that movie a couple of years ago, we've got Justin Shepard, who is our ITA Miata driver, currently in the paddock, cheering on Justin Shepard in the V8 supercar on track right now. So he says, "Go Justin Shepard," from Justin Shepard. So
they're everywhere.
Yes, there are. I think there are like 20 Justin Shepards here at the track.
There are clones of them. They're making them do this.
That's right.
This is where they come to recharge.
All right, as we see Moosmar now poking underneath, I believe that was the Ford Mustang of that one there. That was the Ford Mustang, I believe, of Alec Maisel. Melvin Miller. Pardon me, the number 60 machine. And now it appears as though, Spencer, that perhaps Marshall Lytle had enough of the GT car battle right ahead of him. But still, Warren Montague, he keeps challenging, hoping that the situation is going to change with Caius Moosmar ahead. But again, I guess there's just no accounting for, an extra 30, 40 horsepower at this point. Because if Moosmar is ahead as they come out of turn 10, it's very, very difficult going to be very difficult for Warren Montague to close things up and be in a position to challenge to get around them.
Yeah, draft is always an important element to racing. I don't think it really is ever a non-factor, no matter what course you race. And you always talk about the draft, and you're talking about really closely policed classes, stuff like the SSM and the SM cars, and even the Spec Racer 4s we had just last race. But even in the big bore class, it matters, because just for the sheer fact that these are bigger cars, they're carving a bigger hole in the air, and therefore they're providing less drag for the person behind them. So even a car that was down 20, 30 horsepower on the car ahead of them, there's just this massive block of freedom right in their face, so they're happy to keep right up next to them. But that traffic has really not paid dividends for the 30 horsepower.
The only problem that becomes then is when you step out and away from that block of freedom, and what you get is a big block of air hitting you in the face.
Not freedom.
Yeah, exactly. More like a brick wall. All right, real quick, Spencers, we're halfway through this 20-lap big bore race. Let me make a call to the grid for our next one. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's our small bore production, E production, F production, H production, GT Light and GT Pinto Legends cars, SPU, SD7, STL, and T4. Race group 3, please start heading to the grid.
Yeah, that black car at the back of that pack that just went through your screens did put 2 off right before making the turn into 3 up into 4. So I think he may have been getting passed by, I believe, a car that's faster, so we may have been trafficked in that situation. But so you can see everyone's trying to race as close to their line as possible, even through the traffic.
That's right. Do we have the ability to bring up Mistex on board here as he's coming up on this on the American Sedan Mustang right here to put him a lap down? I believe that is I believe that's Alec Mazel on the 61 machine that he works by. As we've got a local caution now down at 1, Spencer, just out of our camera's view. The number 61 machine is in that. Well, actually, so it wasn't Alec Mazel that Mistack and just drove him by, because Alec Mazel is on the access road heading towards the skid pad, the outside of turn 1, just out of our view. The Ford Mustang driver out of Spring Grove, Pennsylvania, and we can see there is our racers coming up on that local caution. And I don't see that car moving. And
that car looks like it has shut off.
Yeah, so the question is, again, whether or not, and woohoo, there we go. That was very well timed by Ward Montague. Did not, a caution zone where you cannot pass is even with the corner station until you get past the incident. And essentially, once you turn in for turn 1, you're past that incident, and Montague just kind of waited just a little bit.
Snuck in there.
Yeah, although he may not have seen the yellow flag coming down to the 1. Again, that car not moving. We'll see if that's going to bring out a local caution. The corner workers are waiting to see if there's any movement from the driver, or more importantly, I think any movement from the car, something to let the corner workers know exactly what's happening over there. But as we go back to the action here, we break things down by class. It is Melvin Miller, your leader in American Sedan. Alec Mazel now a lap down. Dan Licklider in the 06 Mustang. He is also showing as a lap down. He will soon enough move up into second place. Of course, we've got Warren Montague, who is running 3rd overall, your only driver in GT3U. In Touring 2, Mike Herbert, who we saw a little bit earlier today in the bracket racing, he's running 12th overall. He is your sole T2 racer today, as Scott Kane unfortunately did not make the grid, as he had some issues in qualifying yesterday. Justin Shepard in the Ford Falcon that we spoke of, the Pepsi Max car, that's the 166. He is your sole racer in the class today. Is Robert Benson. Had some issues with the rear main seal on his engine. It was spouting a little oil, and he didn't want to oil down the track for some of our other competitors, so he decided to keep the car in the trailer. James Benson, however, in the number 43 car, and this is a great story, Spencer, as James Benson coming on to the front straight in his Chevy Corvette, red number 43 car. He'll be the 3rd car in line going into turn 1. That car was actually involved in the same incident that affected the Kane Porsche, also affected the number 98 Nissan Sentra of Tim Proctor, and the Ferrari, the Corvette.
There's a Ferrari?
Yeah, well, not in this race, but they worked on that. They worked on that Corvette all afternoon yesterday. Took it out for the warm up this morning to see. Had some damage to the front driver's side corner. Had some damage in the rear. They got it all repaired, and that again, it's the advantages, much like we were talking about the Spec Racer Fords, of having a tube frame underneath a fiberglass or FRP body, and that car's back out there racing today.
Yeah, it's good to see. I mean, you said they're working all yesterday afternoon. That means they're working in the rain, weren't they?
Yeah, I think they were. Luckily, they have a canopy over where they keep the car, but yeah, I think they were spending a lot of time in that driving rain yesterday. In GT2, it's Mistack, Moosmar, Matthew Hagan in his GT4RS Club Sport. I haven't talked much about Matthew. He's in the white with blue stripe Club Sport machine. Chip Herr, our sole racer in STU here today. Marshall Lytle, of course, running currently running 4th overall, our sole racer in ITE. And in the touring cars, we might want to check back in with our Subaru racing friends at some point, as we've got 5 laps remaining, as Terra Rouge in the BRZ still hanging in there, only about 5 seconds, not 5 seconds. There they are, coming out of turn 2. We got the toothless wonder there of Anthony Pacelli missing the front bumper, and then Terra Rouge, and he's got our overall leader Mistack in his Camaro coming up behind. But those two have been at it. Terra Rouge just doesn't seem to have the power to get up to Pacelli, let alone to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, he may just be hanging in there on the edge of what I guess the draft might be. It's fascinating if you actually ever look up on YouTube what draft dynamics look like. You see them like put the visuals to how the draft works on a car. You would think obviously the draft, if you're right up against somebody, they even call that bump drafting, where you get like the most out of having less resistance to the car. But the draft actually extends very far back behind the car. So even just hanging on to the edge of the draft is still an advantage and can keep a car in the battle for a very long time. That might just be what he's doing, hanging on to, and that's what allows him to stay competitive, but not quite compete at the place where he wants to, especially as a Mistack comes on by.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that Pacelli has a little bit more, as they say, straight line handling. Is that again, as Mistack puts them both a lap down, and as Mistack now completes lap number 16. That means we got 4 laps remaining. Spencer, let me make another call to the grid because I don't see many people there. Attention in the paddock. Race Group 3. Race Group 3. E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, ST7, STL, and Touring 4. Race group number 3, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Let's go back on board with Mistack real quick. He is looking very busy hands now with 4 laps to go.
Yeah, yesterday Brian and I were talking about how he looked so calm and
he was serene
behind the wheel, and now, yeah, you can see he's starting to push a little harder. And now that he has 8/8 instead of 7/8 of an engine firing for him, it definitely takes a lot more throttle modulation coming through turn 8. That car does now start to get a little crossed up on him.
7 and 8 parts of the engine.
Exactly.
The 7 is the yoga class. 8 is the metal concert.
Yeah,
You're working
right.
much harder.
All right, as we see him there turning in for turn 1 and still continuing to make his way through some of the slower traffic.
We can also see, I believe that is 2 and 3 behind him. It's kind of hard to decipher through the traffic this time. I think that is right. That's that open top car that's in the 3 position. And then all the way back, it looks like is that the second place?
That is Montague. Montague now, and he might have worn those tires out. Again, when he's running GT3U, and this is the first year that in those cars you need to run with the DOT tires, he may be finding how he can treat them over the course of a longer race, something that like IT racers and touring car racers who've been using those tires for years might already know. And so Marshall Lytle has worked his way around Warren Montague, and Montague is about 2.5 seconds off of his fastest lap of the race so far. So starting to lose a little bit of time here. And Marshall Lytle in his ITE BMW, who has been running those DOT tires for years, seemingly has kept the equipment underneath them.
I was going to say, it looks like experience has definitely played a factor here, considering we talked a lot about how those 2 and 3 position that was previously Musmar and Montague were hiding in very tightly together, and then once the traffic came by, we talked about how Marshall Lytle had kind of fallen out of the draft and lost that advantage, and talking about the horsepower differential and how much he was probably going to struggle to catch back up. And then when we peeled away, and by the time we come back, it looks like the continued traffic and the effect of maybe a little less experience on those tires has paid dividends. And now 1 and 2 is Musmar and Lytle, with Montague much further back. We saw him very competitive at the beginning of this race. Now he really has only less than 2 laps to really catch back up if he wants to fight for third.
All right, now we did get word that, and I think it might have been the 71 of Musmar, was smoking a decent amount down in the carousel during some of those quick switchbacks. Maybe as the oil is sloshing from one side of the motor to the other, and we will definitely check that as we have another car is wow, coming through the carousel. No, Musmar looks to be okay, but Marshall Lytle now getting caught up in a lot of slower traffic and behind the V8 supercar of Shepard, behind one of our American sedan machines as well. I think that was Melvin Miller in the number 60 machine for the Subaru of Baselli. Yeah, I mean, we stuck them all in one place right now as they come across the start-finish line now to start their final lap here of the race as the one-to-go board is being displayed to all of our racers. And there we go, as we're back on board with Andrew Mistak as he comes out of turn 3, works his way down the hill. Fastest corner on the course. Downshifts, what, 2 gears there?
Did he press a button while going into
I think he doesn't have armrests in that car, and I think he was just kind of relaxing a little bit. The seat, he has a little lever so he can lean the seat back about 30 more degrees. You know,
get a seat heater in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that he needs it in July.
Well, he probably doesn't need it because we can see the hose. He's blowing hot, cold air into the helmet. So. But here he comes, and the camera will probably freeze up right there for a moment as we see him coming under the bridge now for the final time onto the front straight to take the win here today for the second day in a row, this time with his full complement of ponies. Andrew Mistak, he is both your overall and your GT2 winner. Kais Musmar in his Porsche 993, the Reflection Dental Machine. Don't tell his wife, but he just bought the car. Kais Musmar will finish second in GT2. Marshall Lytle will come across the line in third. He's your winner and sole car in ITE. Warren Montague, your sole GT3U racer in his Toyota Celica. He'll finish fourth. Coming across the line in the 00, actually looking to see where he is and if he did already complete the lap. I think we're waiting on him is the white Porsche GT4 Club Sport of Matthew Hagan, the 00 machine. He will finish third in GT2. Anthony Baselli takes the win in the United States Touring Car Championship, holds off Patrick Terrouge in that 20-lap battle. Terrouge, he got held up. And actually here now, coming out of turn 10, is Matthew Hagan in the 00. The 00 car in that blue and white 00 to take the checkered flag. Terrouge, he got caught out by that mess of 350 cars that were going through turn 10 on the last lap. Finishes 3.5 seconds back from Anthony Baselli for the battle in U.S. Touring Car Championship, but it was a lot closer than that up to that point. Taking the win, our sole racer in STU, Chip Herr. He's going to finish 8th overall. Mike Herbert, your sole racer in T2, will finish 9th. And then Justin Shepard, the other Justin Shepard.
His twin.
His twin in the Pepsi Max V8 Supercar. Our sole SPO driver will finish 10th overall. Taking the win in American Sedan is Melvin Miller. David Smith. Again, great to see that Corvette back out. He's going to take the win as our sole racer in GT1. Turned his fastest lap on the last lap of the race, so that's good to see there. Finishing third in the United States Touring Car is Daniel Swark in his Nissan 370Z. All right, so Spencer, let's make a final call for our next race group, then we'll take a quick break. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 3, small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, GT Pinto, Legends cars, SPU, ST7, STL, and T4. Race group 3, this is your final call to the grid. So we're going to take a quick break. It is the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. Please stay with us.
Bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey Dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
spotted lantern. It's different looking. You just got to lean your head out. It's on the outside of that post. You see how it's red and black? Yeah. The smaller ones are black.
Yeah.
Coming up, so I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
All a blue flag is check your mirrors. It doesn't mean get out the way.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with special guests, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship. And of course, we'd like to thank our special broadcast partner, Courage Motorsports, helping us bring you this coverage live this weekend on YouTube. And Spencer, next up, we go from the big bore racers to the small bore racers.
The small bore.
It implies that their engines are a little bit smaller than the big guys that we saw just a few moments ago.
Is that true?
That for the most part, yes, that is to some extent. That is absolutely true. And what we have heading out right now going to be our production car classes: E production, F production, H production. We've got Super Touring Light. We've got Touring 4 here today, as well as our GT Pinto racers. And of course, we've got our Legends car as well. So as the pace car is about ready to head out, and it looks like that pace car might be doing some double duty at some point as a race car. We'll run down the starting order.
Not a hamster mobile.
No, it is not a hamster mobile. And we've got 24 racers who set qualifying times. Here's the starting order. Starting on the pole today, he was your overall winner yesterday, driving the number 182 K-Hall Meathead Racing STL Mazda. It's Ted Cahall. Starting on the outside of the front row, driving the number 47 Mazda MX-5, it's Ryan Harrison with the Cat Killer. From Angry Sheep Motorsports, Chris Childs starting third in his STL Mazda Miata. Paul Marcones, who started at the tail end of the field yesterday, he starts on the outside of row number 2 today in fourth. The number 48 Radial Tire Company, Acura Integra. Starting fifth, driving the number 32 STL OG Racing, Angry Sheep Motorsports, Honda CRX from Bristow, Virginia. It's Deacon Greenfield with Mark Liller, our touring 4-pole sitter, starting sixth today. He's in the number 127 Hoosier Carbotech, Angry Sheep Motorsports, Mazda Miata. Then we got Mike Kelly, our H Production pole sitter and winner from yesterday. He starts seventh on the field. He's in the European Imports Volkswagen Golf. That's the number 86 car. Bob Connor is our sole Legends racer today. He's driving the number 9 Crosby Crab Company 1934 Ford. Then we got Jeremy Budd starting 9th. He's in the number 69 Touring 4 C-Vet Windsor Customs Mazda Miata. He's out of Darnesville, Maryland. With Bob Cahall starting in 10th. He's in the number 82 STL Cahall Racing Mazda Miata. He comes all the way from Gurnee, Illinois. Alex Cumming, who we've got, I think we've got his in-car video again running today. Going to be starting 11th. He's in the number 24 Courage Motorsport Mazda RX-8. Dan Freeman in his brand new to him Touring 4 Bestis Consultants Toyota Scion FRS out of Pawleys Island, Maryland, will start in 12th position. Kevin Conlon starting lucky 13th. He's driving the number 41 STL Orsini Racing Products Mazda Miata, with Bruce Shelton, our GT Pinto pole sitter, starting 14th. He drives the number 11, the Wheel Cork Street Tavern Ford Pinto. Thomas Hunt, will start 15th today. He's driving the number 06 Group 66 Racing STL Mazda Miata, with Alex McBain starting in 16th position. He's driving the number 75 Universally Modified Performance Honda Fit. Then we got Chuck Allard starting 17th. He's in the number 50 H Production 50-plus cars Porsche 924, with Miranda Price starting alongside, driving the number 08 STL RP Performance Mazda Miata. She's 18th. Starting 19th is John Moyer in the Dwarf Racing Mazda Miata. He's from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania, starts 19th. And rounding out the top 20 today, driving the number 186 Touring 4 Scion FRS, it's Jennifer Romes. Drew Erie is going to be driving the number 16 Ford Pinto in GT Pinto, starts 21st. Carolyn Bayer Broring in our H Production Blue Crab Racing Volkswagen Rabbit, starts 22nd. And then don't believe he's going to make the grid today, Ken Van Horn in the number 70 Honda CRX. As the green flag is in the air, and Spencer, we are racing once again here at Summit Point, as we've got the two STL cars battling it out for the lead, going down into turn 1. They're going to see that debris flag after we had that car expire in the last group. Chris Childs had a great start yesterday. He makes a late move to the inside, and he's going to go into turn 1 alongside the white 47 of Ryan Harrison, but that gives Ted Cahall a bit of a chance to escape coming out of turn 2, heading towards turn 3.
They're going to come up towards turn 3 here. Going to stay too wide, at least for that top 3. They might just file out single file. Looks like they are going to try and slip in together, try and get single file as they come down towards the chute. Still a little bit of battling back in the pack a little bit. You see those two boxcars fighting each other for position as they come to the chute.
Yeah, and that was Carol Bayer Brewing going side by side with Jennifer Rome's touring for Scion. Old versus new-ish, or newer, there as they were fighting out, I think, for 18th position, as the field now does start to stretch out just a little bit, or actually a lot, as we do also have at the back of the field there driving the orange number 5. That is the STL Mazda Miata of Hudson Williams. Didn't get to him as we were running down the starting order. Hudson had been planning to race an SPU Volkswagen, Volvo, still started with a V, Spencer.
Yep.
Volvo 242. Fortunately, that car had some engine issues earlier in the week, and so he moved over to that RP Performance Mazda. As our racers complete lap number 1, and right at the front of the field, it is all STL. K-Hall, Harrison, Childs, as Childs goes right alongside Harrison again. And we'll see if Childs can move up in the second place. He's got his teammate Deacon Greenfield in the Honda CRX directly behind. And then we've got Paul Marcones. Now, Marcones yesterday, Spencer, had started from the back of the field, did not turn a wheel in qualifying, had some early issues, actually got together with another racer on track, but worked his way all the way up to 5th to finish yesterday's race.
Yeah, really was able to overcome some pretty considerable challenge. This group is not small by any means. I mean, not quite the largest group we have, but at least for this race, this weekend, certainly a big deal to start from the back of the pack. Like we said, mixed class racing is definitely a bigger, more interesting challenge when it comes to coming through traffic in cars, because cars are much different. You're not just racing a bunch of similar looking white Miatas. You're looking at cars that are very, very different with much different lines and strengths and weaknesses. So being able to come through an entire pack like that, it's like driving through Skittles. You found the right flavor, you figured it out. Well done to you. Well,
there you go. Well, Marcones has, without a doubt, the most powerful car in the group. I wouldn't call it a big bore car because it's only a 1.8 liter Honda motor, B-Series motor. But with quite a bit more horsepower than most of the other machines. As he gets around Deacon Greenfield now, he is going to move up to 4th overall. And we'll see here is Chris Childs, though, in the black number 7, as he got around Ryan Harrison the last time by. He did turn the fastest lap. He was about 2/10 faster than Ted K-Hall ahead. So Childs was able to knock a little bit out of the gap to that blue and silver topped 182 Mazda ahead. We'll see if he can continue to close things down. Yesterday in STL, it was K-Hall and Childs 1-2 with Ryan Harrison 3rd and the CRX of Greenfield 4th. So just as we see right now. Taking the win yesterday in Touring 4 was Mark Liller, with Jeremy Butts finishing 2nd, Alex Cumming finishing in 3rd, and I believe that's how things stand right now. And in H Production, Mike Kelly with a commanding win in his Volkswagen Golf, the same car that he set the track record with at the U.S. Majors Tour event here in the spring, and took the win over Alex McBain and also Chuck Allard. They finished 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, a really good race there. Also want to talk about these top 5 races. I was about to start talking about how your top 5 were your closest race on the track right now. That's Ted K-Hall, Christopher Childs, Ryan Harrison, Paul Marcones, and Deacon Greenfield. But I think just this last lap by, the story has changed considerably. Now your top 3 are basically the closest race on the track, but even that is changing a little bit. That's 1, 2, and 3 in your camera right there, with the yellow being 4 and the red behind that being 5. They were very close together, maybe around a second or 2 between any of them put together. Now, I believe in the last 2 laps ago going by, when Deacon Greenfield and the car in front of him, that is Paul Marcones, made their attempts or passes, I believe something may have gone a little bit wonky, because now we see Deacon Greenfield very slow. And I was going to say Paul Marcones, him lost some time, but I think Deacon Greenfield's the one to suffer. Yeah, a matter of fact is we saw Greenfield come out of turn 3 at the very end of the gravel trap. I saw a big puff of white smoke, and it could have either been the car dropping a wheel into the gravel and been gravel dust,
but it really looks as though something may have let go in that Honda as he came off the pace. Or I think we're about to get a call from turn 5. I think he may have pulled that car off the track. Yeah, as a matter of fact, he has now pulled the car off to the side of the track and has retired the car.
Yep.
And so we'll see. This may bring out a full course caution.
Yeah, we will see. Full course caution will depend. For those who don't know, full course cautions full course cautions are usually only called when there is a car in a imminently dangerous place on the track, or we don't want cars too close to apexes or like exits of turns. So it will depend on where he has been able to park that car, or if he had any power under himself when he was able to pull off and retire that car in 5.
All right, so as we watch now, coming down into turn 1 here at Spencer, that is the GT Pinto of Drew Erie, currently running second in GT Pinto. Jennifer Romes in the number 186 Touring 4 Scion, and then Alex McBain in the H Production Honda Fit. The horsepower-wise, the H Production car certainly at a disadvantage over those cars ahead. Also, frankly, from a handling standpoint, much taller, front-wheel drive, and having an issue there. As we see Drew Erie.
He got loose.
I was just going to say Drew Erie had a handling advantage over the Honda. Maybe not, as Drew Erie there has lots of trouble
Looks
over
like 2
turn
cars.
3.
The other one was off in the gravel. He's taking the long way home. Just re-entered the track right now.
We'll see if we can get that other car
right there.
And that was Jennifer Romes in the 186 Scion FRS that she had some problems over at turn 4 as well. I know Jennifer's here getting has Tom O'Gorman, former Pirelli World Challenge Championship winner, multi-time SCCA Solo 2 Championship winner, one of my announcing partners at the SCCA National Championship runoffs. He's here coaching her up here today, so it looks like both of those racers got through. Spencer, did you see if there was any contact between those 2 cars?
I don't believe there was. I think if I heard the call from the stewards correctly, the initial spin was just a loss of traction. They spun independent, didn't have any interaction or help for it.
Yeah.
And the reason Jennifer Romes wound up so far in the gravel traps, I think she was behind him at the time, and when the car spun, she just took the safe maneuver and just took the car all the way out to the gravel rather than risk making contact.
Yeah, there you go. So she's probably got a lot of rattling going on underneath that Scion
Picked up
right
some
now.
extra passengers.
That's right. We don't need to worry about her being sanctioned for having an all-wheel drive car. That's a euphemism for being underweight apparently this weekend. Here is she probably picked up a lot of extra gravel, and now she has to follow that Honda through. However, Alex McBain in the number 75 Honda, the universally modified machine, he now doesn't have to worry about these 2 cars as he's clear of them. And again, McBain currently running a distant second in H Production. Saw on the wall here for the start his son Troy McBain, who took this Honda Fit to the H Production MARRS Championship last season, and so good to have a championship-winning racer on the radio with him as we go on board now with Alex Cumming in the Touring 4.
He's got a great run. He's going to move to the inside to make this tight pass if he can.
Yeah, exactly. So Cummings coming up right behind Bob Cahall. Cahall's in an STL car, and there's Cummings right alongside the H Production leader, Mike Kelly. And now look at that is Dan Freeman in the 51. Oh, wow. As Dan Freeman was in the 51 machine just ahead, also a Touring 4. And I think Alex Cumming may have forgotten the brake. And he is way back there now. And unfortunately, our camera he's like right underneath our camera right now. And that was a great shot. We took him all the way to the wall. Sorry about that, Alex.
Yeah, it looked really good. He had a great run coming out of 10. It looked like for sure he'd take the first Miata in front of him.
Yeah.
And then he also looked like he got a 2-for-1 bargain, was able to sneak right on by with the using the slipstream from the first pass to maybe snag a second. And I don't know if he lost brakes, but it looks like he maybe got a little little eyes too big for the stomach there. He then moved to the outside to try and catch even a third car, but it looked like he was carrying so much speed from the first 2 passes that by the time he dove for the outside, he did not have the brakes or the space to make it to that turn 1.
Yeah,
and just wound up straight.
I think so. Dan Freeman, who was in the same class, who was running just ahead of him in the blue Scion. He was there just ahead on driver's right. And I think that Cumming might have just gotten a little greedy, as you said. All right, so we are now going to a full course caution here at Summit Point, Spencer, as we're going to send teams out to retrieve the Cumming RX-8 from the gravel trap on the outside of turn 1. So if we reset the field here in STL, and we didn't, as we were watching that, didn't see it happen. Chris Childs with now your new leader overall, the black number 7 is your overall leader, takes the lead in STL over Ryan Harrison as Ted Cahall, your prior leader and your pole sitter today, falls back into 3rd. Bob Cahall will be 4th with Kevin Conlon 5th. In H production, it's Mike Kelly and Alex McBain with Carolyn Bayer Broering. Then in Touring 4, Mark Liller, Dan Freeman, now Jeremy Butts, and Jennifer Romes, as we've got the emergency services teams now heading out to try to pull that RX-8 out of the gravel.
Yeah, it could have been a great thing. Look, talking about that Alex incident again. It may have also been he was carrying such a head of steam and the car was directly in front of him. He may have also been trying to just move his car into a different position, lest he risk, just rear-ending him and sending him into the gravel trap instead. So it may have been, like I said, there's 100 factors at play when then you make a decision in a car. There may have been, we don't know what was going on inside his head. But either way, the results don't change, and he has unfortunately buried himself in the gravel trap tire wall.
Oh, man. All right. So, so go here, and as we watch the field coming down, interesting there, our sole E-production car, Paul Marcones, he's just kind of held station there.
He's been hanging out.
Yeah, in 4th position behind the 3 STL Miatas, just ahead. Mark Liller, your leader in T4, just behind. And a good quiet race for Bob Connor in the Legends car. We'll see they're actually a lot further back right now. Hopefully with this full course caution, we will get these packs to close up.
Yeah, we were one of the narratives we weren't really addressing because we had a lot of other stuff to talk about. Then obviously the Alex Cummings event happened, but the cars were really starting to kind of break away from each other. The trends and the narratives had really been solidified. We talked about it was originally the top 5, then it was the top 3, and then it was the top 2, and then we started looking at other things. But now the caution comes out, the great equalizer, all those gaps and advantages in theory when the pace car or when everyone slows back up to catch everybody back up again will be fairly diminished, and that will give a lot of cars that maybe thought they were just going to ride this race out a chance to race for a place again.
Yep. And so a little bit of an update, Spencer, as the emergency services teams did deploy, given how far into the gravel trap that Mazda is, and it's right up to the tire wall. It's literally right underneath our camera right now. They are going to, I think, leave that car there until the end of the session. I think they may send the emergency services team to possibly pick up the driver temporarily rather than leave him in a hot race car. But that also means that we may be going back to green flag racing a little bit sooner than we expected, as we've got 11 laps in the books. And we're getting word now that the double yellow flags are now being withdrawn at all of the corners, and we're going back to green flag racing. The question now, Spencer, is who notices and who doesn't notice that the green flags are now gone?
Well, whoever gets it first is going to get that good jump. It looks like they may have noticed.
I think Paul Marcones might have noticed.
He did, but
I don't know if the Miatas didn't. Yeah.
You saw him move, and that blue car kind of just sink a little bit, and he went, hey, I want to go. And here they go. They definitely know now.
They know now as Marcones gets past Ryan Harrison and Cahall. And coming up the inside, somebody else who saw it, Mike Kelly, who was running in 7th. He's your H production leader, and this is not a surprise to me that Mike Kelly would start to push that rabbit through as he goes alongside, I think, Bob Cahall in the number 82 machine. So as the green flag is now being displayed to the racers, Paul Marcones, now that Integra is uncorked, and I think he's going to go. Marcones, your E-production leader, now your overall leader. Ted Cahall comes across the line. Ted Cahall getting ahead, I think, of Chris Childs. So Cahall read it right. He and Ryan Harrison both get around Chris Childs, who drops back to 4th overall, 3rd in STL. And then Mike Kelly gets around Mark Liller and Bob Connor. He's now 5th overall, still your leader in H production. That might be a position that's a little bit harder to hold on to because and already Liller has worked by, as has Connor. That Golf definitely down on power compared to the cars just ahead of him now.
Absolutely. Biggest narratives coming off of that green flag, just sort of starting over again. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Paul Marcones, Ted Cahall, Ryan Harrison, and Chris Childs. Chris Childs, definitely the one that comes out with the short end of the stick, was originally in first position with a considerable lead from at least 2 to 3 back, and now once again has dropped from 1st to 4th on that sort of impromptu restart. Paul Marcones, I believe he was in 3rd or 4th position, definitely your biggest winner. It almost looked like he was going to be while he was very heads up and saw the green flag, it looked like he was one of the earliest people to see it. It looked like he was going to get bunched up and not be able to execute on it, but in fact, in the disappearance between the turn 6 camera and the turn 8 camera, he made a very good move and was able to not only pass, he was in 4th position, he took 3 whole cars on the restart into 10, and he is now pulling away. He is almost 3, or just at least right now, 2.5 second lead on number 2, Ted Cahall behind him.
Yeah, indeed. And and essentially, once he was even with those two, even the 3 Miatas coming out of turn 8 and going up the hill, he's got about a 40 horsepower advantage on those Miatas. So
just needed the space to run.
Exactly.
It's a good thing he was coming up on 10 because 10 is the run to do it.
All right. So Chris Childs now though has gotten around Ryan Harrison. So moved Childs up to 2nd in STL. And all these races, it looks like they're going to be coming up on the H production car, Carolyn Bayer Brewing, soon enough. Also, quick to note here, I saw some video last night of Mike Kelly having a nice little fight with the Legends car of Bob Connor. They're just coming through turn 6 right now. Those cars seem very evenly matched. And we talked about this yesterday with Brian Donati, that the Legends car, it can jump out of a slower corner much better than the H production Golf can. But it is top speed limited to some extent. And Mike Kelly there side by side with him. Again, not a battle in class, but Connor's your only Legends car. And Kelly right now has over a half minute on the rest of the H production field. They're just out there kind of playing around. And it sounds like there might have been some not necessarily wagering, but some friendly chatter in the paddock all weekend long that might have precipitated this little fight.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely racing tightly. That's going to be the second major pack in this race thus far. They're definitely pretty much all nose to tail in the entirety of that little train. You're going to see them come onto your screen right here. That is starting with, I believe, Robert Connor, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Yeah. Now,
I was Spencer, the interesting thing here is as they were getting bottled up is we had Kelly and Connor in the Golf and the Legends car side by side. Cars kind of bottling up behind.
Yep.
And that includes Jeremy Butts, who's in the red Mazda Miata.
JB.
And Dan Freeman in the new to him blue Scion FRS. That right now is the battle for second in Touring 4, and it looks like the Scion has managed to make its way clear of Jeremy Butts' Mazda, and then they've got the burgundy Mazda MX-5 of Mark Liller, who's now been able to really gap all of these cars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely the one who's going to be looking to pull away and see if there's any possibility of contending with the pack in front of him. But if I'm looking at my timer here, he's looking at a gap between Mark Liller and Ted Cahall. That is a gap of 14 seconds. Yeah. Or no, 9 seconds.
9 seconds now. All right, real quick, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, race group 4, open wheel and prototype racers. Please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, race group 4 please head to the grid. You are scheduled to be our last race before lunch.
Picking up right where we left off, that top 4 again has changed one more time. Paul Marcone still holds on to the lead, but Chris Childs has actually managed to take back over second place. It was interesting. I saw them coming into turn 9 into 10, I think a couple laps ago, and I swore I saw some, like a little bit of tire smoke coming around from either Chris Childs or Ryan Harrison. They might have found a odd spot on that track that slowed somebody down. That might have been enough to allow Chris Childs to overcome it. It looked like he was eyeing a run down the straightaway after that fight, and then look at him now. He's in second place.
Yeah, and interesting, as the tables were turned yesterday, we said that the Ted Cahill took the win in STL yesterday with Childs second and Harrison running in third. And Chris Childs, he ran down Ryan Harrison at the very end of the race. And I think it was just a couple thousandths of a second that separated them. But, for the longest time, it really looked like Chris Childs' car was maybe not off song, but he was definitely off the pace. Today, the 182 machine, that blue with silver-topped Mazda of Ted Cahill, just doesn't seem to have the straight line speed, certainly, that Childs or Harrison have ahead. As we've got a local caution now down at 1. Whoa. As we have, that's Jeremy Butts who spins the car, and look at that.
Drifts it back into place.
Does the 360. That's when you know there isn't a lot of grip down at turn 1, when you can do that in a Mazda Miata. But Jeremy Butts gets that car back underway. Dan Freeman had to go and avoid, ran that car a little bit wide off the pace, and looks like the driver who may have made out the best there was actually, for the second time this race, is Mike Kelly in the H Production Volkswagen Golf.
We just saw a car take the access road onto 3. I'm not sure what car that is, Greg. Is that...
Yeah, trying to see if that is... Yeah, it's not the Butts car.
It does it looks like it was the Butts
maybe
car.
Was
it
it
not
Jeremy
the 69
Butts?
car?
Yeah, maybe so. And we saw Dan Freeman was very slow to recover as well. All right, so we do have a car that has come back in. All right, and so yeah, indeed. So that wasn't Jeremy Butts that we saw go through turn 3, because he's now brought the car down our little access road here and has taken his car back to the paddock. So maybe he did break something there as he went around.
It didn't look like there was any contact from what we saw on our screens. It looks like both cars just got loose in the same spot. Looked like Jeremy Butts had a very cool recovery by drifting it through the grass. But, potentially maybe with that kind of spin, he's worried about damage. Maybe there was a revving issue. He over-revved the car, maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
There's several issues that could have come up from that, even if it did look cool. So, consolation prize. It looks sick, but he has taken the car back to the paddock.
All right, so Mark Liller, your leader in that class, Touring 4. Dan Freeman now moves up into second. And just now crossing the line, Jennifer Romes in her silent FRS. She slots into the last podium-paying position in Touring 4, as both Butts and Cumming have retired early. In H Production, it is still Mike Kelly now with a 45-second advantage over Alex McBain. Carolyn Bayer-Broring running in third. In GT Pinto, Bruce Shelton and Drew Erie, with Shelton holding on to about a 13-second advantage. I think a lot of that had to do with the spin that Erie had early on. Other things could be much, much closer with Paul Marcone's, our overall leader in his E-Production Acura Integra. And there we see as he's coming through turn 3 now and heading down the chute. He's starting to work his way through a lot of slower traffic as our STL leaders now starting to make up some ground on the Acura as the traffic is closing down.
Yeah, the traffic is definitely going to be what Chris Childs and Ryan Harrison want to see with only 4 laps to go in this race. They're hoping that will be enough to slow down the Acura of Paul Marcones so that they can maybe make a bid for that first podium spot. If I were Chris Childs and Ryan Harrison right now, I want to buddy up together as best as we can and get through this traffic as fast as we can while Paul Marcones is on his own here to possibly race for the finish with only 3 laps to go.
here as Paul Marcones continues to slice through the pavement. Alex McBain holding that Honda Fit to the outside, letting the faster traffic through. Heads up driving from the 75 as our STL leaders follow Paul Marcones through. And look at that, as Harrison now closes right up to the back, Spencer, of Chris Childs, as the two of them were coming through some slower traffic just at the wrong time for Chris Childs, right at the apex of turn 3.
Yeah, not great, but not the worst story in the world. Like I said, it would be really great for both of them working together to maybe catch up to Marcones by the end of the race, although they are limited on time, so we'll see what they decide to do. Did hear a call coming in from 3, though. I don't know if anything has happened yet since they haven't called a flag. But
Attention in the paddock. Race Group 4, open wheel and prototypes, please head to the grid. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. There was my itchy trigger finger again there, Spencer.
I didn't even hear you say anything. I thought I blacked out. I was like, oh, I ran right over Greg. Okay.
Sorry about that.
Looks like Marcones is still trying to fight through that extra traffic. He might be fighting through that, considering the cars that are ahead of him through the last 2 laps of this race. He'll probably catch up to Caitlin Bear-Broering by at least probably turn 9 of this lap. But, you know, as much as it might be slowing him down, it will also be slowing down his 2 competitors. That's going to be 2 and 3, Chris Childs and Ryan Harrison.
Yep.
So as much as traffic is their dream, it's also their nightmare right now.
Well, and Harrison's got a great move going down through the chute, and Chris Childs ran around the outside, held him off, and then Harrison saw the door close, not from Childs, but from some of the slower traffic ahead as he came up on Drew Erie's Pinto. And maybe Harrison doesn't realize how wide a line that Pinto needs to take going down through the chute. So all 3 of our leaders now lapping up past Drew Erie, running in 13th position, the 06 Mazda of Thomas Hunt. There it is, that red Miata just ahead of all 3 of them.
But it absolutely paid off. Look at the gap, almost non-existent now between 1 and 2. We were talking about it the entire last 2 laps. Will the traffic be enough to catch up? Chris Childs thought so. A decisive move into 6 has absolutely cut Paul Marcones' lead to almost nothing, and that 30 horsepower, he's going to be hoping he's going to be pushing that car all the way to the end, hoping Chris Childs doesn't catch him. We're going to watch him for this last lap line.
Yeah. Now, of course, Spencer should of course mention that Paul Marcones, our sole racer in the E-production class, you know, it's getting the overall win. Obviously, you know, it's a big accomplishment here, but in the whole scheme of things, Chris Childs really looking for that win in Super Touring Light, as it's going to get a lot easier as Ryan Harrison in the 47 Miata running second in STL runs wide.
Covers it.
Yeah, he gets the car back underway, and lucky for him, Ted Cahall almost 8 seconds back at the start of this lap, and so Cahall not close enough to be able to take advantage of the miscue from Ryan Harrison.
Yeah, leader's going to be coming by 8 now, coming all the way under the bridge. Doesn't look like that. That 2 and 3 position fight will be much longer.
Yeah, look at that, Chris Childs. Well, you said it. Chris Childs in our STL leader. He's tucked right underneath the Integra, coming out of turn 8, going up the hill, but this is where the Integra is going to have the advantage on the front straight here, taking the overall win and your E-production winner. It is Paul Marcones. Your winner in STL is Chris Childs out of Purcellville, Virginia. Ryan Harrison comes across the line. He will finish second in STL, third overall. Ted Cahall will finish 4th overall and last podium position in STL. Mark Liller will come across the line. He takes the win in Touring 4. And we'll see the Legends car of Bob Connor here in just a moment. He's coming out of turn 10 right now. Connor, our sole Legends car racer, he will finish 6th overall. Mike Kelly in his H Production Volkswagen Golf will take the win and finish 7th overall. Finishing 2nd in Touring 4 is Dan Freeman with Kevin Conlon finishing, Let's move over. Bruce Shelton taking the win in GT Pinto, with Drew Erie finishing second in class. All right, let's also, oh yes, in H production, as we said, Mike Kelly with Alex McBain finishing second, Carolyn Bayer-Boring finishing in third. Let's make a final call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, final call for race group 4. Open wheel and prototype racers, please head to the grid. This is your final call. Race group 4, please head to the grid. And so, Spencer, with that, let's take a quick break and we'll have more racing action here from Summit Point in just a moment.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Already no fun. Thanks.
I don't know if it's of any. I don't know if it's of any interest, but there's a bunch of grass and crap, and that looks like a spot. I think. I don't really know if that's one driver's right before the curving. I don't know if that matters at all, but.
Just 5 minutes on the grid. Let's have a clear and double yellow course check, please, starting with station 1.
What is
9 clear, double yellow.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway, the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. And of course, we've got our special guests here this weekend, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship. And this broadcast brought to you in part by our broadcasting partners, Courage Motorsports. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Spencer Gaynor. And next up, Spencer, it's our final race before we break for lunch. And it is our open wheel and prototype racers. Pace car on the track. Pace lap has begun. Let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today with a qualifying time of 1:11.073. Your race winner in FE2 from yesterday, Gian Bufamonte, in the Alliance Autosport machine out of Naperville, Ohio. Starting on the outside of the front row. From Grand River, New York, in the Motion Dynamics entry, it's Jason Conzo. Then we got Jonathan Weisheit in the number 67 JK Technologies FE2 machine. He'll start third alongside Paul Macarucha out of Randolph, New Jersey in his Prototype 2 Radical SR3. Then we got Jason Fraley in his West Racing WR1000. He will start in 5th position. That is also a P2 car. Then we got Paul Omachinski, also in P2, driving a Store 04D. He's out of Burlington, Connecticut, starting 6th. Jacob King will start 7th today. He's driving the number 122 Ray GR out of Franklinville, New Jersey. We'll talk a little bit more about that in just a few moments. With Wayne Nicolette, your Club Ford pole sitter, starting 8th. Wayne is in the Rack Engines Exhibits.net 1973 Lola T340. Mark Walthu will start 9th. He's in the number 22 Rack Engines Crossley 35F. That's another Club Ford machine. With John Vidovich in the number 28 Formula F Reynard RF22. That's the Reardon Solutions machine, starting 10th. Starting 11th is Jeff Baskin. He is in a Van Diemen Formula Continental. He's out of Moyock, North Carolina, with Harrison Southworth scheduled to start 12th today in the number 73 QR Invader. Ray Carmody racing in the number 81 Mysterian M2 Formula V out of Horseheads, New York, scheduled to start 13th. And then John Ferreira out of Londonderry, New Hampshire in his Wormer EV3. That is the To That Autosport machine, and he will start 14th. As the field here, Spencer, starts to form up, coming out of turn 8, lights are out on the pace car. We should be going green this next time, or, well, hopefully this time around.
I hope at least this next time by. If we have to go again, maybe they have to play off the start. Who knows?
Yeah, well, we saw that a couple times yesterday, so I wouldn't put it past our starters. Obviously depends very much on what they see. Pace car on the pit lane, turning things over to Bufamonte out of Naperville, Illinois. Very young, talented driver, both in Trans Am and TA2, GT2 as well. Now is in FE2, where he took the win yesterday over Conzo, who spent some time in the GB4, that's Formula FIA F4 class in the UK, as the green flag flies and they run down to turn 1. Bufamonte getting a great start over Conzo, is able to pull right across the front of Conzo now to take the lead. Actually, I'm looking to see if that is the Bufamonte car or if it is the Conzo car. No, a matter of fact, that is Jonathan Weisheit tucked in the second place, as Jason Conzo did not take the green flag. So it's Bufamonte and Weisheit in FE2. Paul Macarucha in that white Radical SR3. He's your P2 leader, with Jason Fraley in the blue 142 West. Paul Omachinski in the Store directly behind. And then we'll get to the Club Fords and Formula Fords here in just a few moments.
Yeah, first lap underway. You're already seeing what typically happens in the open wheel class. You're seeing cars begin to spread out very, very quickly, find the lines that they want to run over anybody else, and then we'll just see who can compete with who as they come around turn 10 to complete lap 1.
All right. So we mentioned that Jake King was racing in a Formula F Ray GR chassis. He was scheduled to run in the Club Ford class this weekend, Spencer. But had some engine issues. As a matter of fact, he experienced a lot of engine issues in that same chassis last week at the U.S. Majors Tour. in New Jersey.
Oh, off in one. He has recovered. Looks like he went right into the grass, but has been able to come back onto the track.
Kept the wheel rolling, and that was Buffamante, your pole sitter today. So that now will move Jonathan Weisheit to the lead, and Macarucha and the Radical now tucked under the wing of Gian Buffamante. Buffamante's probably going to want to take a couple corners to get the car back underneath him, especially with the wet grass and gravel on the side of the track. If you come right back on the pavement, your tires are still going to be wet, and you're not going to have ultimate grip, at least initially. So he's going to try and get that car back up to speed first.
Yeah, it's like we were talking about at the beginning of the day, Greg. We talked about how after all the rain that was yesterday, the track is definitely dried out. It's definitely dried at its most dry this current race, having had 3-4 race groups drive on it at this point. But the grass does not dry the same way, not to mention there aren't cars going over it. So it will dry out slower, and a lot of the moisture will remain. So even just putting a couple tires off into that wet area can very much change the dynamics of a car coming around a track like this.
Yeah, indeed. So talking about Jake King, again, in that 122 machine running 6th, he is your Formula F leader with John Vidovich running in 2nd. So King was having engine issues in his chassis. In the paddock on the test day, though, I mean, this is one of the great things about SCCA club racing. And you know this, Spencer, as you've been around SCCA club racing most of your life with your dad racing and having some very good friends racing, that Bill Mazie was here on the test day, saw the issues that Jake and his father, JD, were having with the engine in their chassis, and offered up that Ray GR true Formula F chassis for Jake to run here this weekend. Now, the only thing, and Jake is incredibly grateful, but he's also incredibly tall, and he's having a little trouble fitting into the car, but obviously making the best of it.
Yeah, you can only do what you can do. I mean, you can't really slide the seat back that far in a car like this. You're pretty much in that little tub the entire race with nowhere to go.
With your back up against the fuel cell, and there you are. All right, as we watch now, that is Paul Macarucha in the number 26 Radical. He is your leader in the Prototype 2 class with Jason Fraley just behind. Now, yesterday, Spencer, that was a great race to watch as Fraley had jumped out, and again, a much shorter race than this, only 15 laps versus 20 laps. But Fraley had jumped out to an early lead, and what we saw was that West chassis with a Suzuki motor behind it was very quick in a straight line, much quicker than Macarucha's Radical. The difference was the Radical, because of the amount of downforce that that chassis generates and a shorter wheelbase, much more capable car in the more difficult handling areas, of course, like the bottom half, like going down into turn 5 and into the carousel area where you want to be able to get good grip and continue to feed it throttle. And it took 3/4 of the race, actually I think it was 12 of the 15 laps, for him to find his way around finally the West. And once he did, he just practically drove away. It was, if he was able to lead West going down into the carousel, then you knew that West was never going to be able to get close enough to fight for the lead again, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, pretty much word for word diagram what happened there. But one thing I want to ask you, Greg, as someone who's always, like you said, my dad's been racing for a very long time. We usually stuck to, Miatas and stuff like that, SSM, SM, a little bit of STL in there too. Always been fascinated by open wheel driving. It seems like, it's still 4 wheels and an engine in the end of the day, but it feels like it's a very different dynamic. And not to mention, even just watching the cars go around the track, we talk about big bore being a class with a lot of different cars going around, even small bore. You look to your right, you got a Corvette. You look to your left, you got a box car. You get a bunch of different stuff going around the track with you. But even here, you can see some cars are pure open wheel. You can see the rubber burning on the pavement, and some have like a car going through your screen that actually just spun in the turn 6 camera.
Uh-oh.
He's there, I promise.
Oh yeah, and that is one of our 3 prototype machines. I believe that's Paul Omachinsky in the Store 04D. Good time for our camera to flip out. We'll get the
he
word
spun
on that
through the static. It was fascinating to watch.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Omachinsky, as we've got now going into turn 1, both Macaruccia and Fraley are number 1 and number 2 prototype cars. You know, the big thing that you have with these cars, besides being much lighter, and everything that comes with lightness and maneuverability, is that you have, and it isn't just the case with the open wheel cars. I mean, some of the GT cars and the tube frame cars, you have a lot of capability as far as suspension adjustments. And in this group in particular, the Formula Fs, the Club Fords, they rely still, much like a closed-top car, on mechanical grip and not necessarily downforce from the body. But when you add in something like the Prototype 2s or the FE2s or Formula Atlantics and Continentals that have front wings and rear wings, add in the adjustability that you have for aero and trying to determine and using that aero to your advantage to maybe increase or decrease oversteer or understeer, to trim out the rear wing to give you more top speed versus more grip through the corners. These are all things that a lot of the tin top cars you don't have. There are a lot of them in the closed wheel cars that do have the wings and you have the adjustability and what have you as well. But still, it's a very different, it's a much more raw feeling being behind the wheel of these Formula cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can hardly imagine driving without having a roof over my head. So seeing these guys go out here with, you know, just their helmets and the air in front of them, it's definitely a more, call it a more 4D experience driving these kind of cars. But I also think it's interesting how modular this particular class is, like you were saying. I imagine there are definitely still some rules and enforcements about what can and can't be done, but it's not as closely as enforced as something like an SSM or an SM class where the cars have to be within, like dyno to be within RPMs or horsepower of each other. You can really go into a class like this and decide what works better for you in particular. You know, if you want a little more pull in the car, you want a little more downforce, you want a car that is better in the turns and easier in the straightaway. It feels like you can really do whatever your heart desires. You know, the SCC will put a few restrictions on you, but SCC can be Santa Claus sometimes, and it does feel like this is definitely a class that can get away with fitting whatever you want under the Christmas tree.
There you go. All right, so Guile the car guy in the chat says Visceral comes to mind for open cockpit racing. I think both he and I use that same word. I think I might have actually said Visceral myself. Couple notes, Spencer. We had Jonathan Weisheit, who was able to jump out to that early lead over Gian Buffamante. When Buffamante had his off at turn 1, he brought his car down the pit lane, and we see him crossing the start-finish line. That is the first lap that he's completed after he went to the pits. Now, oddly enough, he's still on the lead lap, and he is 4th overall, so it didn't hurt him all that much, but he's now fallen back to 2nd in FE2 out of 2 cars. The other note is Mark Walthu in his Club Ford Crossley. He has brought his car back to the paddock. Looks like his race is now done.
You know, last I heard from the stewards, we're just going to catch up on that white car that's still out on the outside of 6. The stewards had announced a standing yellow in 5 to alert drivers of that car being there. So you may see, it's maybe hard to tell that cars are going slower through 5 considering the way 5 operates just on a baseline, but that is currently what's happening. Our turn 5 camera, unfortunately, is not working, so we can't quite show it to you. But either way, we just know that that car's out there and they are currently assessing the situation.
Yeah, and that is also because that turn 5 corner station is the first one before that incident. That is technically before you get to the turn 7 stand, so they need to hold that out there.
That's their jurisdiction.
Yeah, exactly, and the corner workers there needed to know about it because it's very hard for them to see all the way over to where that car is currently placed, and that indeed, as we mentioned, is Paul Omachinsky out of Burlington, Connecticut in his P2 store. Quick notes here. Harrison Southworth has worked his way up to 9th in his Formula 600. And in addition to that, Ray Carmody, who's joining us down from Horseheads, New York, in his Mysterian M2 Formula V, currently running in 10th position. We'll check here. There is the 26 machine going by. I'm looking to see, or probably that's the 28 of John Vidovich. Jake King in the 122 Ray, who we were talking about earlier, might have the black cloud over his head. He is now showing as 4 laps down, and I believe he may have retired the car early as well. So that moves John Vidovich in the number 28, who's just now working his way into turn 3. That moves him up to the lead in Formula F. There's John.
There he is.
So we've got just about 10, actually, next time our leader, Gian Buffamante, crosses the line,
halfway.
We'll be halfway through this 20-lap race. This is our final race before we take about an hour's break for lunch. And then we'll come back and we'll bring you lots more racing action. We'll have our second 10-lap bracket racing sprint race, and then our 3 remaining Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series feature races here on the day. The field, Spencer, really starting to stretch out at this point. So we'll pick out some of the racers here. As there is that is the Fraley machine. Jason Fraley's West WR 1000 out of Wellsville, Pennsylvania. Currently running second in Prototype 2 between after Paul Macaruccia's Radical. And the gap now between those 2 cars, Spencer, almost a quarter of a second. About a quarter of a second, about 15 seconds at this point. Jonathan Weisheit starting to close things down a little bit, though. I'll tell you, Weisheit running in the low 13s, almost 5 seconds faster than Jason Fraley's Prototype ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to show. I mean, honestly, watching a race, even from like these cameras or even from the tower, it's often hard to describe just how fast these cars really are going. I mean, I've done practice days, I've done stuff in Miatas, for example. Miatas aren't the fastest cars that run on this track, but just being in the car is a totally different experience. Like, it feels like you're going 100 miles an hour, and I was pulling like 140 lap times. And it just goes to show you how fast this particular class goes, because the average lap time, like I mentioned I think a couple races ago, just about like the average overall classes, is between like 130, 135, I think, on an entire average of every car that races here. These guys are pulling 112s, 115s. That's your top 3. Your top 3 best lap times from positions 1, 2, and 3 respectively are 1 minute and 12 seconds, 1 minute and 15 seconds, 1 minute 15 and 5 1/100ths of a second. And those are all cars who have a 19-second gap, a 15-second gap. So it's hard to kind of maybe see in respect to each other how fast these cars are going because they're so far apart. But these guys are flying through the track right now.
Yeah, absolutely. As Gian Buffamante now comes across the line, and he turns in a 112.2, actually 112.25, which is about a quarter of a second off of his fastest lap time, which is a 112 flat. And the track record in FE2, Spencer, right now at a 110.770, set by Jamison Huffman 2 years ago. Of course, we'll see Jamison in SSM a little bit later today.
You have to show some level of respect to the position.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on all of those races coming around. I mean, there are definitely a couple guys who like to do double time here. They race here and then they race other places. So, we'll keep an eye on that. That white car is still out there. They probably believe that car is not in a dangerous position and are comfortable to leave it there.
Yeah, if they were going to bring it back during the session, I think they probably would have done it 3 or 4 laps ago. So, yeah, it looks as though Paul Omachinsky is going to have. From where that car is placed, he's not going to have a great view of today's race.
It's kind of slightly downhill. It's hard to see in that camera, but that is if we actually can go to that camera, because I control that, you can kind of see in that That is...
It drops off the pavement
If 5 is the bottom of the track, 6 is the beginning back up to the top. You begin to kind of ramp up a little bit, and the curbing on the left, on driver's left, coming around to the 6B side of that turn, actually is kind of angled, cambered up slightly. And so when you drop off that side of the track, you really do drop down and then into the downward side into the tire wall. We talk a lot about Summit Point being a lot about just, we say flow track. It's got a great flow state, a great flow to it. We love the word flow here, and I think this is one of the few classes where they really get to execute on flow. Like we've talked about how the cars really start to distance themselves out. We've talked about the distances like from 1 to 2, it's 20, almost 27 seconds. From 2 to 3, it's 16, and then so on and so forth. So there isn't a lot of door-to-door action, at least in this race and on the whole, usually with a class like this. So it really comes down to how well can you execute on this, on a track like this with the flow. Can you hit your marks at the same time? Because if you've raced here before, you probably know. The reason we talk about flow is because everything builds on itself. Everything is a domino that kind of tips itself towards a better lap time. If you can have everything from at least 5 all the way back to the straightaway, you wouldn't think having a bad 5 makes a difference. You go, oh, I had a bad 5, but I'll still have a great 6, 7, 8, 9 will be good. But having a good 5 and then a good 6, 7, 8, 9 is a massive difference. So it's not just like these cars are hitting a good lap every once in a while. Those good laps are the result of an entire 10-turn, 2-mile track run of well execution.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Spencer, we teach folks in driver's school here to be precise, and your fastest racers are incredibly precise because you can lose a tenth or a couple hundredths at every corner, and it's not just running wide of an apex. It could be braking a little bit too hard. It could be getting back on the throttle a little bit more slowly than some of your competitors. And if you lose a tenth here, a tenth there, a couple hundredths here, a couple hundredths there, 10 times in 10 different corners around this racetrack, you know, over the course of a 20-lap race, you could end up, you know, 10 or 20 seconds back from the leader in your class.
That's right. Speaking of our leader and speaking of tenths, Jeff Bufamonte sets his fastest lap of the race currently at a 1:11.763, cutting off currently a quarter hundredth to 250 thousandths of a second off that time. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but he's getting faster, and that is very fast. Fastest lap of the race so far.
That's right. Hey, I want to welcome and thank Jordy Fike for joining the chat. And Jordy's right. Mom will not allow me to play in my other racing games later on in the week if you don't give us a bunch of likes here on YouTube. And tell you what, if you want, besides putting in the chat here, if you put stuff in the comment section, that actually helps YouTube push us up in their algorithm and get us promoted with other racing enthusiasts. So go and do that as well. I may even have my mom do that.
Whatever it takes, baby.
That's right. Just have to teach her where it is. Mm-hmm. All right, we've got 4 laps remaining. And again, this is going to be our last race before we break for lunch. We'll have a bracket race and 3 more MARRS feature races afterwards. And there's a good look at Harrison Southworth and his QRE Invader, Formula 6 racer out of Southern Virginia, and just reset his personal best lap. Interesting. I thought that Mark Walther had taken his Crossley back to the paddock. And yeah, apparently he much like Jonathan Weishite before him, decided to take his car back to the track and continue racing. That said, we just got word that down in the Carothel, Mark Walther had some issues. I'm just gonna start talking with my tongue like that. The 22 machine coming down the pit lane, and this time, Spencer, he makes a right turn, takes the car behind the wall, and now his day is done 3 laps early.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't quite make it to the end, but still got a good amount of laps in. I do believe you get points for least a few points for finishing a number of laps. Is that correct?
Yeah, as long as you make it through half the distance of the race, you will get points for finishing. And so, in pulling in the number 22 machine, ends up taking, because he's running Club Ford, he'll take second place points today, with Wayne Nicolette in the number 2 Lola now taking the win, as Mark Walthu now falls a lap down to Nicolette. So yeah, Walthu will certainly get points today.
Yeah, we're watching.
And we've got another car. That's
your leader.
Yeah, that is Jonathan. Well, it's Jonathan Weisheit.
Oh no, excuse me.
Who was running fourth again? Weisheit had put the car in, and he's high-sided on the curbing there. And Spencer with now 2 laps to go as Bufamonte comes across the start-finish line. There's young Gian. Now 2 laps to go. We'll see. Hopefully we can keep this race going, but we may end up under caution here.
Yeah, unlike that white car that is pretty ways out off of the track. I mean, anyone can see that car is almost still on the asphalt there, and that is a like we said before, we usually don't mind if they're in a bad place. We can just leave them where they're not in danger to the rest of the racers. That is a rough place to be, considering he's just about at the apex of 6, where people would like to be.
Now, luckily, most of the racers have now seen where he is. And so if he's still there, it should not be a surprise. And it sounds as though we're going to finish this race under green. Obviously, local caution over turn 5, covering the Weisheit number 67 FE2 machine. Gian Bufamonte now. We'll see him. We'll see him coming out of the final corners here in just a moment.
There he is.
Yeah, here he is coming up out of turn 10 now. So 1 lap to go for the number 17 machine out of Naperville, Illinois, the Alliance Autosport entry. Again, Bufamonte this season getting a lot of seat time in the FE2 machine. That may be because we've got a Formula Race Promotions event at Summit Point. That's not something that we're going to be broadcasting, but that's going to be mid-August, pardon me. And he may be looking to get qualified to run the National Championship runoffs this year. I know he was at Watkins Glen a couple weeks ago for the Super Tour there. I think he was at Mid-Ohio, which is his home track as well. So we will see here. There is Bufamonte going past his competitor, Jonathan Weisheit, who now will fall to 3 laps, actually 4 laps down, having only completed 16 laps. And Bufamonte coming up to the back of Wayne Nicolette. Nicolette running 4th overall in his Lola Club Ford. Gets around Nicolette and coming to the line, taking the win both overall and in FE2. It is Gian Bufamonte. Wayne Nicolette takes the checker. He'll take the win in Club Ford over Mark Walthu. And as we wait for our remaining racers to cross the line, it's going to be a couple seconds here. We'll see Paul Macarucha in his Radical SR3 here perhaps momentarily, looking to pick up his 2nd class win of the weekend. He finished 3rd overall yesterday. As he comes out of turn 10 now, he will finish 2nd overall today. So congratulations to the Randolph, New Jersey racer, your P2 winner. Jason Fraley then will finish 2nd in P2 as Paul Omchinsky only completes 4 laps. Crossing the line and taking the win in in Formula V is Ray Carmody in the number 81 Mysterian. He's going to finish 7th overall. As we've got Jason Fraley coming across the line, as well as John Vidovich. Fraley will finish 3rd overall, 2nd in Prototype 2. Vidovich will finish 9th, and he is your Formula F winner And then we saw Harrison Southworth come across the line. He's your sole Formula 6 driver. He finishes 6th overall. And, the most interesting part of this here, Spencer, is that Jonathan Weisheit, who's going to finish 4 laps down and high-sided on the curbing over at 6, he actually finishes in the top 10, going to finish 8th overall. They're ahead of John Vidovich.
Good on him.
There you go. All right, so that is our last race before lunch. We think that it's probably going to be about an hour before we come back. I'm going to put up on the screen here that we're going to be back at around 12:15, but don't take my word yet, racers here at the track or people watching us on the stream. As soon as we get an update, and we'll have that probably in less than 2 minutes or so, we will update you here. But we want to thank you all for joining us for this morning's coverage, and we'll be back this afternoon with more racing from Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. Please stay with us.
Bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits, and steering, helmets, gloves, and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
BMW things. They had a sign pointed to Jefferson, but I don't know. Maybe they got a schedule mishap or something. I don't know.
Well, you know, the way this weather's been lately.
lot of the real fast ones are done. So there's always people that are faster, but SM, you might get somebody left. Not a lot of rain chance, 20%.
Start Mountain 5. That's that
so he's not working right now?
No, he's old enough, he's retired.
Okay,
like all his income, and I don't know, there's probably some shenanigans going on here.
Yeah, because I think they right now it's being.
And it's dependent on sort of the captain. But I do think for the last half of this thing, it probably makes a lot of sense.
Gun on getting ready. I said I jumped the gun on getting ready.
Yeah, when I'm at this station, I usually wait till I see them over there before.
Okay, you're gonna do the blue flag.
But really, it's just these stations where it's 2 people.
Yeah.
And, I don't know.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It's the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with special guests, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship, all presented with the help of our broadcast partner, Courage Motorsports. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Spencer Gaynor, and next up, Spencer. First off, welcome back from lunch. I hope you're well fed and fat and happy.
I am rip-roaring, Greg.
There you go. All right. Well, next up is going to be our second and final bracket race of the day. But before we run down the starting order there, Spencer, let's take a look at the schedule that we got coming up for the rest of the day here, where we have our final 10-lap bracket race. And once we finish that up, we're going to be going over to Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series feature races for our remaining 3 groups for Spec Miata, for Improved Touring, and for SSM. So a lot of great action on the schedule here for the remainder of the day. All right, so as we've got the pace car up at the top of the grid, we've got our splitter ready to send cars out on track. We'll run down the starting order for this third and final bracket race of the weekend. By the way, for timing and scoring for our bracket racers, we've got the link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. And if you click on that, you'll be able to pull it up as we break our racers down into those 2-minute time, or probably 2-second time slices. Starting on the pole today, it was scheduled to be Ray Rachuba out of Woodbine, Maryland in his Ford Mustang, but it doesn't look like he's going to take the grid. It's going to be Steve Martin out of Silver Spring, Maryland in the In-N-Out Performance Ford Mustang. Adam Mungo in the number 174 BMW, scheduled to start on the outside then of, or the inside of row number 3, the outside of the front row. He's not here, nor is Mike Herbert in the number 6 BMW. So it looks as though things might fall a little bit deeper in the field to one of our Miata drivers, although that might be, I'm wondering if that's Mungo in the Mazda Miata that just went out there. Louis Alessi scheduled to start 5th in the number 43 Honda Prelude, with Matt Littleton in the ML2 Motorsports BMW 325 IS scheduled to start 6th. Dan Allen in his Toyota 86, the number 100 car, scheduled to start 7th, with Chuck Edmondson in the Paco's Parts House Nissan 370Z starting in 8th. Starting 9th, Jordan Eichelbaum in the Me, Myself, and I Mazda Miata. You ever get the feeling he's paying for the ride there, Spencer?
A little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. So the number 11 car is going to start 9th. Jeff Liller in the Venoris Financial Services Mazda Miata will start 10th today, with Jed Prentice out of Tacoma Park, Maryland, starting in 11th. Starting 12th, driving her Scion FRS out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, Jennifer Romes, with Zach Hallander scheduled to start lucky 13th today. He is driving the number 89 On the Mark Management Mazda Miata. Then we've got Zach Camp starting 14th today. He's in a Ford Mustang. And finally, Dave Albrecht in his Mazda Miata out of Catwood, Virginia, starting 15th. All right, so the field is forming up nice and early there, Spencer. And
behind the non-hamster car this time.
Yes. I looked through as they were coming through the carousel, and I go, wait, why are they all so far behind that race car? And no, it is.
Hey, that guy should really get in line. He's racing, isn't he?
That's right. Porsche Cayman pace car. The lights are out. And field nicely formed there. Again, with it appears to be Steve Martin on the pole in the number 50 Mustang. He's going to lead the field through. Actually, it looks like Steve Martin on the outside of the front row, with the BMW of Mike Herbert, the red M240i to the inside. So Steve Martin taking that outside lane.
Green, green, green.
And green flag is in the air. And as we kind of expected, that Mustang putting down the V8 power. Good start for him as we go on board with Zach Hallander in his Mazda Miata as he tries to work his way up. Hallander earlier today finished 4th in the B4 class for drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. I'm sure he's going to look to improve upon that today and this afternoon, maybe move up to a higher bracket his fast lap time of 1:32.15 earlier today, as Steve Martin now jumps out to an early lead. Spencer, this morning, Steve Martin was your overall winner, took the win in the A5 bracket for drivers 1:23 to 1:25. But Ray Rachuba and Adam Mungo both had, well, I was going to say mechanical issues, and part of those mechanical issues might have been impacting things besides the track. That broke mechanical things.
All those pesky obstacles out there.
Exactly. Hence, we don't have Ray Rachuba and Adam Mungo on track joining us here today. They finished second, third in that class. In the B1 bracket for drivers 1:25 to 1:27, Louis Alessi in his Honda Prelude beat Mike Herbert. And Herbert came in second class. You may be asking yourself, why did Mike Herbert start on the front row and Louis Alessi did not? And that is because earlier in the weekend, Herbert had a faster lap time than the Prelude. And as they come across the line to complete lap one, there you go. There's the red BMW, followed by that red and black Honda Prelude of Louis Alessi. Dan Allen, who took the win in the B3 bracket for drivers 1:29 to 1:31. He took that win over Chuck Edmondson and Jordan Eichelbaum earlier today. He is right behind Herbert and Alessi, followed by Matt Littleton in his BMW, who was our sole driver in the B2 bracket for drivers 1:27 to 1:29. Real quick, Spencer, before we get underway, talk a little bit more about the bracket racing. Let me make a call to the grid for our next race, Group 6. Attention in the paddock, race group 6, Spec Miata. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Yeah, just looking at our top 4 thus far, still looking at Steve Martin, Mike Herbert, Frank Alessi, and Daniel Allen, all 1 through 4. Steve Martin currently sets the fastest time, at least for himself and for the track thus far. It's going to be a 1:28.9. That puts him into that bracket you were just mentioning. I believe he will be alone in that bracket, given that the next time below him is currently a 1:31.1.
Yeah, and so definitely, and again, only now 2 laps in the books.
There's time to get faster.
And that's exactly it. Because I was going to say, Spencer, so on that first lap, and that first lap and second lap maybe a little bit slower for Martin as he's trying to get some heat in the tires. He was about 5 seconds off of his fastest lap from earlier today, and now is going to move up as he drops a little bit of time, puts in a 1:27 flat, so knocked over almost 2 full seconds off of the previous lap. So he's definitely starting to find some time there. Mike Herbert settling into a nice little gap there, also in the 1:28s. And with Louis Alessi running about 8/10 off of that. And again, that was one of the great fights that we saw in the bracket race this morning to lead off the broadcast.
Yeah, it's always fun seeing like really competitive racing in bracket racing in general, because it's almost like the open wheel race we had just before lunch, where the cars really can spread out and just focus on timing. But it's nice to see, even when it's just about time and not, you technically really don't need to worry about being door-to-door with someone. Everyone still winds up door-to-door anyway, and that's what makes you love to see some door-to-door racing.
All right, as we were just watching there, Jennifer Rome.
Speaking of door-to-door.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Matt Littleton trying to make a move around the outside of Daniel Allen in that number 100 Subaru BRZ. Or pardon me, it's a Toyota 86. I'm sorry. They're twins, though. They're basically the same thing. As they come down the front straight now, going to be separated by just a couple car lengths. And that time by Littleton running a 1:31.2, Allen a 1:31.3. And that would put both of those drivers in the B4 bracket. Should also mention that Jeff Liller, who is now running a mid-132, is also in that bracket as well, as is, I think, Jennifer Rome. Actually, no. Jennifer Rome's now in, you're leading that B4 bracket because both Littleton... So here's the interesting thing here, Spencer. As we go by, and again, everything is by these time slices, we say drivers can move up a bracket, they can't drop down. And so Daniel Allen who is being chased by Matt Littleton, just broke out of the B3 bracket and is the sole driver in that bracket. Matt Littleton, who was chasing him down, did not break out of the bracket at that point. That's for drivers of minute 29 to a minute 31. So he now leads Chuck Edmondson, who's about a second and a half back in his Nissan. All right. And that leaves now Jennifer Romes, who had been sitting fourth in a bracket, now is your leader in bracket B4. Here's coming down the front straight. That is that fight between Daniel Allen and Matt Littleton again. And that time Littleton gets underneath a 131. He turns in a 130.988. And that should, that is going to, I think, keep him in B3. Actually, you know what? I must be confusing everybody. Because Littleton's in B3, Daniel Allen just ahead of him is in the B4 bracket.
He's ahead of him, but he's also B4.
Exactly. And so if he actually picks up a little pace, then he'll move ahead of Matt Littleton in the next faster bracket. This is so confusing to me.
Speaking of brackets, hopefully not to make it worse, I believe we were talking about Steve Martin being in the bracket between the 127s and the 129s.
Yes.
If that's true, then that means he's just moved up a bracket because he just recently put in a time of 126.4.
That's it, and he indeed is now your sole racer in the B1 bracket for drivers a minute 25 to a minute 27. That now moves Mike Herbert in the red BMW 240 ahead of Louis Alessi there in the B2 bracket. And on track, though, Louis Alessi has just gotten around Mike Herbert and opened up a lot of ground on track, about 6 car lengths, actually more than 6 car lengths here as they come across the line. So let's see, we might have Alessi breaking out of his bracket as well. He turns in that time, actually a 129 flat. That's about 0.2 off of his fastest lap. With Mike Herbert at a 131.6. And so that's going to now move Louis Alessi ahead of Mike Herbert in the B2 class. All right, real quick, Spencer, as we're now halfway through this race, let's make another call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group number 6. That's Spec Miata. Please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race starting in just a few minutes.
Just coming back into it, looking down towards the chute now, you're going to see Daniel Allen and Mike Littleton, I believe, or Matt Littleton, excuse me. And it's really fun to watch it because even if they may not be in the same group yet, Matt Littleton has been peeking to either side of Daniel Allen coming out of either turn 1 or turn 9. He has been he's been itching to go, it looks like, if he can just find the right run and find the right window, even if they're not in the same bracket. But it is still fun to watch them go door to door.
Yeah, and you know, I think right now they actually are in the same bracket. They've turned their fastest lap times, both of them, a 130.8, as Littleton gets a good run out of turn 8 for that matter. Now, Littleton was your overall winner for yesterday's bracket race, slightly longer length, 15-lap bracket race, and that was in a downpour, and he was just masterful in the wet with that 3 Series BMW. Should mention, though, as they come across the line, and both of them now appear to have improved slightly, but both running in the 130.6 range. Chuck Edmondson is actually the faster of the 3 drivers, and Edmondson is in that class as well. He's running 3rd in the B3 bracket in the silver Nissan. Right behind him. Problem for Edmondson is he's about 2 seconds back, and if he were to make up some ground, maybe get in the draft, he runs the risk. Well, he might run the risk of breaking out of that bracket. If he does, he'll take the win in the next faster bracket.
Doesn't even have to pass it.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't. He can move from 3rd to 1st and not even have to change positions on track.
Yeah. Love to go on board real quick with Zachary. Let me just double check. What is that last name?
Hallander.
Zachary Hallander. Excuse me. I'd rather double check it than say it wrong personally. But as he's coming down, where is he? He's coming up into turn 3 here. We get to watch some of his handwork. Looking pretty smooth.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fun to see. What is he racing?
That is a Mazda Miata with an incredibly tall shift knob, of course. You can see a big.
I can see it over the graphics.
But that's pretty good. I mean, you basically just slide your hand right off the wheel and right to the shift lever, and then way you get right back to the wheel, because he's having some issues with grip there, the nose of the car. Now, turn 5 is a turn that where notoriously you'll get a lot of understeer, and I think he was trying to fight that quite a bit. But you can see how much lock he's turning in with that car. That's a lot for a Miata rack.
I was going to say, he looked really smooth coming up out of 1 into 2 and 3 and then towards the chute, but right as he hit into 5, it looked like he was almost going to cross his arms all the way. He almost does it again here. He's just got to turn the car all the way over. Almost looks like he puts 2 off in the dirt, nearly coming out of 10. As he comes by the start-finish line, you'll see him come in just a second.
Yeah, he used all of that exit curbing on the outside of turn 10, trying to open up that corner, try to make up a little bit of ground on Jed Prentice in the number 68 Miata just ahead, as Hallander's in that purple number 89 machine with the big wing. A little bit ahead of them here, Spencer, as we watch going into turn 3. That's Jeff Liller, Jennifer Romes, and again Jed Prentice with the Hallander car a little bit further behind. Actually, I think Jordan Eichelbaum in the number 11 car is right there as well, as Jeff Liller gets around Jordan Eichelbaum, the number 11 car, now as they head into turn 5. Good move by them, as that will move Jeff Liller to the lead in the B4 bracket for drivers a minute 31 to a minute 33. It'll move Eichelbaum back to second, then Jennifer Romes, then Prentice, then Hallander, the drivers that we've been watching here.
I don't know that he's broken out. I don't know that, I believe Zachary Hallander is still pretty solidly in his bracket, but he is still putting up some good time. Greg will probably correct me on that if I'm wrong.
No, I absolutely, and we'll have to see here. I think that we may see on this lap, Liller may possibly break out from the B3, from the B4 bracket to the B3 bracket, depending on what he turns. And actually, he wasn't. He didn't get any faster that last time by. Turned in a 131.77, so he'll be your new B4 leader.
Well, we see right now, if we can watch him, you should be seeing our leader come out of 10 right about now. And when he comes by the start-finish line this time by, he will be receiving the 1 to go.
All right. So with that, what we're going to do is we're going to make a call to the grid for our next group. And there you go. There's Steve Martin making his last lap around the sun, or at least around 2 mile, 10 turn Summit Point Raceway. Attention the paddock, final call for race group number 6. Spec Miata, please head to the grid. Spec Miata racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
Maybe not around the sun, but definitely in the
sun
today.
Yeah,
Good Lord.
As finally the haze that lasted all morning long, Spencer, has started to burn off. We're starting to see some blue sky through the clouds. Our cameras are starting to see like 130 degrees. And getting a little spicy out there for everybody. Of course, want to thank all of the volunteers that put on these race weekends each weekend. Of course, standing out on the corners in this heat, and even though the temperatures are only like right now in the mid 80s, just with the humidity, it is so sticky out here. And want to thank all of them. Of course, we've got the folks in tech, and we've got folks down on the grid and in pit that are standing out in the sun. And then there are those of us, like our folks in timing and scoring, and our not so much the steward and crew, of course, but all within some air conditioning. But it takes a whole village to put on one of these events, of course.
Absolutely.
All right. And there you go. Leader of the village, actually, Spencer, as he is the chairman of the board of directors of the Washington, D.C. region, SCCA. Steve Martin crosses the line. He'll be your overall winner on track and takes the win in the B1 bracket here this afternoon. Louis Alessi will take the win over Mike Herbert in the B2 bracket. They're going to finish second and third on track. But Alessi takes the win in B2. That's for drivers a minute 27 to a minute 29. In the B3 bracket, coming to the line, let's take a look here. It is big changes here. It's going to be Dan Allen with Chuck Edmondson getting around Matt Littleton on the last lap. And neither of them none of those three break out of the B3 bracket for drivers a minute 29 to a minute 31. So it'll be Allen, Edmondson, and Littleton. Then in the B4 bracket, Spencer Jeff Liller comes across the line in the Burgundy Mazda ahead of Jordan Eichelbaum's machine. Jennifer Romes, Jed Prentice, Zach Callender will round out the 5-car B4 bracket. And then Dave Albrecht, our sole racer today, in B5. And he's coming across the line right about now. So there you go, Spencer. That is our final bracket race of the weekend. We're going to be switching back over to Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series action. But first, we're going to take a little break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, more racing here from Summit Point Raceway to the 2025 July MARRS, presented by Belmont Classic Cars. Please stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740. 2740.
How many are in Spec Miata group? 30 some?
No, we don't have that many. I mean,
Probably shouldn't. I'll probably just call in sick this winter. Yeah, I will.
I've actually got a set of snow tires that I throw onto my commuter.
It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars here at Summit Point Raceway. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Spencer Gaynor. And next up, Spencer, it's Spec Miata. And I know you've got something invested in this group.
What? No. I might share a last name with one of these guys, but that's not important,
Not
Greg.
important at all, because he might not even go out and race, kind of like yesterday when it got wet.
He's out there.
All right. So he's out there. Also, some other folks that are invested. Just met the parents of Ryan Anderson out of Warrenton, Virginia, here watching the race this weekend as their son, lots of track day experience and looking to put in a real good finish. Don't upset mom and dad, by the way. Yep. All right, as the pace car getting ready to leave the pit lane. First off, hi to Bill Skibby, the timing chief, one of the two timing chiefs for the Hoosier Super Tour, putting out his shout out to friends in timing and scoring, including Carol Reber, who he works alongside on that Super Tour. But as the drivers head out now for the pace lap, let's run down the starting order. Starting on pole today, qualifying time at 127.948. Your winner yesterday in the CVET Windsor Customs, number 69 Mazda, Jeremy Butts. John Jenkins, JJ, driving the Classic Car Club of Manhattan Mazda. He's from New York. He's driving the 195 car. He's going to start on the outside of the front row. John Hotz is going to start third today. He's in the Hot Stuff Racing Machine out of Sparks, Glencoe, Maryland, with Ryan Heischman running fourth today. Ryan is driving the number 146 Windsor Customs Machine out of Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Then we got Kip Gaynor. I don't know who that guy is in the Structural Rehabilitation Group. Mazda Miata, the number 44 machine from Durwood, Maryland. Michael LaMena driving the number 88 Cornerstone Financial Partners machine. He represents the South Jersey region, and he starts sixth. Robert Cahall will start seventh today. Bob Cahall driving the number 178 Cahall Racing Mazda out of Gurnee, Illinois. And he's going to be starting right alongside his brother. That's Ted Cahall, driving the number 78 Cahall Racing Machine. Ted's out of Christiansburg, Virginia. David Gast will start ninth today. He's in the number 81 RP Performance Machine, with Kevin Conlon starting 10th. Kevin's driving the number 41 the number 41 Rossini Racing Products entry. Ryan Anderson, who we just talked about, driving one of the Windsor Customs machines, will start 11th, the number 80 car, with Ron Etzian starting 12th. He's driving the number 76 Eli's Heating and Air Conditioning machine. Hopefully he's nice and cool compared to some of the other drivers. Benjamin Pollock's going to start lucky 13th on the field in the Auto Clinic Mazda. That's the number 48 car, with Christopher Kelly starting 14th. Chris is one of our HPDE instructors. Chris is driving the 131 machine. He's out of Newmarket, Maryland. Then we got Andrew Wagner starting 15th. He's in the number 39 Mazda out of Towson, Maryland. And then in the Glass Jacobson Wealth entry, we've got Michael Cohen from Owings Mills, Maryland. The number 54 car starts 16th. Shauna LaMena scheduled to start 17th today in the Cornerstone Financial Advisors Mazda. She's out of Oakland, New Jersey. And then we got James Mann starting 18th. He's in the number 108 machine. He's from Ellicott City, Maryland. And then scheduled to start 19th, also from Ellicott City, in the two-man racing Mazda, Dominic Mandio. We don't think we're going to see Dominic out here. He hurt a motor pretty bad earlier in the week. But the pace car, Spencer, on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Jeremy Butts, in the number 69 machine, as the starter looks over the field and green flag is in the air, and almost immediately, Spencer, John Hotz, Jeremy Butts, nose to tail, pushing, as Hotz is pushing Butts all the way down into turn 1, trying to get them both past John Jenkins as they turn into the corner.
Yeehaw!
And Jenkins hanging right around the outside. He's got the 146 of Ryan Heischman right behind him as they're still 2 by 2, almost all the way through the field as they come out of turn 2 and make the run down to turn 3. Jeremy Butts, he's got the advantage on Jenkins as he turns in and now has the lead as John Hotz side by side with the black number 195 as they come down the hill. That's going to force the 195 wide, but if Jenkins can hold on, he'll have position going into turn 5 at the bottom of the hill. He can't, so Jenkins now falls back to 3rd, and Mike LaMena getting around Ryan Heischman to move LaMena up to 4th. And that only means that your dad, Kip Gaynor, can't be that far behind.
No, it's a really good run. Obviously, it was really interesting to watch. You know, usually SM starts out 2 by 2 and they stay together. They try and break away as fast as possible. Those first lap or two, when everyone is 2 by 2, is where a lot of really, really important moves can be made. In particular, coming down into turn 5, usually you don't want to be on the outside of 5, at least because everyone wants to be tight on 5, especially in these Miatas. But when they came in, that outside line had such good momentum. They were able to pick up around 2 spots, not to toot my old man's own horn, but he was able to snag at least 2 spots. I believe that puts him currently into 4th position.
In the 4th position, indeed, as Robert Cahall also has Bob Cahall has a great start. He moves from 7th to 5th after the first lap. Ryan Heischman, who started 4th, he now drops all the way back to 6th, just ahead of your dad's teammate, Mike LaMena. Ted Cahall, who started in 8th, that is where he remains at the end of lap number 1, with Kevin Conlon 9th, David Gast running in 10th. And so yesterday, Spencer, this is a race that started just after the rain started. The sky just opened up for these racers, and it actually happened during the bracket race just before. But a lot of these racers went out. We thought that a lot of them were on wet weather tires, but you wouldn't know it with the pace that a lot of them had. There were a number of drivers like your father, like Mike LaMena, Ron Etsy, and Michael Cohen, Sean LaMena, that did not take the green flag yesterday. May not have had the wet weather tires to do it, but Jeremy Butts took the win over his teammate John Hotz. Ryan Heischman finished in 3rd with Ted Cahall finishing just off the podium there. But things are looking, well, they're not looking that much different at the front of the field here at this point, but certainly a much larger field behind. But look at this as John Jenkins, who had a very difficult day yesterday. Jenkins, who fell all the way back and finished in 7th place after having started on the outside of the front row. He is currently running 3rd, and he's got Kip Gaynor. Well, and now Kip Gaynor gets around John Jenkins to drop Jenkins back to 4th. And the 44 machine, I'm sure Jenkins and your dad Kip probably be working together to try to get back up to our leaders.
Yeah, absolutely. I've said this phrase in the past. I will say it again. Miatas are typically separation anxiety cars. They love to race together.
I love that.
Jeremy Butts and John Hotz obviously started, I don't know if they started 1 and 2, but as soon as they got the space they wanted ahead of most of the rest of the pack, immediately, 1 by 1, in a line and started to gap the rest of the team because they knew, being the clever old veterans that they are, were able to immediately come together and start pulling away, because that's how cars like these begin to gap each other further and further. And you can see behind them, once Pops got around John Jenkins, looks like John Jenkins maybe had a bad turn, bad entry. Either way, now that they are together, they're going to want to partner up if they want to have any shot of contestants for 1 and 2.
Yeah, indeed. They've got Bob Cahall in that Reddit with black on the hood, number 178, pretty close behind. And at this point, Kip and John may be looking to get a little separation from the rest of the field. Although Ryan Heischman now in the 146
he's
car.
He's making a move.
Yeah, he's making a move, and he might get a little push from Mike LaMena to go back past Bob Cahall. They were separated by only about a quarter of a second when they came across the line. And as they do, it is now Ryan Heischman moving up at the 5th, drop Cahall back to 6th. Mike LaMena trying to make that move. And I was going to go back. So on the start, Spencer, it was both Jeremy Butts and John Hotz 1 and 3 on the inside lane. And
So they went together.
Exactly. And so, that whole separation anxiety thing is John Hotz pulled right up to the back. He was able to push Jeremy Butts to the lead around John Jenkins. It was essentially 2-on-1 at that point, and Jenkins had the long way around turn 1.
Yeah, it's also really interesting to see. It's definitely it's a strategy play as well, especially when you start pairing up, because there are times you'll want to pair up with a car, but maybe you'll be better in certain parts of the track, or your car will be a little bit faster. So at the end of the day, you really have to decide. There are genuinely times in races with cars like these where you have to decide, look, the guy behind me, he's got the edge. If he's in front of me and we work together with a draft, we can gain more space. We can pick up more positions over the course of this 20-lap race, to the point where then I can fight him for that final position for the final 5 laps to go.
All right, here as they come across the line, completing lap number 4 of 20, almost a quarter of the way through, Jeremy Butts and John Hotz working together, and I'm sure, of course, that they're going to probably wait for maybe another 10 laps or so before they even consider fighting, because once they do, that gap that they have back to whoever at the time is going to be in third is by nature going to start to shrink. So the further they can work their way clear of Kip Gaynor, I'm sure they'd love to have their good buddy Kip up there with them, but I think the whole goal is to get away in high.
Yeah, a fight in front always benefits the guys in the back. Although I will say for numbers 1 and 2, that's Jeremy Butts and John Hotz once again, they're not drafting terribly close together. I wonder if John Hotz is either, conserving his tires, conserving his car, not wanting to risk anything super crazy, has a pretty comfortable lead, doesn't need to rush this, currently with 16 laps to go. But it also makes me wonder if maybe John Hotz is actually struggling to catch Jeremy Butts. And if that's true, then he really needs to start working down that lead a little bit earlier than you would think naturally. So he may have to start executing his plan a little earlier than you think.
Indeed. And if he is at this point maybe a little bit off the pace, he could, over the course of a 20-lap race, really run down those front tires and make a bit of a challenge for him to get, as the race wears on, to get closer to Jeremy Butts to challenge for a win. That said, and albeit it was in the rain yesterday, where these racers were all about 15 seconds per lap off of their dry weather times, Jeremy Butts yesterday was about a half second faster than John Hotz on track. But again, that is given what the conditions were yesterday, and the track did start to dry out towards the end of their race, but they weren't anywhere near optimal.
I want to take a few steps back and give a quick shout out to Mike LeMain. It looked like he had a really good run coming out of 10, carried a lot of speed down the straightaway. Saw him peeking out towards the driver's right of Robert Cahall. It looked like he might have snagged the slipstream a little bit, maybe considering a run towards the inside. Didn't quite have the mileage he wanted to make that pass, but he's definitely got a good car, and if he gets a good run, he can take that next position. That's the fight for 6th place.
Yeah, matter of fact, that last time by, LeMaina was about 0.2 of a second faster than Cahall. They've been running, though, as they're pretty much nose to tail, been running almost identical lap times the whole way. But again, it's one of those things here in Spec Miata where it is so hard with cars that are fairly close as far as, spec and also as far as performance capabilities, that you are looking more than anything else as you follow a car around lap after lap. You're looking for inconsistencies in their driving and weaknesses in their drivings for you to jump and take advantage of it, because as you sit behind there, you don't have horsepower. You can't pop out necessarily and just
John
drive
Jenkins
by.
had a good run.
Yeah, I was say that. That said, there you go. As Mike LeMaina, for the time being, gets around Bob Cahall, that would move him up to 6th if he can make it stick. But Bob Cahall, gets the over-under done.
Over-under.
And gets back around Mike LeMaina.
So Mike LeMaina back where he started, but still, obviously, that's got to be a little bit of a knock on your doorstep for Robert Cahall, knowing that LeMaina can certainly make that run if he can get it. A couple positions ahead of him, though, we just saw, you're going to just see it exit your screen right now. John Jenkins does overtake Kip Gaynor again to retake 3rd position. They had been racing very, very close together, doing good draft partners. You can see the work that they put together you can see the work that they have done to the benefit of the car that's actually 2 behind John Jenkins.
Right.
And that happened because now that pack of 3 has managed to break away from the pack of 4 behind them, and now it looks like they're going to be the ones making the striding attempt for 2 and 1.
Yeah, exactly. And Ryan Heischman with Jenkins and Gaynor swapping positions again. Ryan Heischman remains right in that fight in the blue number 146 car. But Bob Cahall, Mike LaMena, Ted Cahall, Kevin Conlon, they're coming. That last time around ran pretty much identical lap times, maybe a 1/10 of a second faster.
Ooh, they're in a dead heat back there.
Yeah, and now LaMena, and this is how they're going to lose grip with that group ahead. Is LaMena this time makes the pass stick on the Cahall car, and he will move ahead. That will put him up into
looks like Cahall wants to fight
6th position. Yeah, but he's going to be stuck around the outside. The interesting thing here, so as we talk about teammates, we see now as Bob Cahall loses another position, and the position he loses is to his brother Ted. And they may both be racing Cahall racing cars, but the 78 and the 178, when they get on track, it's every man for himself with those two. Yeah, exactly. They're not working together. That is like the ultimate sibling rivalry that we see here in motorsports. That we know for a fact there is competition between those two drivers, and they're not going to give each other quarter there. So a very, very advantageous move there by Ted Cahall to get past his brother.
Yeah, Ted Cahall definitely saw the writing on the wall when he came into turn 1, seeing Mike LaMena make that move to the inside of Robert Cahall, or I think it looked more like to the outside of Robert Cahall. Either way, he was able to make it stick and just kind of bandwagoned around with him so that Robert Cahall was unable to get back in behind him.
All right, now LaMena coming down the inside. First off, should mention here that John Hotz pulled right back up to the back of Jeremy Butts. The gap that Butts had has been eliminated there as Hotz ran almost 0.3 of a second faster than Butts ahead. However, big moves here in the battle for 3rd as Jenkins and Gaynor once again swapping positions going down into turn 1. And Spencer, I think Ryan Heischman might be getting a little antsy. We saw him take a quick look to the inside coming out of turn 3.
He thought about it. He was swerving to the inside, realized he just quite didn't have it, and moved back in line.
Yeah, and and I wonder if that is if he's looking in the rear view mirror and going, the pack of 4 back here, they are starting to close things down just a little bit. We need to get something done. So we'll see if that changes at some point as that pack behind with Mike LaMena, Ted Cahall, Bob Cahall, Kevin Conlon, the 4th car in the line. Looks like Conlon may be falling off the pace just a little bit there. That he runs the risk of falling out of the draft in another lap or 2.
Yeah, and maybe he just didn't have a great turn coming down into 5 through 6s. Like he dropped a little bit, maybe ran a tire loose, lost a little bit of traction, and that's kind of all it takes in these cars. They rely a lot on momentum. One of the first things you learn about driving a Miata, it's one of the few cars I have at least a tiny bit of experience in, is it's all about momentum. Like it's even to the point where if you don't shift correctly, the lug of the car moving through gears is genuinely a mitigating factor in how fast you go on the racetrack. So it's all about making sure you do this. We have a waving yellow in the front.
We've got a car that's gone around on the outside of turn number 1 here, Spencer, and I'm looking, I believe that may be Ted Cahall. Probably not Ted Cahall, but Bob Cahall in the red and black machine, because he's what was a group of 4 is now a group of 3. Here, we'll get the call in just a few moments. And now the Cahall car has continued, but Bob's going to lose a number of positions there.
I think there was a contest for his position. It looked like him and Ted were fighting to try and reclaim what was lost between them.
Yeah.
And then as they disappeared past into 1, it looked like he got a little loose and he lost it all.
All right, so that now will that'll move Kevin Conlon now up into 8th position as Bob Cahall now will drop back. And I think there were a couple other cars that came through. As we're looking now think Bob Cahall now drops back to about 12th, I believe. We mentioned Ryan Anderson earlier, driving the number 80 Windsor Customs machine. He is just about to come across the line in the silver and black, or pardon me, silver and red machine. He now moves up in the 10th position, and good run for him. Yeah, indeed, the damage has been done for Bob Cahall as he drops all the way back to 17th position.
I was going to say, one of the losers beyond having that slight loss of traction for Robert Cahall is going to have to work really hard to get back up there. I was going to say that car that was 4th in line in the gaggle, he loses his major meal ticket that was to that draft up to into that pack, especially now that one of those cars he was relying on to stay in it has fallen out. So he's definitely wishing that Robert was still in line with him, and he's going to have to fight even harder to get back into the
Yeah, and we had just finished saying that that Conlon was starting to lose ground and maybe lose the draft to the cars up ahead. Now, well, it looks like that has absolutely happened. Now, just ahead, though, another big change is Ryan Heischman in the blue 146 machine. He's gotten around Kip Gaynor. Boo. So move Heischman up in the 4th position, just behind John Jenkins, and move Gaynor back in the 5th.
Yeah, it looks like he had a really good run somewhere. I imagine they had run really consistent. Their times have been pretty solid. Maybe there was a bit of a loose turn. I believe I saw the completion of that pass down into 1 just this previous lap by. So it looks like they had a better braking zone. He took hops on the outside and was able to make it stick. And so far that group of 3 is still solid and not really at threat of much right now, but that group behind them can still catch back up.
Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 7, improved touring and B-Spec racers. Please head to the grid. Race group 7, this is your first call to the grid.
I wonder if we can check in on our lead pack at the moment. I believe they'll be coming up towards...
Yeah, they should be coming into our view right about now. There they are.
Yep, there they are at the end of 6.
Yeah, and coming in. And so John Hott's now falling a little bit back. He had caught right up to the back of Jeremy Butts in the red number 69 machine, had fallen back. And, I'm starting to think that it isn't just a question. It isn't really a question of whether John Hotz has pace or doesn't have pace. I think he's just trying to manage his race well, not run down the equipment, not run down the tires, put in pace when he needs. Jeremy isn't running away with things at this point, so he'll I think he's confident he can get back there when the time arises. As now we've got a fight here, heading down 3 wide, going into turn 1, and it is Kip Gaynor along with Ryan Heischman that both worked their way clear of John Jenkins. So drop Jenkins in the black 195 car, now back into 5th position. We'll see, though, Jenkins has got to run down the inside on Gaynor going into 3. It's really difficult to make that move from all the way to the inside like Jenkins is trying to do, because just the way the turn is formatted, and because of the change in camber, and Kip Gaynor holds off John Jenkins.
Really heads-up play coming out of 10. I just caught the beginnings of that move before I moved the camera to it. Coming out of 10, that blue car had an amazing run and took, I believe it was John Jenkins on the outside, and they were pretty much nose-to-nose, side-by-side, dead even heat, and Kip Gaynor made the heads-up play to follow the blue car that had the run, and he got to reap the massive rewards as taking it if they managed to both overtake him by the time they hit turn 1.
All right, so I'll tell you, Bob Cahall having his share of fun over at turn 1. Just got a call from the corner workers there. It wasn't Cahall that had an issue, but Ben Pollock, who was just ahead of Bob Cahall, went deep into turn 1, spun the car just in front of Cahall, so moved Cahall now up in the 16th, dropped Pollock in the 48 car back to 17th.
Like we were talking about, since we were talking about Cahall, speak of the devil, we're talking about who really suffers the most in that pack of 4 Cahall used to be in since losing the draft. And you can see in your screen right now, LaMena, and I believe that's still Ted Cahall behind him, maintain their positions, but poor old Kevin Conlon has seriously lost the draft, and he cannot
get
catch
it
back up.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to take a huge one effort from him, but a poor effort, I'd say, from Ted Cahill and Mike LaMena ahead to get him back into the fight. Conlon, a 35-year motocrosser, Spencer. He's been racing now for the past 5 years, and owns I don't know what this is, but he says he's a business owner, a low voltage contracting company. I've never seen him with his hair standing straight up or anything, so I guess that would be a high voltage contracting company. I don't know, but Conlon there still having a pretty good run, currently in 8th place, trying to make up some ground on Cahill and LaMena ahead. And now Kip Gaynor locks onto the back of Ryan Heischman. This is the battle for the last step on the podium here in Spec Miata, as we've got 6 laps remaining. And Kip moves to the inside. Driver's right, going to try to outbrake the 146 car. He gets it done on the entry, and he may have just positioned that car well enough, Spencer, to keep Ryan Heischman from attempting the over-under, making him run wide. And indeed, that was textbook. How to make a pass stick going into turn 1. Perfect car positioning from Kip Gaynor to take over 3rd.
I'm not going to say anything because I feel biased, but that's pretty cool.
You just don't want to invoke the jinx here.
No. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
There you go.
Talking about anything other than how cool that was, let's look at our front pack one more time. John Hotz still looking to fight against Jeremy Butts, like we were worried we talked again, like we were worried he wasn't keeping pace at the beginning of the race, or if he was just pacing his own machine. And it looks like it was definitely the latter, because as we can see right now, lap times and even just the visual look tells us that John Hotz is knocking on JB's door.
Best lap time for both drivers, a 128.592 and a 598. Difference of 6/1000ths of a second. That last time by a difference of about 9/100ths of a second.
And you can tell that matters because it looked like John Hotz was about to make an inside move coming down towards the braking zone of 1. Jeremy Butts actually moved right to block him from doing so. It didn't even look like John would have really had it, but he just made sure that it was not going to happen, at least not this lap. So you can tell that he is very aware that that challenge is coming, and it's got 5 laps before it's not.
And what did I say at lap 5, that it would be about another 10 laps before they started fighting? Now we've got 5 laps remaining, and it looks like the games have started between Jeremy Butts and John Hotz. All right, real quick, Spencer, with 5 laps to go, let me make another call to the grid. Attention in the paddock, second call for race group number 7, B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. Improved Touring and B-Spec Racers, race group 7. This is your second call to the grid.
To give Jeremy Butts his due credit, he does seem to be incredibly strong on the back half of this course. I've seen the kind of slight rubber banding between the two of them where John Hotz looks incredibly strong. We just talked about how Jeremy Butts had to actually move to defend against him through the straightaway and down into 1. But as we watch their race, when they return down into the back half of this course, it looks like Jeremy Butts actually pulls away from John Hotz a little bit.
Yeah, indeed. Hotz will make up ground going into 1, under braking, and this is where he may be running a little bit later and deeper on the brakes here, and has a real good lock in the draft on the 69 machine ahead, and so much so that he's going to pull all the way drivers left. And that, I think, more was to actually tell Jeremy, I'm here. But notice when he did that, because he drove all the way over to driver's left, he was driving a lot more laterally than forward, and it actually allowed Butts to open up a little bit more of an advantage going down into the section of the course where you said Butts is maybe a little bit stronger.
We're going to see if we can watch them come through here into 5 and then through 6. You'll watch. Looks like John Hotz actually right up on him. We'll see if Jeremy Butts pulls him away again. I'm seeing it maybe a little bit there. As we see them come out of this side, no, it looks like John Hotz actually holds on to him much better that time by. and is still right where he left him. Even with the lateral movement, he actually performs better that lap in terms of distance to bumper that time by than it did the lap before. And with 4 laps to go, he wants that improvement to continue.
All right, so here we go. Now the question is, as we
Here's
see
the block.
Butts move over to driver's right, switches to driver's left. John Hotz moves. Now that is maybe a little bit questionable in my book because the lead car is only allowed to make 1 reactionary move. And it looked to me, the first move was certainly not reactionary. It was proactive, but he made, I think, maybe 2 reactionary moves afterwards there to hold John Hotz off going down into turn 1. As we look at the battle for third right now with Kip Gaynor holding off Heischman and Jenkins. And, you know, I don't hate to say it. I'll tell you, I'm starting to think perhaps here, Spencer, that move that Kip Gaynor made going into turn 1 to hold off Ryan Heischman might have been his move of the race. Here, a little bit further back in the field, going down into turn 1, if we can, real quick. Interesting fight here. This is, I believe this is Chris Kelly, Michael Cohen, Andrew Wagner, with Sean LaMena and Ron Etzian. Actually, it was Andrew Wagner and Sean LaMena right behind them in that second group. That right now is a battle for, I think, 8th position. And still, you know, from the front of the field to the back of the field, real tight racing here as our leaders come out of turn 10 onto the front straight. They've got some slower traffic just ahead of them that they will have to contend with. And question, Spencer, is whether they get to him before they go into 1. I think that slower car is going to, he's getting the blue flag for our flaggers to let him know that he's
Might
there.
just be right there. John Hotz actually was pushing Jeremy Butts down the front straight. They caught it faster almost because of that draft.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's John Hotz definitely probing for weaknesses, trying to get by Jeremy.
All right, and as they come up on that slower car now going into turn 3, Jeremy Butts gets by the slower car. And John Hotz has to wait. Remember, he's now locked in side by side with that car as he gets over to the turn 4 flag stand. And that is probably the most unfortunate thing that's happened to John Hotz, as we've got just about a lap and a third to go.
Lap and change.
Yeah, and Jeremy Butts has now opened up about 5 car lengths on John Hotz here with that, having to deal with that traffic. Just came up on John Hotz at the wrong time as they come through the carousel. And Hotz now, he's made up this gap before, Spencer, but he's about 4 car lengths back and not a lot of time or a lot of mileage left to get back, not only to get back to the rear of the 69 car, but to make a lunge for the win.
He's made up this gap before. If you had to be on the bright side, Jeremy has the advantage, but on John Hotz's bright side, he has 2 more straightaways, which is apparently where he is strongest to make it happen. We may wind up finishing this race with a side-by-side finish, but Jeremy has to hold on, and John Hotz has to drive it in really deep to see if he wants it. But already, he's caught up very close.
Yeah, he's wiped out about 3/4 of that lead that Jeremy Butts had at the end of the last lap, but he certainly wasn't close enough to make a pass attempt going down into turn 1. But now as they come from 2 into turn 3, he is right there. I know Butts would be able to cover the move down to the inside going into turn 5, so I don't think Hotz is going to be able to make it there. I think what's going to happen is Hotz really just has to be right on the back bumper of the 69 car coming out of the final corner and try to draft past for the win.
We are going to probably be watching a drag race to the finish, as those 2 lead cars should be coming into cameras, be coming out of 6. Jeremy Butts wants to have as much space as possible. John Hotz wants to be right on him as he comes around turn 9. Looks like he's going to gain a little bit of ground. Let's see if it's enough through turn 10.
All right, as they come up the hill and sitting back in 3rd position, Kip Gaynor with Ryan Heischman and John Jenkins behind now as they work their way up the hill. But coming out of the final corner now, it is Jeremy Butts. It's John Hotz. Hotz moves to the left. He moves to the right. Getting a lot of lateral movement. I don't think he's going to have enough going forward. And as they come to the line for the 2nd day in a row, the 69 car beats the 63 to the checkered flag. Margin of victory, Spencer, 69/1000 of a second. Kip Gaynor will finish in third after having started this race in fifth. Ryan Heischman will finish in fourth. John Jenkins, who started on the front row, will finish in fifth. Mike LaMena will finish in sixth, with Ted Cahill finishing seventh. Kevin Conlon, Ryan Anderson, Chris Kelly, and we're watching now the battle here. That was the number 80 of Ryan Anderson, beating Chris Kelly.
Takes the ninth spot
to the lead. Yeah, there you go. Ryan Anderson out of Warrenton, Virginia finishes ninth. Chris Kelly will round out your top 10. And we heard right through the glass window here, almost as much hoot and hollering as from you, Spencer, about what your dad just did. The mom and dad back there cheering on Ryan Anderson.
Mom and Dad Anderson, very pleased.
Exactly. All right. So there you go. That is Spec Miata. We've got more Miata racing coming up in just a little bit. But first, let's make a call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock. Final call for race group number 7. B-Spec and Improved Touring. Please head to the grid. B-Spec and Improved Touring racers. Your race is next. Please head to the grid. So, Spencer, let's take a quick break. Thanks to our partners and sponsors. And when we come back, more Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series action here. It's the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars. Stay with us.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit radialtirecompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
They get a lot of them.
Did they do anything at all?
What?
I was actually thinking, there's no way he can't go 95, at least for a portion of it. And it's like Sunday in the summer on 95.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway. It is the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with our special guests here this weekend, the Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Spencer Gaynor. And Spencer is our cameraman around the course. I think, dying for some Gatorade, and their old gray hairs are starting to show.
Yep.
Yeah, the sun's starting to beat down, the heat's rising, and our improved touring racers are heading out on track for their pace lap. We'll run down the starting order. Yesterday we had, I believe, 8 cars take the green, and today we may have a few less. We'll see here. Starting on pole today, and probably the most used car this weekend, Mark Liller in the number 127 Hoosier Carbotech Angry Sheep Motorsports Burgundy Mazda Miata. He's out of Bowie, Maryland. He's been sharing that car with his dad all weekend long. Glenn Evans will start on the outside of the front row in the Minis Mission Performance Auto Works Mazda. Glenn is out of Centerville, Virginia. Joel Gambino in his ITA Mazda Miata, the RP Performance Machine from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia, will start third with the other Justin Shepard. And that is how Justin said he wanted to refer to himself, because the Justin that we saw in our Big Bore race is the OG, as he said. But driver, the number 100 Mazda Miata, the Shepard Racing Machine out of Hampstead, Maryland. Justin Shepard starts fourth. Scotty Holman driving the number 69 Frederick Motorsports Mazda Protege out of Frederick, Maryland, will start fifth. Lord help us if there's a full course caution. Starting sixth today, driving the number 51 Speedwell Racing Team Mazda Miata from the Plains, Virginia. It's Jason Paternity MacArthur. Starting seventh, Alton Fryer, yesterday's ITB winner, driver the number 89 Fry Guy Racing BMW 2002. Starting in eighth, and he is out there, got the car repaired. Starting in eighth is Carl Fossler, driver the number 82 Freesaw Frederick Motorsports Porsche 924. He's out of Montgomery Village, Maryland. And then finally, rounding out our 9-car field, yesterday's overall winner had a masterful drive in the wet. Spencer Murphy Nichols out of Jefferson, Maryland, driving the Murph Dog Motorsports Nissan 240SX. That is an ITA car. And we've got Diane Shu. That is, I believe that's Murphy's, it's either Murphy's mom or Murphy's aunt, but she's in the chat. Diane is here to cheer Murphy Nichols on as the pace car now lights out on the pit lane, turning things over to our pole sitter, Mark Liller, as they are coming into turn 10 right now. And it is Liller, and I believe, again, the 100. Actually, I don't think it's the one. I think it's the 100 car possibly on the pole. Let's take a look, because we had a couple drivers not make it out here today. Indeed, it is the number 10 of Glenn Evans, your pole sitter. That's an ITS Mazda Miata. It's got quite a bit of horsepower on Joel Gambino, who will start on the outside of the front row. Gambino slots in right behind the black number 10. Then we've got Justin Shepard in the black 100 car. That's another ITA car. He's in competition with Gambino. And then right back behind them, we've got Scotty Holman in the yellow ITB car, the Mazda Protege with Jason Paternity MacArthur in his ITA number 51 Mazda. A little bit further back, there's Alton Fryer in his BMW 2002. And Murphy Nichols in his Nissan. He's gotten around Carl Fossler's ITB Porsche. And good to see Fossler get that car out. He had mechanical issues on the pace lap of yesterday's race, and he's gotten that car repaired and it's got it back out. Murphy Nichols now in that ITA Nissan. I think finding that getting through traffic in the dry a little bit more challenging than when everybody's looking for grip in the wet.
Yeah, it's totally true, but it's definitely not wet anymore. I mean, still some issues out there to be sure, but the track has almost certainly dried out and the sun has been beating down on it ever since lunch at this point. The track is probably the driest it's been in at least a good 12, 24 hours, as we see a couple tires in the dirt there. You can tell it's dry because
that used to be mud.
Dirt in the air.
That's right. It used to be. It was mud at 8:30 this morning. And thank you, Diane. Diane Chu. That is Murphy Nichols' aunt. His auntie. So cheering him on. And I know we've got a lot of folks from Murph Dog Motorsports down in the carousel here cheering Murphy on as well. He's always got a
fan club.
Yeah, big size fan club from Smoketown Brewery out here watching him race, and I'm glad to see Murphy having some success in the June MARRS. He took his very first ITA win, and all after racing a Nissan 300ZX in bracket and ITS for a couple of years and having some engine issues. This chassis, which I used to race against years ago, Spencer, used to be campaigned by Justin Fields in ITA almost 15 years ago. It was great to see this car out of mothballs and running so well here back in the MARRS Series.
Yeah, we were talking. I feel like we were talking before lunch about like the history of cars and how it's cool to inherit a car and inherit all the stuff it's done before you. So it's not just you're not just racing something with that new car smell. You're racing something that's shown its wear, shown its moxie, its willingness to go, and it's always nice to know that kind of car is beneath you.
Yeah, he's got a big advantage because he has Mark Johnston and Andrew Johnston and the folks from Alien Force Racing, all Nissan fanatics that have raced these types of cars for many, many years. He's also got, we talked to Morgan Burkhardt yesterday. He's got Morgan Burkhardt. He's got Jamison Huffman. He's got Deacon Greenfield. All drivers that he came up with in karting and online racing. They're there in his corner helping him along as well. So jumping into this car, there may not be a lot of documentation on how to best set it up for Summit Point or for other racetracks, but he's got this group of people that can think through these issues and try to work through to give a good performing car as he comes up now on the inside of Scotty Holman. Doesn't get the pass done there, but I think it's only a matter of time. Is that Nissan? It has more horsepower than the ITB Protege, without a doubt, Spencer. But the advantage that car has, it's got a 2.4 liter motor in it versus 1.5 for the Protege. It's got a ton more torque. A matter of fact, we used to joke when I raced against Jason and his good friend Kirk Doney, who won a number of championships, MARRS championships, in a similar car. That those things were truck motors, basically.
So if they needed a flat toe, they could have called this guy.
Exactly, yeah.
Just, hey, you're already out there. Could you just grab that car in turn one?
All right, we're getting word now that we've got a car that's off pace. And I think that may be Carl Fossler's Porsche 924, the red number 82 machine. Again, had mechanical issues yesterday. Caused him to pull off before the green flag even flew. We'll try and track that down. I think he may be over by turn 8. He's out of our view. We could see actually one of the corner workers responding here, Spencer. He's literally right in front of the turn 8 flag station there. And yeah, it looks like that car is probably just going to stay there until the end of the session. He's not in a real impact zone off on the right side, as opposed to where he was at the start of yesterday's race, down at the bottom of the hill at turn 5. Gave us all, I think, like some angina as we saw him rush back to get back in the car before the field came down the wet pavement towards him.
You love seeing all those cars driving towards you when you're not in your car.
Oh yeah. So years ago, I ran this night endurance race with a buddy in a Honda Civic, and I had gone off in the damp, in the wet, into the grass, and it was like 9 o'clock at night, and no lights down there on the track, but I stalled the car trying to get it back up to the pavement, and I'm sitting there in the grassy area, just staring at cars coming down the hill, hoping that they can see me
with their headlights on.
Yeah, exactly. And my lights were on, facing the other way, so that they kind of knew that there was a car down there. But I was also worried as the car installed that I'd run the battery down with all the candle power that we had for a nighttime enduro car. And thankfully I got out alive. But it's still it's a scary thing there at turn 5 when cars round that corner and they're seemingly coming straight at you.
Oh yeah, especially here at Summit, just because turn 5 is not just like a really fast turn where you're carrying an incredible amount of speed, and as you can see in the shot, you're really you don't see 5 until you round that corner at all. It's basically blind. But it's also the fact it's just at the bottom of a hill that you could roll a could roll a Hot Wheel down there and it would pick up speed
Yeah,
just because of
absolutely.
the speed, just because of the way the hill works, the way gravity works. So not only are you driving cars that weigh a couple thousands of pounds, traveling incredibly fast through some really fast parts of the track, trying to reduce their speed for an incredibly slow turn, they're also just driving down at you.
That's right. And we got Kate Campbell in the chat. I think that's Murphy's girlfriend, if I remember correctly, cheering him on. And yeah, a matter of fact, so Spencer, years ago, and everything I talk about at some point is years ago, there was another organization that when they had this big, we'll call it a festival here once a year, they used to hold a rollover contest where you would get, you would essentially get cars, almost like the cars that you would have at a demolition derby. You know, the fact that they actually rolled down a hill was surprising, but they would roll down the hill coming through the chute under their own power, and the car, they had a ramp there, and whichever car hit the ramp and rolled the most times would win. And I'm happy to say my good friend Dave Parker, I think, won twice.
How many rolls did it take to win?
I think he rolled it like 5 or 6 times. And I think was recovering from a concussion for, I don't know, 5 or 6 months.
So he gets out the car, goes, yeah, falls over.
Exactly, just drops to the ground. That was very much what it was like. Very much what it was
That's
like.
That's such a motorsports thing. You couldn't explain that to someone who doesn't race cars. They're just like, what?
No, yeah, oh yeah, exactly.
No, it's cool.
Yeah, it's cool. Love it. And back in the day, it was a huge spectator event. Go figure.
I bet this was before Hans devices.
Yes. Yeah. Well, when you roll a car over on its side, the Hans device you'll find doesn't help you all that much. All right. So as we've got just 6 laps in the books now, as our overall leader Glenn Evans crosses the line, he's got Joel Gambino about 12 seconds in the rear. Evans is your ITS leader. Gambino is your ITA leader. Gambino, he doesn't have a 12-second advantage over the next ITA car, but he's got Justin Shepard in the Black 100 machine sitting about 3.5 seconds in arrears. Murphy Nichols now, though, we should watch that Nichols Nissan as he now, I think Spencer just got around going into turn 3. Yes. Move Murphy Nichols up to second in ITA as he works from the back of the field, gets around the 100 car to drop Justin Shepard back to 4th overall, 3rd in ITA. And Joel Gambino, Murphy Nichols is coming. They're running almost identical lap times at this point. So, and admittedly, and it's warm out, but Gambino is also probably around 4 seconds off of his normal fast laps here. And so he's definitely conserving. He looked in the mirror, saw nobody there, and dialed it back a little bit. So there goes Gambino up the hill with Nichols. Whoa!
Camera just
I think a bird just hit our camera. Just flew into our camera. And in ITB, Scotty Holman now with he's got a 17-second advantage on Alton Fryer. There is Scotty Holman, your ITB leader, running the same lap times that he does under full course caution. And Alton Fryer he'll be coming out of turn 10 momentarily. There's Alton Fryer coming out of 10 in that beautiful 2000. Well, I say it's beautiful. He's been racing that car as long as I've known Alton, for about 25 years. And, that 2002 is, I think, a 71 or 72 chassis. It's been around forever. And we used to, for years, have a whole, much like we have a contingent of GT Pintos. We had a contingent of 2002s that were out here, and to watch those racers swapping parts between cars on the course of a weekend to ensure that they're all running was amazing. Now I think we typically see Alton, Kevin Fryer, who we mentioned yesterday, took the Touring 4 win at the Jersey US Majors Tour event last weekend. He will likely be out here for Labor Day. We may see Matti Vickel and a couple of the other 2002 drivers bring out their steeds as well at our next event, scheduled for, we're going to be scheduled for Labor Day weekend.
Yeah, taking a look again, coming down the front straight now. I believe that is the closest race on the track thus far. That should be, I don't know, help me out here, Greg. Who are those two?
Yeah, those are that's Murphy Nichols and Justin Shepard. You know, we saw Nichols get around Shepard a couple of laps ago, but Shepard just resets his personal best and about a 1/10 of a second faster than Nichols that time by. I think part of that is it being caught in the draft of that big hatchback. And we'll see here if he can close things down. Meanwhile, Gambino has he's turned up the wick a little bit, not much. He's about a second faster than he had been the last couple of laps. Still the margin, about 3.5 seconds from Gambino back to Nichols and Shepard.
Yeah, they're pretty close. I mean, obviously, you're talking about like the 2 extra seconds turned from what, a 12-second gap to a 14-second gap.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, not adding a whole lot, but you know, it's
what?
like taking chips off the Grand Canyon every once in a while. We didn't add too much. We left the big hole there. But still looking at Murphy Nichols and Justin Shepard, like you were saying, lap times have been running incredibly close. Just this last lap by, Murphy Nichols was currently at a 31.3, just changed it to a 31.4, or 31.2, excuse me. And then Justin Shepard, who should be coming by soon, he just dropped a 31.1 actually, so about like a 101.
Yeah, but Shepard had some issues on that last lap, and we see here where Shepard now lost about 8 car lengths to Murphy Nichols. He's going to drop back quite a bit that last time by. Justin Shepard.
That time's just okay. So
running about a full second off of Nichols that last time by. I wanted to catch up with our overall leader. That is Glenn Evans, driving all by his lonesome. There he is, going into turn 3. He is our sole ITS car today, and he's also our sole driver running in the 1:28 range today. And he's just got a nice little gap ahead of him. You see there is he came down the hill. There he is. Nobody in front of him. And the biggest challenge, Spencer, in a race like this is he just needs to be able to maintain focus, because you know he's turning in laps, but he doesn't have any other drivers on course to reference against. Nobody behind to see in the mirrors, nobody ahead to chase. And so that's, as a racer, I always found that to be the most difficult part of the race.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's as much as everyone goes out and they try to, and they learn the objectively correct line for their cars or what they believe is optimal for themselves, so on and so forth. A lot of the times when you are racing with other people, you very quickly get that immediate feedback of when something went right and when something went wrong, because you can watch a car pull away from you. Or you can watch yourself get closer to a car. You can watch their lines be statistically better than yours or be a little further left or right, and being all alone by yourself, you really can't tell.
All right, let's watch here going into turn 1, because Murphy Nichols has now made up a ton of ground on Joel Gambino. Last time around the circuit was almost 3 seconds faster. The margin now just 0.7 of a second as they cross the start-finish line to start lap number 11. And he is definitely closing things down. Gambino got a little bit faster himself. He took another second off of what he had been running. I think realized that maybe that gap was disappearing faster than he expected. So we'll see here what Murphy Nichols might be able to do. But meanwhile, Spencer, as we're halfway through this 20-lap race, let's make a call to the grid for our final race group of the day. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 8, SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM, race group number 8, please head to the garage. Did I say the garage?
The garage?
Yeah, don't head to the garage.
Garage?
Go to the grid. Go to the grid. Don't go to the garage. Because if there's one thing that we don't have here, it's at the Summit Point Circuit. It's a garage. All right, Spencer, coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. Murphy Nichols pulls alongside Joel Gambino's Mazda Miata at the line to start lap number 12. 4/1000ths of a second separate these two racers. Nichols has position going into turn 1, and Gambino concedes the corner, gets on the brakes early, Murphy Nichols is your new ITA
like
leader.
He's fishing for the over/under, maybe.
That's it. He started 8th in the field today. He's now up to 2nd overall, and he was able to hold off Gambino here. So now we know what Murphy Nichols can do when he's got that rabbit ahead of him. Spencer, the question becomes what he can do when he gets a little bit of pressure from the 31 behind.
Yeah, that really was a impeccable turn one overtake. They're going into turn 5 now. You could almost see it. I mean, you were just talking about it as it was happening, like only a couple 1,000ths of a second separated them across the line timing-wise. But even before, about halfway through turn 1, after that overtake, that gap already extended to a car length and plus as he came out of turn 2 and into turn 3. And right now, they're still working. That guy behind him is still working to overcome that 2 car length gap as they come out towards the 10.
All right, and so as the field now working their way, and as Gambino and Murphy Nichols, I think he might have dropped the wheel coming out of turn 10. Might have lost a little bit of momentum coming onto the front straight. Gambino, though, not close enough to take advantage of it as they cross the line. Gambino now into the 129s, so he is now finding some pace in the draft behind that big Nissan, but he wasn't close enough there coming through turn 10 to take advantage. And Spencer, as I'm watching here, even at turn 1, I think the difference is that Murphy Nichols, his corner entry speed not only is faster than Gambino, but he's able to maintain that and continue to carry his speed off of some of these slower corners where Gambino is seemingly struggling for grip.
Yeah, I was going to say that the reason why, despite putting tires off, still managed to maintain a considerable lead, and the car behind him was unable to execute upon what is usually a pretty bad spot to be putting tires off on the track, considering how fast you want to be going, is even if I couldn't quite see what happened through 7, 8, and 9, that Murphy Nichols must have had some really good speed coming through that turn, because like we talked about, it's all about flow, it's about the dominoes. You want to be ticking off these turns one after the other because it makes every turn that comes after faster. So the reason you had that much gap on him coming through turn 10 is because your 9, 8, and 7 were just that good.
That good, exactly. And that bottom half of the course, I could tell you from racing those chassis, it's a weakness for those cars. They're big, they're heavy, they kind of lumber around through there.
They don't want to turn.
Yeah, exactly. But Nichols is kind of hustling the car through there, and it's looking pretty good. And Gambino, in a section of the track where he should be making up ground, he isn't.
No, you're right. It is impressive. A car like that, it's one of the nice things about Miatas that really allow them to thrive at tracks like these where there's a lot of turns, there's a lot of spaces for where maneuverability is incredibly valuable. That narrow chassis makes turning much, much easier, and the ability to manage speed and momentum better through turns makes Miatas incredibly nimble and fast with the back half of this course. It's what's interesting about Summit Point is Summit Point's basically divided into 2 sections where maneuverability is king, and being light on your tires and having small wheelbases is king. And then there's the other half of this course, the 7, 8, 9 back down into 1, where RPM is king, where you can be the fastest, the heaviest thing barreling down here. You see it in Big Bore where they lumber through the back half and then they get to the straightaway, and then you watch those engines sing all the way down into turn 1.
There we go. And speaking of singing here, Murphy Nichols just reset the fastest lap of the entire race, lapping even faster than Glenn Evans. And as that happened, Joel Gambino turned in his personal best, but Spencer was almost 0.3 off of Murphy Nichols' pace. They come out of turn 10, and as they come across the line, Murphy Nichols' advantage over Joel Gambino now just about 1 second. So that last time by, Gambino ran almost the identical lap time to Nichols, within a couple hundredths of a second. But so far, Murphy Nichols not succumbing to the pressure. He's holding up well. So we also have in the chat, and this is interesting, we've got Jamison Huffman, who, as I'm looking to the grid, and now with about 6 laps to go, it's about time that we call SSM to the grid again. Spencer, Jamison Huffman was yesterday's winner in SSM, and one of those friends that we talked about that's helping coach Murphy Nichols
Shouldn't
along.
you be getting in your car?
Yeah, well, yeah, obviously. He also had a stellar race in the rain yesterday in SSM, having worked his way up through the field. Now Gambino's starting to close things down again, and I have to wonder if that heavy, big, lumbering car has affected the rear tires as he comes through the carousel. But I'll tell you, as I watch Murphy Nichols, Spencer, we talked a little bit earlier about being not only consistent but being like inch perfect around this course. And no offense to Joel Gambino, who is a MARRS champion in ITA, Murphy Nichols around some of the corners on this course, he's just much more precise than Joel Gambino. I can see where Gambino will lose a couple hundredths or a tenth. Just in car placement, never mind in brake application or throttle application, as they come down into turn one, and both of those drivers now off the pace, their previous pace a little bit. Gambino again, and you can see it. He's inching closer, and and maybe Gambino, maybe Gambino also was letting the car cool down a little bit. Murphy went by. He's staying close because we saw what John Hotz did in the previous race.
That's right.
Where he was, and he wasn't in a position to win at the end, as we saw, but he was still in the game and he had the car underneath him ready to go.
Yeah, I was going to say until we started seeing Joel Gambino really start to inch back up towards Murphy Nichols just in these last 2 laps. But I was going to say we spent all that time talking about the beginning half of this race. It really was a back and forth. They were close on each other. They overtook, they retook each other. And then it was like there was a series of like 3 or 4 laps where it looked like Murphy Nichols just like cracked the code with this car and on this track, where he was good in the places he's supposed to be good, and then also really good in the places where his car isn't supposed to be good, and he was just absolutely manhandling the track for a good couple laps. And then you see this start to happen where Joel Gambino starts to ink back up on him, but also both of their times have dropped just a little bit.
Funny you should say that, as we've now got 4 laps to go. Gambino just set his personal best here during this race, and he was about 2.5 tenths faster than Murphy Nichols. So again, tables starting to turn, and now Gambino pulling up and comes up alongside Murphy Nichols. Nichols has to get defensive going into turn 3, and he holds off Gambino for the moment, but there you go. Is Gambino, well, maybe he pulled the okie doke on Murphy Nichols. He's right back in the game. But real quick, while this is going on, let me make another call to the grid for the next group. Attention in the paddock. Attention the paddock. Second call to the grid for race group 8. SSM, please head to the grid. SSM racers, please head to the grid. Your final race of the weekend is next.
I don't know, I just said that it looked like Murphy Nichols unlocked or cracked the code for this racetrack at probably around lap 8 or 7, but it looks like Joel Gambino might have also cracked a similar code around lap 5 or 4 just this time by, because now look at him, he's being competitive. We just saw him make that attempt coming out of 2 up into 3. Looks like maybe that attempt cost him a little bit. He's then dropped back just ever so slightly, but we can tell he's certainly not going out without a fight.
No, he isn't, but didn't get a good run out of turn 10. That time, Spencer, as he turned in a little bit late and the rear end started to walk out on him. You talked earlier, and this was more in the context of Spec Miata, but how a Mazda Miata is to drive, and it's very well balanced. Sure, it's a momentum car, but it makes up for a lot of faults of the driver sometimes. But one of the things that it doesn't make up for is if you're ham-handed or ham-fisted behind the wheel, and if you throw the car into corners, it doesn't like it a lot. And that's what I'm starting to see a little bit from Joel Gambino here, at least going into turn 10. And so, again, as the tables turn, maybe, just perhaps, he is pushing the car kind of hard right now, and he wasn't necessarily sitting back with Murphy Nichols. But, he's looking to see if Nichols if he's gonna crack. And Nichols, as he has to get defensive going through the carousel, you saw he lost some ground on the entrance to the carousel, but on the exit of the carousel, he started to pull away from Gambino again. And for that big, heavy car, it's going to be very difficult, even for 3 or 2 more times, for Murphy Nichols to keep that car pinned to the inside going through turn 6A and 6B. I'll bet he's going to try it, though, as they come out up to the line and towards the start-finish line here. 2 laps remaining for the ITA battle here. And Murphy Nichols, that last time by, well, he ran 6/100ths of a second faster than Joel Gambino. There you go. That is about a foot, maybe, as Glenn Evans, our ITS leader, driver of the black number 10 ITS car, and I believe our only ITS racer here today. He's got a lap and a half to go as he makes his way down into turn 5, having just gotten around Alton Fryer's ITB BMW. And Alton's still pushing the heck out of that car. He's, he's waiting for Scotty Holman to put a foot wrong somewhere and steal a win. But great running there from Alton. Look at how much that car is leaning over the rear. My gosh.
Picking up some extra G's going through there.
Yeah. Scraping off the rear fender, scraping off some of the Bondo in the back of that car. All right, here it comes under the bridge and towards turn 10, Glenn Evans. He is your sole ITS racer. He's your overall leader. He comes onto the front straight, and Glenn Evans is going to go flag to flag. He is your overall winner today. Let's jump back to that ITA battle there out of turn 10 on the front straight. And as they come to the line, taking the win in ITA, it is Murphy Nichols.
I think it's 1 to go.
Yeah, 1 to go. Sorry about that. I did that again.
I was excited too. I was like, it's over?
It's over?
Oh, no.
All right, well, so Glenn Evans, he's got 1 more lap to go. There you go. Glenn, go at it. Don't spin. Coming through turn 2, and look at this as he hugs the line. Coming up on Alton Fryer, there is Murphy Nichols, and Nichols comes up to Alton Fryer just at the wrong time as Joel Gambino now comes back, and they're going to try to go down the hill. Nichols is going to go underneath Fryer, going to try to go underneath the Fryer, and Fryer's going to stick to the inside. Nichols and now Gambino go around the outside of the BMW 2002. We should rack up that my call of the win there if this doesn't work out. It's going to be a YouTube short tomorrow, guaranteed. As Murphy Nichols now holds off Joel Gambino through the carousel, and only 2 corners remain, 1 corner, and Murphy Nichols now with a 4-car length advantage over the number 31, former MARRS champion Joel Gambino. And as they come onto the front straight, checkered flag in the air, and taking the win in ITS is Glenn Evans, and in ITA, now I could say it, taking the win, Murphy Nichols, margin of victory 0.6 of a second over Joel Gambino. Justin Shepard should finish in 3rd, and we'll check on that ITB race in just a moment, as I believe Scotty Holman may have already, Scotty Holman has not come to the line yet. Here's Justin Shepard coming out of turn 10 onto the front straight. He will take the last step on the podium in ITA, with Jason Paternity MacArthur finishing in 4th. Scotty Holman now out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And he is your feature race winner in ITB. Congratulations, Scotty Holman. That means Alton Fryer will finish 2nd in ITB. And of course, Carl Fossler retired his Porsche over at turn 8 after only 2 laps complete. So, Spencer, let me make a final call to the grid for YouTube chatter and race winner yesterday, Jameson Huffman, and the rest of his SSM folks. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for SSM. Please head to the grid. SSM racers, this is your final call to the grid. So, Spencer, SSM is our very last race group of the day. We've saved the best for last. I want to urge you all to stay with us here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back in just a few moments with more MARRS feature racing for Summit Point Raceway. It's the July MARRS, presented by Belmont Classic Cars. Please stay with us.
The
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic 5, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
Welcome back to Summit Point Raceway for the July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with special guests Northeast Division Road Racing Championship and the United States Touring Car Championship. And of course, our great broadcast partner, Courage Motorsports, helping to bring you the coverage all weekend long here on the WDCR YouTube channel. Spencer, one race left to go. Clapping your hands, waving your hands in the air, jumping around like you just don't care. I didn't really just say that, did I? And it is SSM for the 1.6-liter NA first-generation Mazda Miatas. And a bunch of very, very close racing is what we expect. It was a little exciting yesterday as we found perhaps the limits of what the Spec Toyo tires can do in a driving downpour. But we'll see how things work out here today. We'll run down the starting order with Jack Murchison out of Sykesville, Maryland, in the number 21 machine, starting on pole today with the Redline Oil number 98 machine of Air Chasm from Silver Spring, scheduled to start on the outside of the front row. John Hotz, we saw him just a little while ago in Spec Miata, where he finished second. Today, he's going to start on the inside of row number 2 and 3rd in the Hot Stuff Racing Mazda Miata. He's going to start alongside yesterday's race winner, in the wet, driving the number 89 OG Racing Mazda from Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. It's Jamison Huffman. Jordan Fuhrman. Jordy Fu will start 5th today. He's in the number 8 RP Performance FART Mazda Miatas from Wrightsville, Pennsylvania. Scott Brunk will start 6th. Scott's in the number 79 RP Performance Mazda, with Ryan Harrison starting 7th. He's in the number 146 Mazda Miata. Jay Bindrum in the Mind and Body Clinic Mazda out of Nokesville, Virginia will start 8th. That's the number 88 machine, with Kevin Gaiman. And I think I saw Kevin's got got a bit of a cheering section in the chat here today. Kevin is going to start 9th. He's driving the number 113 Dwarf Racing RP Performance Mazda. Then we've got Chris Tilton scheduled to start 10th today. Chris did not run yesterday's race. We'll see if he makes it out today. He's in the OG Racing Universally Modified Performance number 36, and he'll start with just ahead of Meyer Alzot in the number 101 Motorsport Solutions machine out of Fairfax Station. Meyer, former HPDE chief instructor, starting 11th today. Starting 12th, driving the number 199 Sarley Motorsports machine from Millersville, Maryland. It's Ben Sarley. Isaac Clark is in the Dog Licked Racing number 86 machine out of Culpeper, Virginia, starting 13th. Starting 14th, Jim Roberts in the Jim Roberts West Main entry from Mount Joy, Pennsylvania. The number 6 car starts 14th. Starting 15th today, driving the number 08 RP Performance Mazda from Strasburg, Virginia, it's Miranda Price. Mark Sylvia will start 16th today. Mark is in the number 22 RP Performance machine. He's from Potomac, Maryland. Jim Hess is from Newcastle, Virginia, driving for the Blue Ridge region of the SCCA. He is in the number 56 Mazda. He starts 17th. Stephen Bindrum will start 18th today. He's in the number 07 machine. He's out of Knoxville, Tennessee. Ray Seabird Heath in the RHR and LLC, the RHR and L LLC Windsor Customs Mazda. The number 9 car starts 19th. Shane Butler's in the number 70 car. He starts 20th. He's in a RP Performance Supply machine, and it's from Washington, D.C. Chase Kovach starts 21st. He's in the number 71 RP Performance machine. He's from Fairfax. With Nathan Reynolds starting 22nd. He's in the number 95 Mazda. Colin Murchison will start 23rd today. And starting 24th, Anita Barnes out of Round Hill, Virginia. As the lights are out on the pace car. The pace car, in fact, is on the pit lane, Spencer, and going to turn things over. That is not the white number 89 of Jamison Huffman on the pole. I believe, of course it's not. It is Jack Murchison in the black number 21. Air Chasm on the outside of the front row in the red machine. Then John Hotz and Jamison Huffman, row number 2, the 63 and the 89 white Mazdas. We'll see how they do. Yesterday's start, Spencer, was waved off. Today we have a green flag, and we are underway here at Summit Point as we've got 24 cars heading down into turn 1 for the first time.
24 cars nose to nose. Green flag does mean go, and they were tightly packed all the way in. And as they come out of turn 1, we're already beginning to see them become one by one, all the way from first position, I believe, all the way back to 7th and 8th. Very well coordinated. And we can still see some people are still putting a few tires out in the grass. A few stragglers have yet to sort themselves out, but that looks like your top 10 already sorted themselves, or maybe your top 7 more like it, and are pulling away into 5.
Yeah, and I believe that was the 146 of Ryan Harrison, who ran wide coming out of turn 3. Did not lose any real momentum there as he gets back. He might have lost a position to Jay Bindrum, dropping him back to 8th position. But, you know, the one advantage, Spencer, you go off of turn 3, you keep the wheels nice and straight. You might lose a little bit of forward speed, but you still have the car underneath you.
And you'll still be back on the track pretty soon.
You got it. And so it did open up a little bit of a gap, though, from Jordy Fuhrman, I think, back to Brunk, Harrison, and Bindrum. But our leaders now coming through turn 10 for the first time. And Arif Kazim, he loses a position, and he's under attack, might lose 2. It is Jack Murchison, your leader. John Hotz started 3rd. Now he's in 2nd. Arif Kazim holds off Scott Brunk in 3rd. And so the question becomes, did Jamison Huffman take the green? And the answer is no. Yesterday's race winner in the 89 car, not racing today. That other white car was actually Scott Brunk in the 89.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like, we got a little bit of move. Looks like John Hotz is actually making a play on Jack Murchison. Looks like he just about makes it stick. Now Jack Murchison will sneak up right below him as that blue car takes a few tires off into the chute.
All right, and that was Ryan Harrison again, I believe. Oh, actually, that was Scott Brunk there. We're going to check. I think, actually, so Brunk, I'm fairly certain from yesterday's race, is in that light blue with orange stripe, currently running behind Arif Kazim. We'll have to watch as they come by. I think Jamison Huffman may just be having a transponder issue. And I believe that is the Huffman car now sitting in 2nd position behind John Hotz. We'll track that as they come out of 10 this next time by. But definitely two groups of cars at the moment here. 2 big packs as our leaders are out of turn 10 onto the front straight. And indeed, it is the 89 car running in 2nd place behind John Hotz. Jack Murchison in the black number 21 is running 3rd. Arif Kazim, the red number 98, running
wide
4th. And then Scott Brunk. Yeah, look at this, 3, almost 4 cars wide coming down into turn 1 in that 2nd pack. And there are 5 cars there. And did get word that I think the 58 of Colin Murchison, who started the very back of the pack, Spencer, who's now up to 10th, taking the grass line going into turn 1, had 2 wheels off in the dirt there, and I think he kind of got forced over there as he had Chris Tilton, he had Kevin Gaiman, he had Meyer Alzot and Ryan Harrison along with him.
Yeah, we talked about it previously about how much these cars really want to race together and how much packs form very easily. If we haven't said it, well, we just said it again. I'd like to draw attention to how that front pack, despite fighting and despite being back and forth, leads in the top 3, very well coordinated for the most part. They're sticking together and they're fighting away. The pack behind them, an opposite story. They crossed the start-finish line in 3 packs of 2, fighting down to the braking zone. It almost looked like they'd go 3 packs of 2 and 1 pack of 1.
I was going to say, it ended up looking for a moment there as if it was 1 pack of 4, which is problematic because this track is only wide enough for 3 Miatas.
Not have the space.
Which might explain why Colin Murchison had a wheel off in the dirt as the 2nd pack now comes by, and it is the 101 machine of Meyer Alzot. He is running 7th with Chris Tilton in the OG Racing car, tucked right underneath the bumper. That's the white 36. Kevin Gaiman, Colin Murchison, Ryan Harrison there as well. And they spread out once again back. And actually, that's a little bit further back. I think Jay Bindrum, Isaac Clark, Ben Sarley all spreading out as we still have racers. They're looking now, and you see this mid-pack in an SSM race where drivers are trying to be opportunistic. They're trying to pick up positions when they can. They're not necessarily being strategic, let's say. as you would see up at the front of the field, where they are certainly going to be quite a bit more strategic because they don't want to bring a second pack that is 10 car lengths back into the fight.
Speaking of opportunistic, that group that just went through your cameras, that's going to be your second group. You see the first group disappearing away from Zick, and you see second group appear right about there. That black and red car, second and third in that tire pack, were actually side by side going up into 3, and then they reappeared down in the chute one by one. It almost looked like they would go side by side again into 5. Thought better of it, but because they could probably see how far that blue car gained on them in the interim of their fighting, and now they've once again become one by one.
All right, as our leaders cross the start-finish line, we got a driver who runs very wide coming out of turn 10. We'll get the number of that machine in just a moment. I think that was the 36 of Chris Tilton, but it is Jamison Huffman, your new leader in the number 89 machine, as he's gotten around John Hotz. With Jack Murchison sitting, we'll check here as they come through with Jack Murchison sitting in third, then Eric Chasm, then Scott Brunk, and Jordy Fuhrman at the tail end of that group in the red number 8 machine. And at the moment here, Chris Tilton is broken free of the second pack by just a little bit, and a lot of that is because, I believe on the previous lap, Meyer Alzot had some issues going into turn 1. It had been Alzot in 7th position with Chris Tilton right behind. Alzot now following a number of positions back behind that group, and Tilton he was all by himself. Now he's got Colin Murchison in the black 58 right to his rear bumper.
Yeah, he's found himself a bit of a buddy there, and those two will be, if they want to get up to that next pack in front of them, they will want to work together to distance the pack behind them and gain the pack ahead of them, which has gained a considerable advantage right now, almost an entire turn to their name. The distance between Joshua Furman and Chris Tilton, which I believe is the distance between those two, is a gap of almost 7.5 seconds. That is a massive gap on a race course like this, on any race course, period, I would say. And they're going to have to fight together. But it doesn't look like they're looking to play completely fair, as it looks like Colin Murchison overtakes Chris Tilton by the start line.
There you go. So Colin Murchison, who started all the way at the back of the field, he's a rookie this season, Spencer, went to driver school, I believe, at the ripe old age of 14.
Woo!
So he's not going to be driving home tonight, regardless of how this race finishes. He's not going to be spraying any champagne, regardless of how this race finishes. But he's got a very happy father. We had his father at driver school also, and Colin's uncle as well. The whole Murchison clan was here. Of course, Jack Murchison, who started off on the pole, currently now running, I believe, in 3rd position. Has put in some time in SMX, or Spec MX5 Challenge at the national level, and also turned a wheel, I believe, at St. Petersburg in the MX5 Cup in the Pro Series as well. So great to see Jack come back to us here at Summit Point.
Taking a quick look over the best times on the race course right now. Obviously, John Hotz, your leader, running very fast. Last lap put in I think literally last lap set his fastest lap of the race with a 130.5. But I believe the fastest lap on the track, based on what I'm looking at, is actually Scott Brunk, who put a 31.54 to John Hotz 31.56.
Yeah, and so Brunk currently running in 5th position with Jordy Fuhrman right behind him as they go through, actually just ahead of this group in turn 1, and then that's Colin Murchison leading the second group, or that actually I guess now the 3rd group through. And interesting, more about Colin, who's now up to 7th position, and on the inside there of that group going through, Chris Tilton to the outside. With Meyer Alzot in the 101 directly behind, and Kevin Gaiman in the 113 machine there, as well as they're all coming up on Angela Barnes in her Mazda Miata. That is the number 97 car that they're coming up on, the old Chip Her car. Colin, he said that he'd never done any karting before he got behind the wheel of the race car at the driver school. He'd only done sim racing, and the kid is now up to 7th position in one of the most competitive classes in the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series. And again, after having started tail end Charlie in a 24, probably a 25 car field.
Taking a look at that top four, a major change up here. We just talked about lap times with John Hotz leading the pack. He actually must have had a very rough turn that last time through the carousel. Goes from first, drops what it looks like to fourth. Jamison Huffman is now your leader, now followed by Jack Murchison, Arif Kasim, and John Hotz once again in the fourth place position. I believe we saw the fruits of labor of that coming down into 5. We saw them, or a little before coming into 5, they were 2 wide.
Yeah.
Hard to kind of decipher what was going on, but the stats do not lie. John Hotz definitely the biggest loser in that arrangement.
Yeah, indeed. And, it's interesting in watching how John Hotz and Jeremy Butts had approached that SSM race, or the Spec Miata race, just a few races ago, to how he now has to approach this with, well, 1, a bunch of young kids, and 2, it's a group of 5 drivers as opposed to just 2 drivers separated out. As we got another great fight a little bit further behind. We'll check in with some of these other battles. I think going into turn 1 now, we've got I think that's the 07. I think it's the Steve Bindrum car, as well as James Roberts and Chase Kovac as well. Going into 1, and they had been also 3 wide when they crossed the start-finish line. So again, very close racing. Actually, I take that back. It was Chase Kovac, Mark Sylvia, and James Roberts as they went in. That is the battle for 19th position, Spencer. So when we say that there's always somebody to race here in SSM, very true. Yeah, exactly. All right, as our leaders are coming out of turn 10 now, and it is again the 89 of Huffman, Jack Murchison, 21. Arif Kasim and John Hotz, they started to make a move down the inside. Kasim went, Hotz did not, and that allowed, I think, Scott Brunk to possibly get around at least John Hotz. We'll see here as they come through turn 1, and there you go, move Scott Brunk, we'll call him the wily old veteran, much like John Hotz. Scott has been racing in Spec Miata and SSM, I think, since 2001, and obviously has a lot of seat time behind these cars. He was just, we said, being opportunistic, and he saw what some of the racers did up ahead, and he had a great opportunity with a run out of 10 to make up the position here. So a great fight, and as they come down into turn 5, hard under braking. Jamison Huffman looking for his 2nd win of the weekend. And wow, look there, Colin Murchison, I think, is broken free from Chris Tilton and Meyer Alzad, and he's all by himself now behind our lead pack. And Spencer, there he is. He's gonna have a bit of a challenge, I think, drafting up to get to our leaders, even if they do start fighting. You'd say he's got about 25 car lengths to go?
Yeah, he's got quite a distance to recover. He has cut that distance down significantly, though, to give him credit. The distance between him and that pack he's been chasing this entire race was previously 7.5 seconds, has now been cut down to just under 6. So he is seriously making up a good amount of time, considering we still only have 10 laps to go. I want to really quickly reflect on that lead pack run that went from John Hotz actually dropping from 4th to 5th, even though he's looking to recontest, actually retakes the 4th position just now, but you just saw it on your screens coming into turn 1. I'll be honest, it almost looked like John Hotz made a move. Looks like him and the car behind him in 5th place went to make a move to the inside, to driver's right, like you mentioned. But then by the time, that looks like what the plan was when they came out of 10. But then when they came past start-finish, it looked like whoever was behind him chose to not pursue it, and it left John Hotz kind of alone, almost door-to-door with place in 3rd. And then the car behind that was now taking him for 4th, the car behind him just took him anyway.
Hey, Spencer, if we can go over to coming up towards turn 3. This is the fight, Ray Siebert Heath, Jim Roberts, and Chase Kovac. Kovac is the lead car of the 3 in the 71 machine. The yellow car, that is Jim Roberts in the 6. And then, actually, that's not the yellow car. That's not the group I was thinking about. Oh, well. We'll track them as well. I believe that is actually Steve Bindrum. No. I'm sorry. Isaac Clark, Miranda Price, Ben Sarley there as they are coming through the carousel there. And again, very close running. Again, lots of fights here in SSM as our as they are still lock nose to tail and no doubt trying to get to the couple cars directly ahead of them. As we're now halfway through this SSM race. If you like what you see, of course, everybody go ahead, smash that thumbs up button. We'd appreciate it. Also, if you haven't already done so, subscribe to the Washington, D.C. region SCCA YouTube channel. And I'll tell you what, for engagement, besides putting stuff in the chat here, and we've got all the folks that are cheering on Shane Butler and the number 70 machine, like Nigel, go ahead and put something in the comments section. We could love to have that for engagement. That'll help promote our videos as well as we watch our leaders now going into turn 5. And so far, Spencer, John Hotz there sitting in 5th position in that white number 63 car. He just hasn't had the opportunity to move forward. And he's got a bunch of race winners ahead of him. He's got, of course, he's got pro drivers ahead of him, and I think the only one who hasn't won an SSM race in that group of 6 or 7 at the front is actually Arif Kazim. He's finished on the podium multiple times, but hasn't taken a race win.
Looked like John Hotz and Arif Kazim have been swapping that 4th place position back for the last couple laps now, but I once again want to hop back really fast to call out 2 different positions. That's going to be your 6th and 7th place racers. That's Jordan Fuhrman and Colin Murchison. We've been talking about Colin Murchison being out on his own, really chipping away at the lead pack has had on him. Originally it was 7.5 seconds, cut that down to under 6 seconds. Now currently the distance between Colin Murchison and the car ahead of him, Jordan Fuhrman, is only 2 seconds.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is that Fuhrman has fallen off the back of the drivers ahead. But I'll tell you, both he and Murchison, they stand a real good chance of getting back into this fight, because we just saw Scott Brunk and Jack Murchison spread out too wide going into turn number 3, just behind our leader in the number 89 car, Jamison Huffman. And that has allowed them to close down a little bit. Now, oddly, John Hotz didn't do anything to take advantage of it. I don't think he had anywhere to go, frankly.
Yeah.
But with now 8 laps remaining, I think the folks maybe behind Scott Brunk starting to get a little restless.
It's like we hit lap 11, lap 10, and all restraint was gone. That front pack was pretty well behaved for the first half of this race. The second, a little close to that 50% mark ticked over. It was all hands off. It was time to go.
All right, and as they cross the line now, completing lap number 12 of 20, 8 laps remaining, it is Jamison Huffman, Scott Brunk, 88 1/1000ths of a second separating Brunk and Jack Murchison as they were locked nose to tail. And there you go. Scott Brunk now takes a look to the inside on Jamison Huffman, and they're door to door as they come out of turn 1. But as they work their way out of 1 into 2, it is now Jamison Huffman, your leader, and a big change there towards the front as Jack Murchison works his way back into 2nd, Arif Kazim to 3rd, and Scott Brunk, who for a moment, Spencer, looked like he might take the lead. He's now back to 4th.
I was talking about how well behaved those guys were, and then I watched them go down into 1 that last time by. Literally 2 different pairs of draft partners, John Hotz, Arif Kazim together, Scott Brunk, Jack Murchison together, both racing down into turn 1, and in the end it was Jamison Huffman that came out on top, but both pairs of racers were fighting for it. You can literally see what the pairs used to be now. You see the 1 in front, the 2 behind him, and the 2 behind that. That is how the current lead stacks up on the racetrack.
And look at this, because there's another pair in the game.
Look at pair 3.
There you go. As Jordy Fuhrman and Colin Murchison, they have hooked up, and I think of the 2, Murchison definitely has a bit more pace. And there you go. Murchison actually comes underneath Jordy Fuhrman going into turn number 10, and so they are now right about to that lead pack. As we've got Arif Kazim giving Jack Murchison the push, trying to get around Jamison Huffman as they go down into turn 1. And they cannot get up to the 89 car, and Murchison calls it off and slots back in behind the 89. That Huffman gets such a run out of turn 10 that those 2 cars pushing can't even challenge for the lead. That says a lot about the way Jamison Huffman is driving, both in the in the dry, as well as what he did in the wet yesterday.
Yeah, that lap traffic car being where it was at the time of the run probably maybe spooked that last group of fighting for it. But I'm telling you, man, 7 laps to go. It's time to pick dance partners. Who's it going to be?
There you go. And, of course, we've got Mike Monahan in the chat. He is the class administrator for SSM. He looks over these guys from close, from afar, and he is saying that this is a nice race. And hopefully we'll see Mike back behind the wheel soon enough, and maybe here with this group of 7 cars right at the front. This is a heck of a fight, and and the fastest racer on the track right now, Spencer, it is Colin Murchison. There, he just resets fast lap at a 1:29.881.
Yeah, I was just saying, I watched them come through 5, and it was all so cool to see. Colin Murchison, he has been chipping at that lead all race, and look at him now. He is in the draft. He is in a striking distance of that pack.
All right, as they head down to turn 1, again, we've got Eric Chasm and Jack Murchison
2x2
trying to push past Jamison Huffman. Scott Brunk, he's got nowhere else to go. He's sitting right behind the 89 car. And as they come into 1, this time Murchison is right up alongside the 89. Will it be the black 21? Will it be the white 89 as they come out of 2 and onto the short chute to turn 3? Jamison Huffman maintains the lead again. Jack Murchison from the inside cannot get position. He slots into 2nd, but Eric Chasm, who runs wide, runs into the gravel coming out of 3. He's got Scott Brunk to contend with, and Brunk now moves up into 3rd. And look at this.
Colin Murchison for 4th.
Murchison around the outside of Eric Chasm. He now takes over 4th position. That is amazing.
What a fight. I almost couldn't believe it. I was like, all right, maybe he'll be able to make something out of this. And suddenly he's door-to-door with 5th, and he even moves in for 4th.
So Colin Murchison, who started 23rd in a 24-car field, he is now up to 4th position, and it has not been easy for him. But he's got more pace than practically any other racer on this course. We've got a lot of time left here, Spencer. We've got 6 laps. We've got 12 miles to go.
It may have seemed like that was a long time, but that was 3 very busy laps. There are still at least 5 laps to go in this race. This pack is incredibly tight. Even the furthest out, that's currently going to be Jordan Fuhrman in that red and white car, just came past the start-finish line, is still in the fight for a possible top 3 finishes. We're going to watch them once again go in for pairs into turn 1.
All right, Jack Murchison now coming down the inside on Jamison Huffman, and again, door-to-door. Huffman later on the brakes, has the nose up, has to go around the long way, but we've seen this time and time again, Spencer, that going around the outside isn't necessarily essentially the death sentence here, and you're able to hold off that inside car. He does it again. He pinches Jack Murchison down to the inside through 1 and 2, holds on to the lead as they come down the hill. Scott Brunk in 3rd, Colin Murchison in 4th, and I wonder how long it's going to be until we see Colin Murchison in a position to maybe to push his older brother up to the lead.
Yeah, we're going to watch it. It's so much action, it's almost hard to look away. We're going to take a quick break and look back into turn 1 here. We're also seeing some action even further back into the racetrack coming around for turn 2. We just saw, I believe that is the yellow and black car on your screen. They're
That's Jim Bob Roberts, yeah.
One by one there. He's still fighting for a position while the white car in front of them is trying to hold them both off.
Yeah, so that is Jim Bob Roberts with Chase Kovach and I believe Steve Bindrum ahead as well. And Jim Bob Roberts, we talked a little bit about him yesterday, Spencer, out of Mountjoy, Pennsylvania, and has been racing for 15 years, but he's been time trialing Corvettes. Yesterday would have been his day, as he's won the skid pad competition at the One Lap of America multiple years. Unfortunately, probably a little bit too dry. He doesn't want to. It was also in a Chevy Corvette, not in a Mazda Miata, but he doesn't want to rear end of that Miata breaking free here today as they come down to turn 3. This is Jack Murchison's best chances. He's still side by side with Jamison Huffman coming out of turn 3. Huffman, if he can hold on the outside of the chute, he'll have position going into 5, but holding on as we're now.
Blue car's taking a peek.
2 wide. As now Scott Brunk goes around Jack Murchison going into the chute and through turn 5. Scott Brunk now moves up in the 2nd, drop Jack Murchison back to 3rd. And is that Colin Murchison right behind? No, that's Arif Chasm, who's now stuck to the outside as Colin Murchison gave up position to the 98 machine. Can he force his way through? And I think he has.
Woo. It looked like that gamble was very bold by Arif Chasm. He took the outside line, or it looked like he had the inside line in 5, but then suddenly was at the outside line in 6, and it looked like he was going to be trapped to the outside by both of the Murchison brothers, but instead managed to wiggle his way back in. Speaking of wiggle his way back, it looks like Arif Chasm has actually linked up with the Murchison brother behind him, and now they're challenging for the Elder Murchison ahead.
And, that's probably the best thing, given that Colin Murchison has been the fastest car, can probably give the big shove to try to get around Scott Brunk.
Arif's on the outside again.
Yeah, as Chasm gets stuck to the outside, and now this is what I was hoping to see here with Jack Murchison and Colin Murchison nose to tail, and see if they can work together to push forward. Arif Chasm's now taking a look to the inside on both of the Murchisons. Going into turn number 3, he gets around Colin, can't get around Jack. All the while, we see now Jordy Fuhrman has made his way back up to this lead pack with all this fighting. And John Hotz takes a look to the inside on Colin Murchison, cannot find a way through. John Hotz, who's now sitting back in 6th position after having led this race early on. He's got to just be chomping at the bit to move forward. As now, I said, before we've got 12 laps or we've got 10 laps. We're down now to about 5.5 miles. About when they come across the line, we'll have 2 laps remaining here at Summit Point.
What I love so much about Miata, SM, and SSM racing, the tightness of the races, of the race cars, and how similarly they are paced leads to a delicious level of deception and duplicity. The person you are drafting with one lap is your worst enemy the next. We literally saw it the last time by. Arif Chasm looked like he was the enemy of the Murchison brothers, and then half a turn later, he's drafting with a Murchison brother.
He's their best
And then
friend.
once again, the Murchison brothers abandon him for their own kin, and still Arif Chasm winds up on the short end of the stick, now coming into 1.
All right, so it is Huffman, then Brunk, then Murchison. We've got a car off, I think, at turn 3, and that is the 08 machine of Miranda Price, and she is all the way past our camera towards the very end of the gravel trap. You can see the gravel and the dust in the air there, although Arif Chasm is at it again. But there's a local caution at 3, so we know there won't be any passes there. Spencer, great story in the chat. Mike Monahan, who we talked about earlier, he's the class administrator for SSM. He said he got his start racing because Scott Brunk 20 years ago let him race let him do parade laps in his championship winning car. And that right there, that was the 09 car, probably the 9 car of Ray Seabird Heath, letting our leaders through there in the carousel. It was tough for him to do it. It is Jamison Huffman, your leader. It is coming in second. I believe that is Scott Brunk. It is. Then it is Jack Murchison, then Arif Chasm, Colin Murchison, and they have now separated themselves from Jordy Fuhrman and John Hotz, as Fuhrman has gotten around the number 63 machine. So move Hotz back in the 7th position.
Murchison's making a move to the outside.
All right, here we go. As we're 3 wide coming down the straight. We got Brunk, we got Huffman. Murchison did take a look to the inside. There wasn't any room for him, though. Scott Brunk nose up on Jamison Huffman as they go into turn 1 again through that outside lane where things have been faster, and Jamison Huffman manages not only to hold Scott Brunk off here, Spencer, but he positioned himself right between Scott Brunk and Jack Murchison, giving both of those drivers nowhere to go as they came up to that local caution at 3.
As we say, you can't pass under a local caution, if I remember correctly, so they had to be 1 by 1 and cooperating by the time they got there. But now the gloves are off, now that they're down into 5, and it's going to be a knockdown drag out from here all the way back to the start-finish line.
All right, as time is running out, we are on the last lap. Our leaders are coming up on some slower traffic. They are coming up, I believe, on Chase Kovach, Jim Roberts, and Steve Bindrum, but I don't think they're going to get there before this race ends as they come up the hill and underneath the bridge for the very last time Well, maybe they will get there. Let's see
Last
here.
chance to do it. What's it going to be?
As they come through turn 10, this is where Jamison Huffman has got to position that car correctly. He's got Jack Murchison right behind him. And as they come to the line, taking the win, it is Jamison Huffman. Jack Murchison will finish in second. Scott Brunk, who had, with just a lap ago, he had his best chance ever to take the win. He'll finish in third. Arif Kazem will finish fourth. Colin Murchison comes from 23rd to 5th. Great run for the young racer. John Hotz will finish in 6th position with Jordy Fuhrman in 7th. Chris Tilton, great race for him, works his way up into 8th after having started 10th. Kevin Gaiman, driver of the number 113 machine. Kevin Gaiman, where did he start? He started very far down in the field. We'll get that in a second. But Kevin Gaiman finishing in 9th. Jay Bindrum will round out the top 10. And actually, well, there you go. Kevin Gaiman started in 9th. So he finished where he started. Jay Bindrum 10th. Isaac Clark crosses the line. He'll finish in 11th with Ben Sarley in the 199 machine finishing 12th. Ryan Harrison, Jim Hess, Mark Sylvia round out your top 15.
Woo!
And great comment from the chat from Jordy Fike, who's raced a few times against Jamison Huffman on iRacing. He says the outside line isn't faster, Jamison is. And there you go. All right. That wraps up a great weekend of racing here at Summit Point, the 2025 July MARRS presented by Belmont Classic Cars with production assistance from our partner Courage Motorsports. Spencer, wonderful day of racing here.
Woohoo! Tell me about it.
There we go. All right. So for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We're going to see you in, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Yeah, let's throw it up on the screen there if we can, Spencer. Don't think we're going to be at the Mid-Ohio event in August, so we will likely see you next Labor Day weekend back here at Summit Point Raceway for the Mid-Atlantic Road Racing Series Labor Day MARRS Spectacular. So for Spencer Gaynor, I'm Greg Ginsburg. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you in a few weeks.
Baron AM, bringing you all the classic hits.
Need a ride?
No. Okay. Taking you back to simpler times.
Hey, dog. Belmont Classic Cars, Belmont, Ohio.
Looking to level up your motorsport game? At Courage Motorsport, we've got everything you need, from high-performance parts and racing equipment to expert driving instruction and even our own Courage racing gear. Whether you're a beginner, a pro, or looking to kickstart your motorsport career with training in both the business of racing and securing sponsorships, we've got you covered. Check out our gear, grab a shirt, and represent your passion. Email us at trackready@couragemotorsport.com or visit couragemotorsport.com and get ready to hit the track.
The Spring Hill Suites Winchester is an all-suite property that features spacious suites, an indoor heated pool, complimentary hot buffet-style breakfast, a 24-hour fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi. Whether you're traveling in a group or flying solo, you'll find it easy to get comfortable in our spacious suites. We're conveniently located just off of Interstate 81 at exit 317 in a shopping center with many shops and dining options. Discount rooms are available. To book your suite today, call 540-431-3330.
Since 1976, Radial Tire Company has been providing the Washington, D.C. area with quality tires, expert knowledge, and the finest service. They have earned a reputation as a premier specialist in hard-to-find performance tire and wheel applications and stock tires from all the top manufacturers for whatever you drive. From performance and race cars to SUVs and trucks to your daily drivers, Radial's mission is to assist you in getting the most out of your tires and car. To get a competitive quote on your next set of tires, now with free shipping, or to schedule online, visit RadialTireCompany.com or call them in Silver Spring at area code 301-585-2740. That's 301-585-2740.
Grand Touring Enterprises is an internationally recognized and awarded full-service classic automotive facility located in Frederick, Maryland. Specializing in classic Italian sports cars from Ferrari, Lamborghini, ISO, and Bizzarini, Grand Touring's extensive experience ranges from pre-war to modern exotics, advising on all aspects of the classic car ownership experience, from service, restoration, and climate-controlled storage to sales and consignment. Grand Touring's focus is not just on preserving the history and prestige of these vehicles, but making sure that the driving experience is equally as spectacular and authentic. For more information, send email to tom@grandtouring.com. Grand Touring, legends in motion.
RP Performance is the only premier race shop in the region that specializes in both street and track Mazdas and is located right in the heart of racing at Summit Point's Gasoline Alley. RP has been involved in countless race wins and series championships across many classes with drivers of all ages. Not just a full-service shop, RP has been helping drivers with their individual racing and other track event needs for over 30 years, providing trackside support, arrive and drive packages, as well as race car transport services. And they're known for its help all attitude. RP Performance is your go-to for getting cars back on track for that positive experience at Summit Point when you're ready to pack it in. For more information about RP Performance, come talk to them here in the paddock. Call them at 304-728-6749 or email them at Brett, that's B-R-E-T, at rpperformanceracing.com.
At OG Racing, when you are shopping on our website, when we say in stock, this is what we mean by in stock. Seats and seat bases, brakes, harnesses and restraints, shoes, suits and steering, helmets, gloves and undergarments, fire suppression, and so much more. Shipping directly to you from our conveniently located Sterling, Virginia warehouse with thousands of in-stock items